coast of British Columbia. Let's get to the very latest on this. In fact, we had a major earthquake off of British Columbia. Take a look at this map, kind of zooms in. We're going north of Seattle. This is in the British Columbia coastline. A 7.7 magnitude earthquake hit here just after 8 o'clock local time, Pacific time zone, or a couple minutes after 11 o'clock tonight, Pacific Eastern Standard Time. And again, we're talking 7.7. That equates to a major earthquake, and we usually only have a handful of those, maybe as many as 10 to 20 a year. So this is a major situation here. Let's actually show you where this is in relation to the U.S. It is south of Alaska, but north of Seattle. You can see Seattle even dealing with some rain showers. Same thing with neighbors south towards Portland. But again, British Columbia is just north of you. But I also want to zoom in on what's going on here across Alaska, because just to the see Sitka there? Well, 85 miles to the southeast of Sitka is Cape Decision, Alaska. And that's the northern extent of a tsunami warning. So this is a concern. I know we have a lot of viewers in Alaska, especially some of the Air Force bases up there, and service members up there are always concerned about their family and friends back here in the States. But this is actually affecting you now, our viewers here in Alaska. So basically from Cape Decision, Alaska to the northern tip of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, you're under a tsunami warning. So you need to move away from the coastal areas, move inland, and move to higher ground and stay there until the all clear is given. So you are under a tsunami warning. A lot of activity going on there on the west coast, but we're also concerned about the east coast. And welcome back to this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Paul Goodlow. Now, we are covering Hurricane Sandy. Here's the very latest. President Obama has now canceled campaign events in Virginia and even Colorado due to Hurricane Sandy. And in Florida, the storm has caused significant flooding in Fort Lauderdale and the Miami Beach areas. In fact, most of the causeways off of Fort Lauderdale Beach are reportedly closed. Now, if you're traveling by rail, call ahead. Amtrak has started canceling some service in advance of the approach of Hurricane Sandy. And for in-depth analysis, let's head to Kim Cunningham, who is standing by in the expert area. Kim?
Hey, Paul, here's the very latest from the National Hurricane Center. We should be getting a new advisory at 2 a.m. Eastern Time, by the way. Winds at 75 miles per hour. The Air Force hurricane hunters were out there and found some strong surface winds to the southwest, about 140 miles or so from the center, but still looking at warm air and some thunderstorm activity around the center, and the center getting bigger. So starting that transition into more of what we call like a mid-latitude system or an extratropical system, but still has some characteristics of a hurricane near the center. Now, some of the stronger winds, again, away from the center, and even we're seeing it all the way up the coast now into Norfolk. We're even seeing winds gusting to 50 miles per hour in the Outer Banks. Let's show you now the radar and satellite combo. And some of that heavy rain has been coming down for hours in eastern North Carolina. And we're talking Doppler estimates of over 3 inches of rainfall and some confirmed reports of 1 to 2 inches of rain. And it just keeps coming. I mean, it just doesn't really move. We continue to see this train of rain heading south. And as long as we are actually near, less to the west of the center, we're still going to get those heavy rain bands into eastern North Carolina. So locally, we could see an additional several inches here in the Outer Banks, 3 to 6 inches up into the Susquehanna Valley, all the way over to Pittsburgh, New York, 1 to 3 Boston, and locally 10 inches, with especially, it seems like most of the heavy rain is to the west of the center. All right, here's what the waves look like and the winds. We're talking waves 22 feet near the center, 12 to even 10 feet along the mid-Atlantic coast. Looks like in Florida's beaches, improving conditions hopefully soon so you can get back out there. But Charleston gust to 29, Wilmington 25, Beaufort, there's that 51 mile per hour wind gust out there tonight. So decreasing conditions, or I should say conditions getting worse as the evening goes on for some of us. And some of that rain's going to increase from Hatteras to Norfolk to New York City through the day tomorrow. 25 to 40 mile per hour winds, beach erosion, of course, with that onshore flow just really taking a beating at this point. Monday, we're going to see winds increasing. So each day it gets worse for the northeast. Winds increasing, we're talking 30 to 50 miles per hour, gusts to 75 miles per hour. And Paul, as we all know, when they say you could lose power for a couple of days, sometimes it could be a couple of weeks. Back to you.
That's right, Kim. Happened last year during Snowtober. Well, NBC's Jay Gray is in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He shows us some of the preparations for Sandy.
A growing surf batters the Carolinas, evidence that Sandy is on the way.
It could get pretty bad. You know, we're talking about a bigger storm here.
Heavy equipment has been called in along the Jersey shore, which, according to the latest forecast track, could see the worst of this storm.
At this point in time, it'll likely make landfall late on Monday evening, bringing with it accumulated rain, high winds, and beach erosion, significant beach erosion.
Communities up and down the East Coast could feel the effects of this massive system.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
Sailors are on 24-hour watch at the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia. For now, the ships will stay in port. That's not the case, though, in New Jersey, where owners are pulling their boats from the water.
Just getting out of the way of the hurricane, getting out of harm's way.
Preparations have also started in New York, where officials are still considering closing the city's bridges, tunnels, and subways on Sunday.
I really encourage all New Yorkers to really try to be home or try to be where you need to be by 7 o'clock, because there's no guarantee of service after that.
Near Philadelphia, there's concern about 6 oil refineries, a major national supply source. While in Atlantic City, the casinos have closed, and there are mandatory evacuations in some areas along the shoreline. More are likely on the way as Sandy moves closer now to the coast. Jay Gray, NBC News, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
Well, stay with us throughout the night for coverage of Hurricane Sandy, and you only have about 24 more hours to prepare for this serious situation. Next, we'll help you get weather ready, but also, if you're away from home, you can also listen to us on Channel 1 on XM and Sirius radios, even if you don't have it, giving us an idea of how it will affect New York City.
Good evening, everyone, from Battery Park City, as it's called. This is Lower Manhattan, and one of the areas around the New York City area that does flood. Parts of Staten Island, Fire Island, of course, the Rockaways, the far Rockaways, all these areas are prone to flooding and actually were evacuated during Irene. At this point, there is no plans to evacuate those areas, and I'll tell you, we have a storm system that will produce similar storm surge right here at the lower part of Battery Park. We had about 5.5 feet for a maximum storm surge, and we may have several tide cycles where that water will rise. We got a chance to hear from the mayor earlier during his press report, and this is what he had to say about evacuations and storm surge.
Let me tell you first, we are not ordering any evacuations as of this time for any parts of the city. We're making that decision based on the nature of this storm. Although we're expecting a large surge of water, it is not expected to be a tropical storm or hurricane-type surge. With this storm, we'll likely see a slow pileup of water rather than a sudden surge, which is what you would expect from a hurricane, and which we saw with Irene 14 months ago. So it will be less dangerous, but make no mistake about it, there will be a lot of water, and low-lying areas will experience flooding.
The only thing I'll say about that statement is just because this isn't going to be a perfect tropical storm or hurricane, it will be a hybrid of such. I wouldn't let my guard down, because what may not be taken into account here is that incredible left hook that this storm is going to take, something that we've never seen, while piling up 10 to 20-foot waves offshore. All this water has no place to go but in. We also have a new moon and a high tide, an astronomical high tide, to be factored into that as well. So we'll see. Let's just hope this is the right decision, certainly, because you're talking about some 350,000 people that certainly could be in harm's way in terms of flooding. That's about how many people were evacuated during Irene because of the potential storm surge flooding there. All right, other decisions, 65 shelters that will be opening on Sunday at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Schools will also be decided upon tomorrow. And the mass transit, you're talking about 8.5 million people per day that are moved around by ferries, by taxis, by subway cars, by trains, you know, all these ways of getting in and around New York City. How is that going to be disrupted? How are they going to maneuver that? A lot of those decisions will come tomorrow, including those on aviation as well. Right now, they're just asking that you call ahead if you have a flight coming up on Monday and certainly Tuesday, as this will be a long-duration event. Some of these high-rises may actually lose power, and they're asking people to use the stairs. And if you're 36 or 40 floors up, that's a lot of walking. Reporting from the lower part of Manhattan, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Back to you.
We want to keep you weather ready ahead of this hurricane. In fact, Sandy will pack high winds across a widespread area, which can cause a serious situation for people that don't protect themselves. Reynolds Wolf has more.
Unfortunately, this has become an all-too-familiar scene. High winds causing trees and power lines to fall on homes, cars, and many times, people. As damaging and deadly as these winds can be, there are simple things you can do to protect yourself and your family. First of all, when wind gusts escalate, stay inside an interior portion of the lower levels of your home, like a basement. Trees can be uprooted and crash through the roof and walls of your home without warning, causing tremendous damage. If you are caught outside during high winds, watch for flying debris and take cover inside a building. If you're driving, keep both hands on the wheel and keep a safe distance from other cars. High-profile vehicles like trucks, vans, and SUVs are more prone to being pushed. If winds get too severe to drive safely, pull over to the side of the road and stay away from trees. Finally, the best thing you can do when high winds hit is find a safe, secure place to ride out the storm. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, the Weather Channel.
Well, we have definitely a high wind alert across the entire region and ahead of this hurricane, stretching from the BUOY, North Carolina area all the way through the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, even New England, for the gusty winds expected with Sandy.
I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno, and we need your help here at the Weather Channel. We need your eyes and ears to help us show what Sandy looks like as it churns up the Atlantic seaboard and roars towards the northeastern U.S. If you can safely capture video or pictures, we'd love to share it on air. You can either upload it at weather.com/eyewitness. You can email it to us at eyewitness@weather.com, or just use the button on the web.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. Well, millions of Americans are heeding the warnings, which are becoming increasingly dire as Sandy approaches. Long lines at the stores up and down the East Coast and all the way to west to Ohio, actually. And NBC's Ron Allen has that end of the story for us. He's in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey tonight.
They're used to taking on Mother Nature along the Jersey shore, where they rolled out the heavy equipment trying to protect towns from the sea. And what forecasters say could be storm surges up to 8 feet high.
Because it's so unpredictable, I think we really don't know what's going to happen, but we're just going to prepare for the worst.
The problem is that Mantoloking is just 300 to 400 yards wide at its narrowest point. So they're boarding up and cleaning up everything that's not nailed or tied down.
I don't think the house will get washed away. I think the front yard's probably going to be gone.
Don't want to take a chance.
Getting prepared from North Carolina up to New England for a storm expected to be bigger and last longer than Irene, which ripped through the same densely populated corridor last year, causing billions in damage and leaving millions without power. Today, it took a long time to get gas in Connecticut and find supplies at the supermarket, as governors urged residents to take this storm seriously.
Let me just be real clear on this at the end. We should not underestimate the impact of this storm, and we should not assume the predictions will be wrong.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
At the Naval Station in Norfolk, Virginia, it was all hands on deck. For now, the ships are staying in port. At this marina in New Jersey, they started taking boats out of the water at the crack of dawn.
We're just getting as many as we can. Don't want to turn anyone down and leave them stuck in the water.
All right, let's get right to it. Meanwhile, everyone watches the forecast. In New York City, as early as tomorrow morning, officials will decide whether to shut down the subways, tunnels, and bridges. Near Philadelphia, concern about 6 oil refineries, 7% of the nation's capacity. In Atlantic City, the casinos will be shut down tomorrow, and the list of cities and towns calling for evacuations will likely grow. But despite the warnings to leave, some still plan to stay.
We've been able to get through all of the storms without any problems, and we just anticipate that we'll be able to do the same thing now.
Well, let's take a look at what Hurricane Sandy is doing, and Sandy is still a hurricane. The center is still well offshore, about 360 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. And take a look at the winds offshore as well. Again, we have a combination of winds and wave heights here on this satellite. You can see the winds just off the North Carolina coast are at 49 miles per hour, sustained, in waves getting close to 30 feet. And the waves just now starting to come up across the Delmarva. But Sandy has been lashing the Carolina coastline into Virginia, the Delmarva, for hours now with some heavy rain. Some areas already in that 3+ range, and we're getting more. And take a look at the winds here. Some of the sustained winds on land are in that 15 to 20 mile per hour range, even stronger as you head up towards the Norfolk and Virginia Beach area. I'm talking 20 to 30 mile per hour sustained winds, also just offshore of the mouth of the Delaware Bay, also in that 30 mile per hour range. Again, there is the hurricane, but it's also getting caught up on this mid-latitude storm that's coming through. Cold air behind that, so the warmth, the heat of the hurricane with cold air, that's going to create kind of a super storm. Now, that front will initially push Sandy to the west, or to the east, but eventually high pressure pushes Sandy back on shore. It combines with that other storm system, and it creates a wind machine across the northeast sometime late Monday and early Tuesday, and it continues to churn across that region as we head into Wednesday. Widespread power outages, coastal flooding, a huge concern. And look at the constant storm surge here across North Carolina. We could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge or water rise on Sunday. Then the sound flooding also has surge. That water comes in, and then Monday it pushes out. So both sides of the Outer Banks will be affected by this storm surge with Sandy. But you know what? Other areas might even see higher storm surge because of Sandy. Let's head to our hurricane specialist, Michael Lowry, for more.
The storm surge forecast now calls for up to 8 feet of water rise. But what does 8 feet of water mean for you? Well, on a typical day along the shore, we'd expect to see 2 low tides and 2 high tides. But in the case of Sandy, it'll be moving on shore during a full moon. What the full moon means is that the high tides will be even higher than normal. As the storm moves on shore, it will push with it this storm surge, which will result in a total water rise of up to 8 feet, which would have the potential of submerging a first-floor home. And if you're standing anywhere along the shore, that's 8 feet of water above your toes. So enough to completely submerge an average adult male. Significant impacts across a very wide area. Back to you.
We're still tracking the risk of some dangerous weather on the west coast of the U.S., including Alaska. We had an earthquake today, followed by a very strong aftershock. Let's give the very latest on where this earthquake was located. It's actually off the British Columbia coast, actually just off of the Queen Charlotte Islands here, and it was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake, which happened a few minutes after 8 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock tonight. And again, it was followed by a 5.8 magnitude aftershock. Now again, a 7.7, that's considered a major earthquake and actually can do quite a bit of damage. But the good news is it was, again, nothing has been reported so far in terms of strong structural damage because of that. All right, let's take a look at where this actually is. You can see in relation to Seattle, it is well to the north-northwest of Seattle. It was also to the south-southwest of Juneau, Alaska. But the concern here in Alaska, as you head up towards the Sitka area, there is a tsunami warning has been issued. It starts there at Cape Decision, Alaska, and it slides along the British Columbia coastline all the way down to the northern tip of Vancouver Island in British Columbia. Again, that circle is where the earthquake hit, and that was Queen Charlotte Island there in British Columbia. But portions of Alaska, Cape Decision area south there to the Canada border under a tsunami warning that does affect parts of the U.S. Well, thanks for joining us this evening. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodler. We're still watching Hurricane Sandy and the effects Sandy will have across the entire East Coast as we head through the middle of this week, even through Halloween. Now, here's the very latest. Now, the worst conditions for Sandy tomorrow will be from the Outer Banks of North Carolina to the Tidewater region of Virginia. And states of emergencies have been declared in 8 states, plus the District of Columbia, and 2 NFL games. Well, they will also be impacted by this potentially historic storm. The Miami Dolphins visit the New York Jets, and the Atlanta Falcons will be in Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. For more analysis on what's going on with Sandy right now, let's head to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham.
All right, Paul, we're going to start out taking a look at a couple of these computer models that we look at. And one is the U.S. GFS. You've probably heard us talk about this one. The other one is the European model. I want to show you the GFS because we just got the latest model, computer run in on this model. So I wanted to show you if there's any kind of a difference in what we had from the earlier run. Starting out 2 o'clock in the morning, there it is, okay? And as it moves northward, it is, oh shoot, it went right by it. All right, let's go right to the timing. The rain increases here from Hatteras to Norfolk to New York. I don't know what happened there. Some beach erosion expected. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour Sunday all the way up towards New York City and Long Island. We're going to start to see conditions go downhill, especially towards the evening hours in New York. And then Monday, winds will be increasing 30 to 50 miles per hour, even inland, and gusting to 75 miles per hour. Coastal flooding going on Monday. Monday into Tuesday will be the worst day for the most people. This is why you need to make your preparations, make your travel changes, whatever you need to do. And for those of you who love snow, you'll be happy to see that we're going to get, in some cases, several feet of snow in the Appalachians. You have to go up above 2,000 feet or so, but we could see some heavy, wet snow. Now, of course, when you have winds that continue to be gusting to 70, 75 miles per hour in this area and some very heavy rain, okay, even flooding rain, there's a concern for trees coming down. So hopefully you still have a day maybe to get out there and trim some of those branches, get some of those dead trees down. You don't want them coming down because that means possibly power outages as those trees come down on some of the power lines. So let's talk about the track a little bit. As it heads north of, does it move north of New York City or south? If it would take a northerly track, which both computer models are indicating no, it's not going to, it's going to be south of New York City, that would be a better case scenario for New York City. Why? Because the flow would be like this, okay? So that would mean more of a bad condition anywhere from Portland to Providence as far as surge is concerned. But for New York, it means more of an offshore flow, and so that would be much better. That's surge, okay? But wind-wise, it doesn't matter. Wind is going to be a problem for everybody no matter where this thing makes landfall. Prolonged power outages. Now, just from experience, you know, they say prepare for a couple of days. I wouldn't doubt if some of you are without power for a week plus. Okay, that's just how it goes. There's not enough workers out there to get the power lines back up, especially if it's a prolonged event, because then they can't do it. It's safety issues for them to get out there, so they have to wait until things calm down before they can get out there. So plan for that. And Paul, coming up next, I'll have those computer model graphics for you, I promise, and we'll also talk about the advisory as well. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Kim. Well, people in Nags Head, North Carolina are still trying to figure out what's going on with Sandy. Julie Martin is there and says there's a lot of head scratching going on.
Well, conditions continue to go downhill here in Nags Head, North Carolina, along the Outer Banks, and they are only going to get worse as the night goes on. In fact, we'll see some of the worst conditions overnight in through Sunday. Those will be tropical storm force strength winds, possibly some coastal flooding, power outages, and the like. In fact, we could see several inches of rain out of this event here in these low-lying areas as well. So Dare County officials are urging everyone at this point to stay inside. If you did not leave the area, make sure you ride the storm out with shelter. Do not get out on the roadways as they could easily flood during this event. Most people we've talked with here said, you know, they've seen these storms come and go. This one, though, a little bit different. In fact, one man who owns a home right here along the Atlantic Ocean told me he's just not so sure about this strange storm named Sandy, and he's not letting his guard down quite yet. Certainly has been a meteorological surprise for all of us, but we will have to wait and see just what the damage will be here before Sandy goes on to do quite a bit more in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
Well, the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. We have a team up. This just in, we have a brand new advisory in on Hurricane Sandy. As of 2 a.m. advisory, Sandy is still a hurricane. 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds moving to the northeast at 14 miles per hour, and the pressure remains at 960 millibars, and it continues to basically move the same direction along the South Carolina coastline. So it's kind of paralleling how the Carolinas kind of jut out towards the Atlantic, not making any more movement towards land at this time, but we expect that movement to move back towards the coast of the Northeast, specifically the coast of New Jersey, as we head into Monday into Tuesday, and we could still expect significant wind damage and storm surge across the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast and the New England states as well. For a look at preparations across New Jersey, let's head to Mike Seidel. He is in Point Pleasant Beach.
As Hurricane Sandy steams north and turns into a hybrid monster, a massive windstorm, especially across inland areas out here on the beaches, they're concerned. Here on the Jersey Shore, it's going to be worse than it was with Irene. Remember, Irene moved by. We had some surge, then the winds went offshore. But this time around, the center of Sandy will go in south of here. That's going to pile the water up. It's going to be a long-duration surge event. There will be more damage. The high tides of concern are Monday morning, give or take 30 minutes around 8 o'clock, and then again, dinner time around 7:30, 8 o'clock on Monday evening. Surge heights as much as 8 feet. Now remember, the high tides inland, like in Raritan Bay and those inland rivers and estuaries, will occur later. Also remember, the wave action gets superimposed on top of the surge. Now earlier on Saturday, the governor, Chris Christie of New Jersey, ordered mandatory evacuations for all these barrier islands at 4 p.m. Sunday. But then he rescinded the order for this area, and we talked earlier to the acting mayor what that means.
We will be doing mandatory evacuations for everywhere east of the tracks, which is the railroad track. It's 4 blocks east, and that will begin tomorrow and hopefully be completed by 4 p.m., as the governor had said. They'll be going door to door, and those who choose to stay will have to sign a release saying that they know that they were supposed to be evacuated.
And as those mandatory evacuations take place on Sunday, the weather will go downhill. Rain moves in here certainly by early Sunday afternoon. Then the winds will start to pick up. We're expecting gusts by Sunday afternoon upwards of 30, maybe 35 miles an hour. Then Sunday night, Monday, and Monday night, the worst of the weather. Winds could gust easily over 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. That's when we have the worst surge. And again, a lot of damage expected along these beaches here on the Jersey Shore. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Mike. For a closer look at the preparations on the coast of New England, now let's head to Julie Lonchek in Quincy, Massachusetts.
What we learned today is that people across the state of Massachusetts are taking this storm seriously. In fact, at a lot of home improvement stores right now, you would be hard-pressed to find quite a few supplies.
A lot of hype going on, so we're not sure if it's going to happen or not, so better safe than sorry.
At the Lowe's in Quincy, Massachusetts, just beyond the premature holiday cheer, you'll find flashlights.
We need it sometime. You don't know. Never know.
Gas cans, tarps, and water, but you won't find any generators.
We actually started selling out of these probably Tuesday, Wednesday, you know, when the momentum was coming in, and sold right through them. We haven't had any the last 3 days.
They've sold 25 this past week and are expecting an emergency shipment on Sunday. The Arcavani family came in picking up a flashlight with a bigger peace of mind sitting back at home.
Well, we end up buying a generator too, so we're really prepared this just in case.
Store managers have noticed a big change in buying habits between Sandy and Tropical Storm Irene and that late October snowstorm.
People are just more aware, and I think when you're stuck in a situation where you haven't had power and you were out of power for so long, and this particular community was hit with that, they don't want to go through that same situation.
This time, many in New England want to be ready, even if that means an $800 credit card bill.
Hopefully we don't need it.
You can return it, right?
It's still in the box.
That particular line of home improvement stores will be getting that emergency generator shipment on Sunday, but if you want one, they say, get in line early. For the Weather Channel in Quincy, Massachusetts, I'm Julie Lonchek.
With breaking news on an earthquake hit off the coast of British Columbia. 7.7 magnitude earthquake. That's a major earthquake. Could cause some substantial damage as well. Let's take a look exactly where that is in relation to the Pacific Northwest. Again, Seattle seeing some rain showers, but nothing major happening there. Again, this earthquake is on the just off of the Queen Charlotte Islands, and again, tsunami warning up for the southern Alaska coast as well as the Hawaiian Islands.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We have the very latest advisory in from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Sandy. And yes, it's still a hurricane. They're keeping the winds at 75 miles per hour. Now, the Air Force hurricane hunters are flying through the hurricane at this time, and I'll show you what they found in just a second. But the pressure, 960 millibars. You can see on our bruise behind me that we got the latest advisory, and it's moving northeast at 14 miles per hour. The center, 380 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. Now, nothing really has changed on this from the earlier advisory. Still paralleling the coast, still affecting a lot of people here in the Carolinas, and still a lot of cloud cover. Mainly the rain is right along the coast at this time, and they're still finding some of the strongest winds in this area over here. And still there's some thunderstorms near the center, and that's why they're keeping this as a hurricane. Still some characteristics of a hurricane, but yet we're still seeing some very strong winds farther out, more characteristic of maybe a mid-latitude system, or we call it maybe a nor'easter. So here's the passes, what we're looking at. They did find a surface wind of 51 miles per hour on that pass. Sea pressure, minimum sea level pressure, 960 millibars, where they got that from. And it looks like they just did that another crisscross, and they'll be heading home here soon. So here it is on radar. Seeing right in here all those yellows and reds. That's where that heavy rain has been. Raleigh, we may see maybe a little bit of light rain, but mainly along the coast. We've had reports of even 1 to 2 inches. Doppler estimates over 3 inches in this region. And right now, most of the winds are offshore. Okay, so surge really not an issue at this time. Here in Beaufort, we've seen a gust over 50 miles per hour. We're seeing now winds gusting Atlantic City get to 22. So this is the beginning of it. Wave heights 20 feet offshore the mid-Atlantic coast right now, and D.C. gusting to 17, and Boston about 10 miles per hour. Not really feeling much of the effects here in New England just yet. All right, so I want to show you the U.S. GFS model. This is the new run. It continues to parallel the coast, maybe a little left of the track than earlier, but taking it right in here, okay, just to the south of New York City. Of course, that would be a bad scenario, and it has a very low pressure with it, 947 millibars. So the GFS is stronger or deeper with this, and actually has it intensifying or deepening as it makes landfall, which is even worse. Compared to the European model, we could see record lows if that pressure is that low, which we don't think it'll be that low. It may be a little high on that side, or a little low on that side. All right, European model, similar 7 o'clock, offshore yet, so it looks like the GFS is a little faster with landfall, and definitely the European a lot higher with the pressure. So it could be somewhere in the middle. We could be close to record territory for as far as setting a low pressure at that time. So when you have pressures that low, you can imagine how strong the winds are going to be. So we continue to see the 80 mile per hour at this time hybrid superstorm, whatever you want to call it, coming ashore, and winds 80 miles per hour, possibly sustained in some cases, maybe higher than that with wind gusts, 50 mile per hour winds inland, and that will continue Tuesday evening into Wednesday. So still looking for a landfall in New Jersey if you're looking at the European or the GFS model, which are two models that we rely on. So here's the timing for winds. Hatteras, it's going to get worse. We're going to see 55 mile per hour winds. That's through the morning hours, and we're talking 65 by the afternoon. And then Ocean City, 65 mile per hour winds. We're talking about Sunday night. Right now we're seeing some of the wave heights, 25 to even 30 feet out here near that center. You can see right in here, this buoy out here reporting a 28-foot wave. And again, mainly right now offshore winds in this area here. So 15-foot waves off the coast of South Carolina. Florida, improving weather. That'll be the case as it continues to move north and away from your area. Paul?
Well, thanks, Kim. Well, Fairfield, Connecticut has issued a mandatory evacuation for the town's beach area beginning noon on Sunday. And right now, we get the very latest on the preparations ahead of the storm from WVIT's Stephanie Jimenez.
Putting some sandbags down and just hunkering down.
For now, it's all about those last-minute preparations for Hurricane Sandy.
We are sandbagging. We're going to board up tomorrow morning.
We brought in our furniture, our outdoor furniture. We're going to get tarps and sandbags and put them against the house.
Many Fairfield residents are concerned. They lived through Tropical Storm Irene and saw what it did to some structures. This is YouTube video of a house that Irene turned into an island. It was surrounded completely by water. Doug expects flooding in the area, but hopes his home isn't compromised.
Worst case scenario, we're going to have some water on the deck, maybe in the house, but we're going to take whatever steps we can to keep that to a minimum.
Residents here are keeping their fingers crossed that there will be minimal damage.
Hope for the best.
But officials are also preparing for the worst, urging residents to get out while there's still time.
And it's better to be safe than sorry. You always turn around and come back if it doesn't work out, if it's not as bad as we think it is.
Now, if your home loses power, you can still listen to the Weather Channel's live broadcast on XM and Sirius radios, both on Station 1. Welcome back to Weather Center Live. We are still watching some breaking news out of the west coast of the U.S. In fact, we had an earthquake earlier this evening, a pretty moderate to major earthquake as well. Take a look at the numbers here. It was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake that struck off the west coast of Canada, off the British Columbia coast along the Queen Charlotte Islands here, 7.7 magnitude. That was followed by a 5.8 magnitude earthquake. So you talk about a 7.7, that's a major earthquake. We're talking usually in the teens in terms of the numbers of earthquakes that strong you see every year. So this is definitely a rare occurrence, also with a pretty moderate aftershock, so that is concerned. Anytime you have a earthquake that strong and a 7.7, there is a concern for tsunamis. In fact, let's take a look at where this is in relation to the U.S. You can see it there on the west coast of Canada, Seattle as well to the south-southeast, and Juneau, Alaska as well to the north of this. But there is a concern for tsunamis, so a tsunami warning has been issued from Vancouver Island in British Columbia northward through Cape Decision, Alaska. So there is portions of the U.S. mainland here being affected by the tsunami warning. So Cape Decision southward, that part of Alaska is under tsunami warning, and over the last hour, a tsunami warning has been issued for the entire state of Hawaii. So you're also under a tsunami warning. Again, the good news about Alaska, this was a kind of a localized warning area, but now we've seen it expand to Hawaii. And several times you have earthquakes across the Pacific Rim. They can actually go from coast to coast out there across the entire Pacific in a matter of hours, so there is a concern. All right, back here at home, thanks for joining us tonight for Weather Center, this extended edition of Weather Center Live. I'm Paul Goodlow, because we are tracking up and down the East Coast Hurricane Sandy. Here's the very latest on Sandy. Tropical storm force wind gusts, where they're expected to reach the coast of Carolina, is basically now through Sunday. And the forecast track of Sandy continues to take it parallel to the Carolina coastline through Sunday. And we're also expecting 3 to 6 more inches of rain from the mid-Atlantic to New England, with some areas perhaps getting up to a foot of rain as well before Sandy starts moving back towards the mainland U.S., potentially making landfall in New Jersey. For more in-depth analysis on Hurricane Sandy, let's head to our hurricane specialist, Kim Cunningham.
All right, we have the very latest advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Still a hurricane, Hurricane Sandy, with winds at 75 miles per hour. Nothing has really changed on this one. It's moving northeast at 14 miles per hour. It's paralleling the coast. The pressure is 960 millibars. So Air Force hurricane hunters out here crisscrossing this hurricane at this time. But you can see there's still thunderstorm activity right around that center, just to the north of it. So they're thinking, still holding on to some tropical characteristics. Meanwhile, we've got very strong winds as far out as Wilmington, Hatteras, all the way up to Norfolk right now, taking on the characteristic more of maybe a nor'easter. So still feeling this thing's going to be a hybrid, still with some tropical characteristics, and then seeing the wind field really expand outward. Now with time, we're going to see it maybe even get stronger. Okay, we're going to bring some energy into it, a disturbance moving into it. We'll actually pull it in as well into the northeast, and that's going to help strengthen it or deepen this area of low pressure as it moves inland. And we're talking Monday night into Tuesday morning possible landfall. That track has not changed at all from the National Hurricane Center, and still dealing with it Wednesday, it looks like. All right, storm surge, not a big deal. For Cape Hatteras, for Myrtle Beach, at least right now, winds are mainly offshore at this point. Water rise will be significant from Atlantic City into New York and Montauk, again, depending on where this does come ashore. Right now, there are no evacuations being ordered for the New York City area. All right, look at the radar and satellite combination. Let's talk about rain a little bit. We have had it where you see the yellows and some of the reds in there, that one band right there, working its way a little bit to the left. But I think overall, we have seen Doppler estimates picking up over 3 inches of rainfall here, and some reports of over 2 inches. So flooding is a concern. We've had some reports of some roads being washed over with this, and the threat for heavy rain will continue. Locally, 10 inches of rain. As it moves inland, we'll see that heavy rain also towards the Pittsburgh area, 3 to 6 inches of rain. New York, 1 to 3. Now, this is just the tip of the iceberg in some cases, because we're going to put in a lot of wind with that. beach erosion, and even snow for some of the higher elevations. Paul, back to you.
All right, thanks, Kim. Well, NBC's Jay Gray is in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He shows us some of the preparations for Sandy.
A growing surf batters the Carolinas, evidence that Sandy is on the way.
It could get pretty bad. You know, we're talking about a bigger storm here.
Heavy equipment has been called in along the Jersey Shore, which, according to the latest forecast track, could see the worst of this storm.
At this point in time, it'll likely make landfall late on Monday evening, bringing with it accumulated rain, high winds, and beach erosion, significant beach erosion.
Communities up and down the East Coast could feel the effects of this massive system.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
Sailors are on 24-hour watch at the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia. For now, the ship will stay in port. That's not the case, though, in New Jersey, where owners are pulling their boats from the water.
Just getting out of the way of the hurricane, getting out of harm's way.
Preparations have also started in New York, where officials are still considering closing the city's bridges, tunnels, and subways on Sunday.
I really encourage all New Yorkers to really try to be home or try to be where you need to be by 7 o'clock, because there's no guarantee of service after that.
Near Philadelphia, there's concern about 6 oil refineries, a major national supply source. While in Atlantic City, the casinos have closed, and there are mandatory evacuations in some areas along the shoreline. More are likely on the way as Sandy moves closer now to the coast. Jay Gray, NBC News, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
Well, stay with us throughout the night for coverage of Hurricane Sandy. You only have about 24 hours now to prepare for this serious situation, and we'll help get you weather ready for Sandy. And by the way, if you have XM radio in your car, whether you have the subscription active or not, even a handheld XM radio, you can listen to our coverage on Channel 1 of XM and Sirius radios.
Hey guys, today we're talking to people about Milo.
Right now, it's the calm before the storm across much of the Northeast. The Weather Channel storm tracker Jim Cantori is in New York City with more.
Good evening, everyone, from Battery Park City, as it's called. This is Lower Manhattan, and one of the areas around the New York City area that does flood. Parts of Staten Island, Fire Island, of course, the Rockaways, the far Rockaways, all these areas are prone to flooding and actually were evacuated during Irene. At this point, there is no plans to evacuate those areas, and I'll tell you, we have a storm system that will produce similar storm surge. Right here at the lower part of Battery Park, we had about 5.5 feet for a maximum storm surge, and we may have several tide cycles where that water will rise. We got a chance to hear from the mayor earlier during his press report, and this is what he had to say about evacuations and storm surge.
Let me tell you first, we are not ordering any evacuations as of this time for any parts of the city. We're making that decision based on the nature of this storm. Although we're expecting a large surge of water, it is not expected to be a tropical storm or hurricane-type surge. With this storm, we'll likely see a slow pileup of water rather than a sudden surge, which is what you would expect from a hurricane, and which we saw with Irene 14 months ago. So it will be less dangerous, but make no mistake about it, there will be a lot of water, and low-lying areas will experience flooding.
The only thing I'll say about that statement is just because this isn't going to be a perfect tropical storm or hurricane, it will be a hybrid of such. I wouldn't let my guard down, because what may not be taken into account here is that incredible left hook that this storm is going to take, something that we've never seen, while piling up 10 to 20-foot waves offshore. All this water has no place to go but in. We also have a new moon and a high tide, an astronomical high tide, to be factored into that as well. So we'll see. Let's just hope this is the right decision, certainly, because you're talking about some 350,000 people that certainly could be in harm's way in terms of flooding. That's about how many people were evacuated during Irene because of the potential storm surge flooding there. All right, other decisions, 65 shelters that will be opening on Sunday at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Schools will also be decided upon tomorrow. And the mass transit, you're talking about 8.5 million people per day that are moved around by ferries, by taxis, by subway cars, by trains, you know, all these ways of getting in and around New York City. How is that going to be disrupted? How are they going to maneuver that? A lot of those decisions will come tomorrow, including those on aviation as well. Right now, they're just asking that you call ahead if you have a flight coming up on Monday and certainly Tuesday, as this will be a long duration event. Some of these high rises may actually lose power, and they're asking people to use the stairs. And if you're 36 or 40 floors up, That's a lot of walking. Reporting from the lower part of Manhattan, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Back to you.
All right, Jim, we're definitely watching what's going on the East Coast, but now let's focus on what's going on towards the West Coast. Whole different animal, but still potentially a lot of water doing some damage. Let's show what's going on underground here. Again, we had an earthquake that hits parts of British Columbia off the coastline of the Queen Charlotte Islands a couple of hours ago, about 3 hours and change ago, 8:04 Pacific time tonight. 7.7. That is a major earthquake, and that was followed by a 5.8 magnitude aftershock. And earthquakes, especially along the Pacific Rim, can cause tsunamis. In fact, let's kind of show you where it is in relation to Seattle and other areas of the U.S. that we're more familiar with. Again, this earthquake off the Queen Charlotte Islands is well to the northwest of Seattle, but also well south of Juneau, Alaska. But the U.S. is not out of the woods at all. In fact, there has been a tsunami warning issued for just south of Sitka to the Cape Decision, Alaska area, southward through that coast of British Columbia, all the way down towards Vancouver Island, British Columbia. So the good news is Seattle and Portland, you are not in this area at all. But there has been a concern for potential water rise. So now there has been a tsunami warning across northern parts of California as well as Oregon here. It's basically from Guala Point, California, located 80 miles northwest of San Francisco, to the Douglas Lane County line in Oregon, or about 10 miles southwest of Florence, Oregon. So again, you also now are under a tsunami warning here, northern California coastline to parts of the central and southern Oregon coastline. And we also have a tsunami warning out for the String of Pearls, talking about the Hawaiian Islands. A tsunami warning has been issued for you, and some of the monitoring stations have reported a slight rise in water. Hence, the warnings have increased out here in the Pacific Rim for the potential for a tsunami. Seek higher ground. Well, millions of Americans are heeding the warnings, which are becoming increasingly dire as Sandy approaches. Long lines at stores up and down the coast, all the way west to the areas in Ohio. NBC's Ron Allen has that end of the story for us. He's in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey tonight.
They're used to taking on Mother Nature along the Jersey Shore, where they rolled out the heavy equipment trying to protect towns from the sea. And what forecasters say could be storm surges up to 8 feet high.
Because it's so unpredictable, I think we really don't know what's going to happen, but we're just going to prepare for the worst.
The problem is that Mantoloking is just 300 to 400 yards wide at its narrowest point. So they're boarding up and cleaning up everything that's not nailed or tied down.
I don't think the house will get washed away. I think the front yard's probably going to be gone.
Don't want to take a chance. Getting prepared from North Carolina up to New England for a storm expected to be bigger and last longer than Irene, which ripped through the same densely populated corridor last year, causing billions in damage and leaving millions without power. Today, it took a long time to get gas in Connecticut and find supplies at the supermarket, as governors urged residents to take this storm seriously.
Let me just be real clear on this at the end. We should not underestimate the impact of this storm, and we should not assume the predictions will be wrong.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
At the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia, it was all hands on deck. For now, the ships are staying in port. At this marina in New Jersey, they started taking boats out of the water at the crack of dawn.
We just getting as many as we can. Don't want to turn anyone down and leave them stuck in the water.
All right, let's get right to it.
Meanwhile, everyone watches the forecast. In New York City, as early as tomorrow morning, officials will decide whether to shut down the subways, tunnels, and bridges. Near Philadelphia, concern about 6 oil refineries, 7% of the nation's capacity. In Atlantic City, the casinos will be shut down tomorrow, and the list of cities and towns calling for evacuations will likely grow. But despite the warnings to leave, some still plan to stay.
We've been able to get through all of the storms without any problems, and we just anticipate that we'll be able to do the same thing now.
And for more information on the areas we're concerned about in terms of the winds, take a look at this map. We have high wind warnings out there in parts of western North Carolina as well as northeastern North Carolina, all through coastal Virginia into northern Virginia, areas of eastern and northern West Virginia into northwestern and eastern Ohio, as well as the entire state of Pennsylvania, all of Maryland and Delaware, New Jersey. Much of, actually all of New York now, the high wind alert, as well as areas of Connecticut, the entire state of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Vermont, portions of New Hampshire and Maine, all because of the strong winds associated with Hurricane Sandy eventually coming on shore. So again, here is Sandy. Here are the coordinates as of the 2 a.m. advisory. It has not changed here. 380 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. A lot of rain already onshore, but look at the winds and the waves. Still extremely high out there. Tropical storm force sustained winds with the buoys offshore. Of course, the water is relatively low friction compared to land, so you always have the stronger winds offshore, and again, some of the waves now over 30 feet. Now look at the rain battling and kind of just bathing the coast here. It's been lashing the North Carolina coast for hours now, and some reports of 3 to 4 inches of rain. You can see some of the sustained winds on land in that 15 to 25 mile per hour range across North Carolina. Stronger though around Virginia Beach. We're talking sustained winds at 30 miles per hour. That will only increase as Sandy approaches. And again, we're watching a storm out towards, move through the central U.S. That's going to capture some of the energy with Sandy, and you have warm on one side, cold on the other. That difference in temperature will create a huge storm. So again, Sandy eventually is going to turn out to the northeast, and eventually northward, and then back towards the U.S., probably making some landfall. Maybe he still has a Category 1 hurricane sometime late Monday into early Tuesday morning, most likely pretty close to the Jersey shore. With more on how this storm will affect the storm surge, let's head to Michael Lowry.
The storm surge forecast now calls for up to 8 feet of water rise. But what does 8 feet of water mean for you? Well, on a typical day along the shore, we'd expect to see 2 low tides and 2 high tides. But in the case of Sandy, it'll be moving on shore during a full moon. What the full moon means is that the high tides will be even higher than normal. As the storm moves on shore, it will push with it this storm surge, which will result in a total water rise of up to 8 feet, which would have the potential of submerging a first-floor home. And if you're standing anywhere along the shore, that's 8 feet of water above your toes. So enough to completely submerge an average adult male. Significant impacts across a very wide area. Back to you.
Welcome back to Weather Center Live. Of course, we're keeping you up to date on Hurricane Sandy, the potential damage it could do up and down the eastern seaboard. But right now, we want to head to the other side of the country to talk about what's happening on the west coast of the U.S. There have been several tsunami warnings issued because of an earthquake. Let's show you where the earthquake hit. It actually hit about a couple minutes after 8 o'clock Pacific time tonight off the British Columbia coastline. It was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. And again, now several tsunami warnings have been issued, including much of the Pacific Northwest, well, mainly parts of California, Northern California, and the Oregon coastline, central and southern Oregon coastline, as well as the entire state of Hawaii and portions of the southern southeastern coast of Alaska. Joining me now on the phone is Gerard Fryer. He's a geophysicist with the Pacific Warning Tsunami Center out there, and thanks for joining us tonight, Gerald, and I guess it's evening where you are. Let's talk about this again. We're talking a major earthquake. What signals do you look for that could signal we could have some type of huge wave heading across the Pacific?
Well, first of all, the size of the earthquake. And in this instance, it seemed like this earthquake was borderline and probably would not generate a tsunami. Except in the immediate coastline there in British Columbia. But once we got information on what the ocean was doing, it was pretty clear that there was a tsunami headed, basically pointed right at Hawaii from where the earthquake is. And so we had to call a warning for Hawaii. There was just no question.
And kind of tell our viewers how this is set up. You guys have like, what, almost a grid of buoys out there across the Pacific monitoring these abnormal waves that come through, right?
Well, they're not a grid. It's sort of a line all around the margins of the Pacific, and ideally, one of these dart gauges is the tsunami reaches it about half an hour after the earthquake. In this case, it was a little bit longer, and we didn't get a clear shot at the tsunami. The closest gauge was off to one side. But the way an earthquake generates a tsunami, it's sort of like rolling a log into water. You get big waves off the middle of the log and small waves off the ends. Well, unfortunately, our measurement is off the end of the log, but Hawaii is off the middle of the log. So this thing is coming right at us. It's pointed right at Hawaii. And all of our models now are forecasting wave heights when the thing reaches shore of as much as 7 feet. So that's a large damaging wave.
Right, that is significant. Now again, we have the tsunami warnings up for Hawaii. Now what about the other ones issued across the southeastern coast of Alaska as well as parts of Oregon and the California coastline? Those are also tsunami warnings. Are we expecting...
I think those are just advisories. I have to... Yeah, I'm not completely up to date, but initially they just issued a warning for British Columbia, and I remember certainly the first waves have come in at Crescent City in California, and they were 30 centimeters high. That's advisory level. It's not warning level. So that means, get off the beach, stay out of the water, but otherwise you're okay.
Right, 30 centimeters is just a couple of inches, not a big deal. And you're right.
Well, it is a big deal because it can make strong currents. Tsunami, the normal waves that you're used to seeing on the ocean, they're like 20 seconds from one wave to the next. But a tsunami, it's more like 20 minutes.
Right, and one last question, a very important question. Folks in Hawaii watching us, what should they do right now?
If they're outside the evacuation zone, they don't need to do anything. If they are in the evacuation zone, they should move inland. I'm sorry, it's the middle of the night. We wouldn't have called this unless we really thought it was necessary. But please do evacuate and be prepared to be gone for several hours.
Okay, thank you very much. That is Gerald Fryer with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And the good news is Hawaii time, I think it's still around maybe 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening, so it's not too late for them right now. We're also tracking what's going on the East Coast. Kim Cunningham, our hurricane specialist, is tracking what's going on with Hurricane Sandy.
All right, still hurricane, Paul, and the winds 75 miles per hour near the center. They're still finding and even some thunderstorm activity. Here's the latest high-res enhanced satellite image, and I'm going to zoom in. Before I do that, though, I want to show you the expanse of this system. We're seeing clouds from this all the way up the Appalachians and already seeing tropical storm force wind gusts all the way into the Outer Banks and into Virginia. The center, right in this area here. Now I'm going to zoom in and show you where we think it is. If you follow everything into this, it's probably right in this area right in here. And these are thunderstorms. So still some convection near the center and some drier air working in. You can see it here off to the east, and that's maybe, what is keeping this from maybe trying to get a little bit stronger right now. And there's some shear in the atmosphere as well. So looking at our infrared water vapor imagery, the orange indicating that dry air, there's a lot of it on that east side of it. Now, the disturbance is going to come in and help bring this in, is now making its way down the Rockies. Okay, that's eventually what's going to come down, this energy, and pick this thing up and pull it in and kind of merge with it and pull it into the northeast. So here's the forecast path. It's going to move over some cooler water. Temperatures below 80 degrees over this area. Interested to see what happens with it when it does that. But moving towards northwest, maybe extra tropical in the next 48 hours or so. However, that doesn't mean we need to let our guard down at all. It's still going to be a really bad situation here in the northeast. A very strong storm coming in, possibly with 80-mile-per-hour winds, possibly making landfall right between New York City and Ocean City, Maryland. So right in this area here is where we're still thinking, computer models still indicating it as well. They're pretty much all coming on board maybe Monday night, Tuesday evening, and then taking it towards the north. So the projected path really has not changed at all. We'll have more on this coming up at 10 to the hour Tropical Update.
Let me say something again and again and again. Please, the beaches are dangerous and surfing is extremely dangerous. There are no surfing, please, tomorrow. You may want to run the risk, but if we have to send our emergency workers into the ocean to save you, their lives are at risk. And you just don't have a right to do that to somebody else. So please, tomorrow, I know the surfing looks attractive, and there's more surfing done around here than ever before, but this is just much too dangerous a storm. And for a small amount of pleasure, your lives might be in danger, but certainly the emergency workers' lives will be in danger.
That is New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg talking about how his city is preparing for the approach of Hurricane Sandy and whatever that becomes as we head on towards Monday and Tuesday. Well, for a look at preparations just south of there in New Jersey, here's Mike Sardell and the Jersey Shore.
There are still some people here on the boardwalk at Point Pleasant Beach tonight because of a big Halloween party, but after that, everything will be shut down and boarded up. Take a look at what was going on around the area this afternoon. Not a bad Saturday afternoon. A good day to prep for the arrival of Sandy. Boarding up widespread. You couldn't go down any street here in town where they weren't getting set for what is going to be a big hit, and it's going to be worse than Irene because Irene zipped on by. We had some surge, but this time around Sandy goes in south of here and produces a storm surge here as high as 8 feet. It's going to be a long duration event, and there is going to be certainly more storm surge damage. From the governor today, mandatory evacuations for all barrier islands. Wants those completed by 4 p.m. Sunday. Now here, he returned this area to home rule, so anywhere east of the tracks, there's a mandatory evacuation for Point Pleasant and Point Pleasant Beach. And then, as far as New Jersey transportation is concerned, he set in motion the wheels to shut down all New Jersey transit, rail, light rail, and buses at some point. Again, that hasn't been called for yet, but he's putting the wheels in motion. That's not unprecedented. He did that last year, and it was shut down for 36 hours during Irene. Again, the worst of the weather moves in here beginning late tomorrow and tomorrow night, and then it's going to be a wild and dangerous ride Monday into Tuesday. Back to you.
Well, Hurricane Sandy has already been lashing the Outer Banks of North Carolina. The rain and wind are just the beginning. Let's get the latest now from WCNC's Ann Sheridan.
Sandy is here, slamming, smacking, spitting. At Tortugas Live, Nancy Fuchs could barely make it out the door.
You're hanging on. Yes, just barely. It's gotten worse. When we first came in, it wasn't too bad, but I think this is a little stronger than we thought.
Stronger, colder, but inside the popular beach bar, locals are still more concerned with peeling shrimp than boarding windows.
It's rain and wind, of course, but that's like any late fall, early winter here on the beach. So
hurricanes are part of life here. Not many are leaving, monitoring the Weather Channel just in case, but paying closer attention to the World Series.
I brought the grill into the living room, and she was worried I was going to light it, but I didn't.
Took her out to eat instead.
I took her out to eat instead, the old lady.
The old lady. They just love it when you call them that. Oh, yeah. Good old romance. Hey, let's check out some eyewitness photos here. This photo was taken at Ocean View Beach Park in Norfolk, Virginia. You can see the angry surf, and this is still with Sandy about a day and a half from even moving past this area. And this picture is coming in from Ocean Pines, Maryland. Residents there taking notice of the hurricane preparations, and they have removed all their boats from the docks. That is some great pictures to see there, people preparing. And look at the waves here created by Sandy as it passed by Deerfield Beach here in South Florida. Waves, so we're talking about estimate around 15 feet, slammed the pier, took out some of the railings and some of the floorboards on the pier as well. Now, if you can safely snap pictures or record video of the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy or Hurricane Sandy passing by, any type of weather activity or aftermath of weather, we'd like to use them here on the Weather Channel. There are 3 ways you can get your pictures and video to us. You can email them to eyewitness@weather.com. You can upload them to weather.com/eyewitness, or if you have the Weather Channel app on your smartphone or your tablet, just use that app and you can directly upload it to us. Well, stick around. If your home loses power, you can always find the latest on the Weather Channel, actually on XM Radio, whether you have a subscription or not. You know, when it runs out, that preview channel, now that is airing our Weather Channel.
And And good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Kim Cunningham. It's time for your tropical update. And, of course, we are going to update you on Hurricane Sandy, the latest advisory, and from the Hurricane Center about an hour ago. Keeping the winds at 75 miles per hour, the pressure 960, moving northeast at 14. No changes from the earlier advisory. Right now, the center's 380 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. The center being right in this area, right in here. And notice where the yellows and the greens are right in there. There's some thunderstorms that actually have fired up near that center again. So keeping it as a hurricane. I want to show you some of the winds and some of the wave action we've been seeing here along the coast. We've already seen up in Beaufort, I've seen a 51-mile-per-hour wind gust here. We're gusting to 29 at Wilmington. And this buoy reporting 19-foot waves and winds at 45 miles per hour. So they're there. The tropical storm force winds are here. And some of the winds are gusting to 20 miles per hour at Atlantic City. So seeing some of those gusty winds, the mid-Atlantic coast, even Norfolk at 40 miles per hour currently, and the waves and seas up to 20 feet here off the coast. What about the Northeast, New England? What are we experiencing? Not too much just yet. And we're getting some gusty winds here and there. Block Island, 22-mile-per-hour wind gust. Boston, 10 out of the northeast, and that's it. All right, so let's talk about the forecast wind. How about 15 to 30 mile-per-hour winds through Tuesday for this area, including Florida, Georgia. Today was a bit breezy. It's going to be even breezier through Tuesday, and then we're going to see gusts to 50 in the blue. So 20 to 40 with gusts to 50, 20 to 40 sustained. All right, that's going to be howling, and trees are going to come down, power lines. You have to prepare now for that. 30 to 50 mile per hour winds with gusts to 75 in the purple. That is very dangerous. You should not be traveling in weather like that. All right, so that's the forecast through Tuesday, and we'll actually see strong winds all the way probably into Thursday, maybe even Friday for New England. All right, the GFS model. This one came in earlier tonight. Wanted to show you a slight change that we've seen. Now, it looks like it's traveling a little to the left of the track than earlier, but also the fact that it has it coming in now in central New Jersey. Similar to the European, but it does bring it in by 7 o'clock Monday. So that's one model. And you know what? As it's coming in, this thing is deepening. It's getting stronger, according to this computer model, that we could possibly even see maybe a record low with this. In this area, record lows are somewhere in the 950s, 960s, depending on where you are. This is saying 947. This may be a little too deep with this low. The European model does something similar, brings it north and eventually hooks it to the west and takes it 7 o'clock Monday night. And we're getting the new European model in, by the way, right now. We'll see if it's getting more in line with the GFS. But here it is offshore by Monday evening. So a little bit slower with landfall, but very similar place. And the pressure's a lot higher, 975 millibars. So that's one difference we're seeing in the two models. The European not as strong with it coming inland, but even at that millibar level, we're still looking at some very strong winds. So here's our forecast path, taking it north and then northwest. An 80-mile-per-hour wind, or at this point, extratropical system, getting close to making landfall. Philadelphia, you're included in this. Williamsport, D.C. as well, and also up into Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, and even southern Canada, looking at the potential of some very strong winds as well. All right, rainfall amounts, they've been on the high side. We're already seeing some areas up to 3 inches. This is Doppler estimates. Some reports we're seeing coming in 1 to 2 inches. And, of course, with all this rain, flooding a concern. And we have had some reports of even some of the flooding, especially here in the Outer Banks, some of the overwash happening as well. So surge should not be as bad here, but surge will get worse into the northeast, especially north of where that makes landfall. Paul, it's Tropical Update. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Kim. And we're definitely concerned with what's going on across the Pacific because we had earthquakes tonight. 7.7, a major earthquake off the coast of British Columbia, Canada, and that has created a potential tsunami, which is still moving across the Pacific. Let's head to Max 2. Again, you can show you the location of that earthquake. That's a 7.7. You see Seattle. Also northward, you see parts of Alaska. So there is a tsunami warning up from Cape Decision, Alaska, southward to the northern tip of Vancouver Island there in British Columbia. Now, as we head down the coast, so far so good for areas of Washington, but central Oregon down to northern California coastline, you have a tsunami advisory. Could see water rising in waves about a foot or less there. That is some good news, but the concern is that earthquake was almost like a log dropping into a bathtub, and that big wave is heading on towards Hawaii. There is a tsunami warning up statewide for tsunami with the potential now of waves as big as 7 feet. We have word that the tsunami warning sirens are going off in Hawaii. You need to seek higher ground if you're in the evacuation area.
Well, good morning and welcome to this very special edition of Weekend View. I'm Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, this East Coast is on alert, isn't it, Danielle?
Oh, very much so, yes. This is a very serious situation. We have, of course, a very massive hurricane on our hands, Sandy. We're going to get you all the latest updates here starting in just a second, so I'm going to go ahead and get my graphics ready. Kyla?
All right, let's go ahead and get you updated on the very latest. Now, President Obama has canceled campaign events in Virginia and Colorado due to Hurricane Sandy. And also in Florida, actually, as well. The storm has caused significant flooding in Fort Lauderdale and Miami Beach. So we have lots of weather going on and certainly lots of events being canceled. A lot of things being affected by Sandy this morning.
That is correct. And it is likely that some of these effects will stretch all the way up until Election Day. But, of course, right now the primary thing is being prepared, staying alert, and being aware of. Let's go ahead and head on over to our first source, which is Max 1, and we'll take a look at what is happening currently with Hurricane Sandy. Now, here is the swath, which of course is going to be taking you a little bit further inland, and then of course we're going to be talking about what is happening in the coming days. Now, here are the spots which are under the greatest threats for the time being. We have action. We want you to take action in the places that you see shaded in red, and we also want you to be alert in the areas that are shaded in orange, because remember, the storm system is going to be moving further inland. And of course, our very own Jim Cantori has been in the field covering Sandy from the beginning. Let's go ahead and send it to him now.
Good evening, everyone, from Battery Park City, as it's called. This is Lower Manhattan, and one of the areas around the New York City area that does flood. Parts of Staten Island, Fire Island, of course the Rockaways, the far Rockaways, all these areas are prone to flooding and actually were evacuated during Irene. At this point, there is no plans to evacuate those areas, and I'll tell you, we have a storm system that will produce similar storm surge. Right here at the lower part of Battery Park, we had about 5.5 feet for a maximum storm surge, and we may have several tide cycles where that water will rise. We got a chance to hear from the mayor earlier during his press report, and this is what he had to say about evacuations and storm surge.
Let me tell you first, we are not ordering any evacuations as of this time for any parts of the city. We're making that decision based on the nature of this storm. Although we're expecting a large surge of water, it is not expected to be a tropical storm or hurricane type surge. With this storm, we'll likely see a slow pileup of water rather than a sudden surge, which is what you would expect from a hurricane, and which we saw with Irene 14 months ago. So it will be less dangerous, but make no mistake about it, there will be a lot of water, and low-lying areas will experience flooding.
The only thing I'll say about that statement is just because this isn't going to be a perfect tropical storm or hurricane, it will be a hybrid of such. I wouldn't let my guard down, because what may not be taken into account here is that incredible left hook that this storm is going to take, something that we've never seen. While piling up 10 to 20-foot waves offshore, all this water has no place to go but in. We also have a new moon and a high tide, an astronomical high tide, to be factored into that as well. So we'll see. Let's just hope this is the right decision, certainly, because you're talking about some 350,000 people that certainly could be in harm's way in terms of flooding. That's about how many people were evacuated during Irene because of the potential storm surge flooding there. All right, other decisions, 65 shelters that will be opening on Sunday at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Schools will also be decided upon tomorrow. And the mass transit, you're talking about 8.5 million people per day that are moved around by ferries, by taxis, by subway cars, by trains, you know, all these ways of getting in and around New York City. How is that going to be disrupted? How are they going to maneuver that? A lot of those decisions will come tomorrow, including those on aviation as well. Right now, they're just asking that you call ahead if you have a flight coming up on Monday and certainly Tuesday, as this will be a long duration event. Some of these high rises may actually lose power and they're asking people to use the stairs. And if you're 36 or 40 floors up, that's a lot of walking. Reporting from the lower part of Manhattan, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jim. Now, here's Danielle with the latest on Sandy's track up the eastern seaboard. We're all keeping an eye on that. Danielle.
And you can see Jim has already made his move up that way. That has been a man that has definitely been on the move, so we appreciate him filing that report. And we'll have more updates from Jim as well as the rest of our amazing Weather Channel team in the field throughout the day. All right, let's go ahead and get you updated because here you see Sandy. We currently have not had any changes since the 11 o'clock advisory, so this is as of the 2 a.m. advisory. And you can see the winds are sustained at 75 miles an hour. Pressure right now 960 millibars and still moving off to the northeast at just shy of 15 miles an hour. Remember, we are still watching to see when the storm system will eventually make that turn. And we believe that that is going to be happening by later in this afternoon into possibly this evening. You are going to see that shift in direction. And yes, guys, it is coming inland. I know we had hoped that the models may have shifted a little bit and taken the storm system out to sea, as we have seen other storms do in the past, but that is just not going to be the case with this one. You can clearly see that we have a ton of watches as well as warnings. The warnings in particular lined up all along the North Carolina coastline. Whether you're under a watch or a warning, do take this seriously. And of course, the winds are going to be a huge concern with this system, so we really want you to keep tabs on things. But again, no major changes in terms of the sustained winds within the eye wall, and that is from the hurricane hunters, which have been also investigating the system to the nines. Let's go ahead and take a look again at the model projections. We're still a little bit uncertain because you can see that there is some uncertainty on whether or not the system will take more of a northward or a southward bound landfall. But regardless of where the storm system makes landfall, you need to be prepared for heavy rainfall, extreme winds. We're talking about 40, 50 mile an hour winds that can easily take down power lines. We'll, of course, have more on Sandy coming up in just a few. Kyla.
All right, thank you, Danielle. That's right. Up next, the latest on Sandy. Now, the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. Our live team coverage kicks in this morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time with a special edition of Wake Up with Al. Al Roker and Stephanie Abrams will be live from Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Underestimate the impact of the storm, and we should not assume the predictions will be wrong. I know, I've lived here all my life too, and everyone's saying, crap, this isn't going to happen. You know, the weathermen always get it wrong, and we're just going to hang out and not really pay attention to this. Please don't. Okay, we have to be prepared for the worst here. I could be as cynical as any of you, but when the storm comes, if it's as bad as they're predicting it will be, you're going to wish you weren't as cynical as you might have otherwise been. So please, I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. I want everybody to be ready. I want your families to be safe, and I want us to be able to do our jobs the right way.
Those words from New Jersey Governor Chris Christie urging residents to be prepared for Sandy as the storm moves further up the northeast. Now, we want to bring you some new information right now. You probably heard us talking about an earthquake that hit around midnight Eastern, and that, of course, was closer to 8 p.m. Pacific. We want to bring you some new information that we have for you. Let's go ahead and head over to Max 1 so we can show you the latest on the earthquake and, of course, the tsunami threat that many people are still concerned about. That earthquake, a 7.7 in magnitude, so that is considered major on the earthquake scale. Right now, currently, we have 5- and 6-foot waves off the coast of Oregon as well as California. Nothing that anybody is too heightened with concerned with at this point. There are still tsunami warnings right now for Hawaii, and you can see that we have 7, 10, and 11-foot waves there. We'll continue to bring you the latest on this as we head further throughout the show. We'll bring you those details as we know more. Well, now for a look at preparations being made ahead of the storm. Here's Mike Seidel in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey.
As Hurricane Sandy steams north and turns into a hybrid monster, a massive windstorm, especially across inland areas. Out here on the beaches, they're concerned. Here on the Jersey Shore, it's going to be worse than it was with Irene. Remember, Irene moved by. We had some surge, then the winds went offshore. But this time around, the center of Sandy will go in south of here. That's going to pile the water up. It's going to be a long-duration surge event. There will be more damage. The high tides of concern are Monday morning, give or take 30 minutes around 8 o'clock, and then again again, dinner time around 7:30, 8 o'clock on Monday evening. Surge heights as much as 8 feet. Now remember, the high tides inland, like in Raritan Bay and those inland rivers and estuaries, will occur later. Also remember, the wave action gets superimposed on top of the surge. Now earlier on Saturday, the governor, Chris Christie of New Jersey, ordered mandatory evacuations for all these barrier islands at 4 p.m. Sunday. But then he rescinded the order for this area, and we talked earlier to the acting mayor what that means.
We will be doing mandatory evacuations for everywhere east of the tracks, which is the railroad track. It's 4 blocks east, and that will begin tomorrow and hopefully be completed by 4 p.m., as the governor had said. They'll be going door to door, and those who choose to stay will have to sign a release saying that they know that they were supposed to be evacuated.
And as those mandatory evacuations take place on Sunday, the weather will go downhill. Rain moves in here certainly by early Sunday afternoon. Then the winds will start to pick up. We're expecting gusts by Sunday afternoon upwards of 30, maybe 35 miles an hour. Then Sunday night, Monday and Monday night, the worst of the weather. Winds could gust easily over 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. That's when we have the worst surge. And again, a lot of damage expected along these beaches here on the Jersey Shore. Back to you.
Good information from Mike Seidel. Now, we want to keep you weather ready ahead of Sandy. The storm will pack high winds across a widespread area, which can cause a serious situation for people that don't protect themselves. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf has more.
It's actually pretty quiet out here on the boardwalk now for a Saturday night Halloween weekend. It's usually pretty packed here in Atlantic City. The casinos, though, are still open, even though here's something you don't normally see, boards up on the doors. Now, the casinos are still operating inside, people still gambling as usual, but the governor has ordered a mandatory evacuation for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, that is not only for the casinos, it's also for the entire Atlantic City, this whole island. Everyone is being asked to leave. Now, tomorrow at noon, there will be 85 buses on hand to help residents and tourists get off the island, get to a safe place or one of the shelters here. Now, the people who live here, even though this evacuation is mandatory, police are telling me they can't force them out of their homes. The trouble is, if they choose to stay, then emergency responders may not be able to reach them if they need help. Reporting on the boardwalk at Atlantic City, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much. Again, we have an amazing team out in the field, and we're going to be telling you a lot about things like if your home loses power, how you can still listen to the Weather Channel's live coverage. It is being broadcast on both Sirius and XM satellite radio stations. We're back with more next.
A tsunami advisory is now in effect for much of the Pacific coast after a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off British Columbia on Saturday evening. Joining us live on the phone is Tina Walker with the California Emergency Management. Hi, Tina. It's great to have you with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Now, what kind of impacts are you expecting from this earthquake?
Well, right now, you know, we had that significant earthquake off of British Columbia, 7.7, which is a significant magnitude, and it caused the tsunami activity that we're currently monitoring right now. What we're expecting is, or modeling indicates, that we're going to have some waves along Northern California in particular that are at 30 centimeters or below.
Okay.
We've been having ongoing conference calls with our emergency managers along the coastal counties in California, and so that we're all on the same page as far as potential impacts. But right now we're just under advisory, not a tsunami warning.
Okay, so that's good news for folks who are really concerned this morning. And what about things like rip currents? Is that a current threat as well, something to keep an eye on today?
Well, the thing to remember is under tsunami advisory, it means that the waves could be dangerous and that people need to stay away from the water or the coastline until we have any additional information to know if the energy or impact of that tsunami is going to slow down at all. Right now we're at advisory, which means that it could be hazardous for people and structures along the coastline, but there's no indication at this point that there'll be any inundation.
All right. Now, what about Hawaii? Are they going to feel effects of this as well? Is that, I know that they're also concerned with tsunamis there, that's for sure. So is that part of the planning as well that's going on besides California?
Yes, it's my understanding there will be some activity or impacts in the island area, but specific information at this time I don't have, as we're focused on the California coastline right now.
And what specifically, you know, what kind of emergency plans do you usually put in place when something like this happens? What's the first thing that happens from your department?
Well, ideally, what we hope is that every day when we do our public outreach and education about all hazards emergency preparedness, that Californians are prepared for any emergency and that they know what their risk is. So ideally, people who live along the California coastline, and those specifically in Northern California, Del Norte, Humboldt County, they're aware that they're in a sensitive area for tsunami activity and for coastal activity, regardless of the type of storm. So hopefully people are prepared along the coastline. But what we're doing right now with the advisory is that we're in constant communication with our emergency managers along the coast, and we await the updated information we'll be getting from the West Coast and Alaska Tsunami Warning Center here in about 10 minutes.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And we'll head over to Danielle for the 7-day forecast. Danielle.
Yes, we definitely appreciate hearing from Tina on the very latest on that. Now, as we walk you through the next few days, obviously Sandy is going to be a key concern, but there are some other weather features that we have going on across the country, so let's go ahead and take a look. For one thing, we have a lot of unsettled weather happening across much of the Pacific Northwest, including some high elevation snow. So many of you in the high terrain, including sections of Idaho as well as Montana, you will continue to see unsettled weather. Now, a pocket here across the southwestern United States is running anywhere between 5 to 8 degrees above average for this time of the year. Meanwhile, anywhere from the Central Plains heading further east, on the opposite end of things, you are feeling the cool air, 5 to 10 degrees, generally speaking, below average. The west will continue to warm up as we transition into our work week. The northwest in specific stays very unsettled, and we could even still be talking about some additional high elevation snow jutting even further eastward bound into the northern plains. Now, in terms of what we're concerned about, of course, for Sandy, we are projecting more movement, again, to make that turn into the northwest, which, of course, is going to lead it into the coastline somewhere between the mid-Atlantic as well as the northeast. Right now, again, we think that most of you from northern Virginia up are going to be on not the approaching side of the storm, but certainly get those lashing winds and rain from the backside of it. Now, on Tuesday, you should still anticipate to see very soggy conditions and travel delays for the mid-Atlantic as well as into the northeast. And we're actually going to have, again, very messy weather, including snowfall. For the mountains of West Virginia, we're talking about high elevation snow above 2,000 feet, could be 2 feet or more. It's generally going to be a heavy, wet snow, and that could weigh on power lines. So just try to get a feeling for what you need to do at this point. So still on Tuesday, that cold air continues to jut in across the upper Midwest. We're still feeling that messy weather, and then the approach of another system you can see offshore getting ready to enter into the Pacific Northwest, and still more messy weather even leading into Northern California on Thursday. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Now, our comprehensive live team coverage continues to keep you ahead of the storm. We've got teams of 7 meteorologists spread out across the eastern seaboard, including Mike Seidel reporting from Point Pleasant, New Jersey, and Jim Cantori.
It is 1/2 the hour. Welcome back to this special edition of Weekend View. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. This morning, millions of Americans are heeding the warnings, which are becoming increasingly dire as Sandy approaches.
Now, we want you to take a look at the Weather Channel's exclusive threat index. And now, of course, we are in the action stage. We have had you on alert, but now you are being asked to take action by many of your city authorities. Major cities like Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston all need to be prepared for the impacts of the storm.
Now, thankfully, people are taking these warnings seriously, boarding up their homes. Sandy's powerful winds. Here on the Weather Channel, we have expert analysis you won't find anywhere else.
That's right. We have it's the most amazing team of people here. They're in the field, getting situated to take you all the way through the course of the day. Well, let's go ahead and get you updated on the very latest. So some of the worst conditions from Sandy over the course of this morning are actually going to be from the Outer Banks of North Carolina all the way to the Tidewater region of Virginia. And states of emergencies have actually been declared in 8 states, plus the District of Columbia.
That's right. And 2 NFL games stand to be impacted by this potentially historic storm as the Miami Dolphins visit the New York Jets and the Atlanta Falcons visit the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll have a look at those forecasts later in the show.
Well, at this point, of course, folks in Nags Head, North Carolina are just not sure what to make of Sandy, and that's where our Julie Martin is standing by with the latest.
Well, conditions continue to go downhill here in Nags Head, North Carolina, along the Outer Banks, and they are only going to get worse as the night goes on. In fact, we'll see some of the worst conditions overnight in through Sunday. Those will be tropical storm force strength winds, possibly some coastal flooding, power outages, and the like. In fact, we could see several inches of rain out of this event here in these low-lying areas as well. So Dare County officials are urging everyone at this point to stay inside. If you did not leave the area, make sure you ride the storm out with shelter. Do not get out on the roadways as they could easily flood during this event. Most people we've talked with here said, you know, they've seen these storms come and go. This one, though, a little bit different. In fact, one man who owns a home right here along the Atlantic Ocean told me he's just not so sure about this strange storm named Sandy, and he's not letting his guard down quite yet. Certainly has been a meteorological surprise for all of us, but we will have to wait and see just what the damage will be here before Sandy goes on to do quite a bit more in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
So much. Julie out there absolutely getting pummeled by rain recently, and you can see that again across the Carolinas for all of those wonderful beaches, and many of you are concerned, of course, about the welfare of your favorite beaches there. There is going to be some erosion, and then of course the very high surf, which we really haven't even begun to see the fringes of quite yet, but some of you, again like Julie, have already been experiencing those driving rains. So whether you're under a watch, which are the locations that you see shaded in yellow, or in the warning zones, you do want to take the impacts from this storm, or the coming impacts we should really say, because we are still anticipating to see much more active conditions, especially as we go through tonight into tomorrow, and then especially once that landfall, which is anticipated to occur sometime between late Monday going into early Tuesday. Hurricane Sandy, again right now 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds, minimum, or I should say pressure right now at 960 millibars, and then of course the projections towards the northeast at just under 15 miles an hour. So we really haven't seen a lot of changes at this point, and of course we'll have the latest on that 5 a.m. advisory coming up. Now, we've been closely monitoring the models, and again you can see that all of the models are taking the storm system on shore, so there is no chance, guys, at this point that the storm system is going to curve out to sea. Again, all of the parameters are in place to take Sandy further inland, and we are anticipating to see that northwestward turn sometime over the course of today. We believe that the sustained winds will be close to 75 miles an hour as we head through tonight, and we could see a little bit of strengthening in terms of the wind speed, taking it to up to 80 miles an hour, still a Category 1 system when it makes landfall, but the size of Sandy could still possibly increase. So no matter where the storm system makes landfall, again, we never want you to get caught up on the exact point where the storm system makes impact and landfall, because obviously with the size of a storm like this, the effects are going to be so widespread. And you can see that even once Sandy makes it onshore inland, we are still going to see the storm system eventually, weakening out, becoming post-tropical, and then of course extratropical, but still we have those threats in place. So here across the Northeast is what we're concerned about: flooding, rain, and wind damage, widespread power outages, coastal as well as inland flooding. We keep talking about that a lot. You're going to hear the phrase storm surge a lot from us here. And in terms of the winds, as you very well know, just from a routine garden variety thunderstorm, when you get the winds kicking up over 40 and 50 miles an hour, that can easily cause power outages. So just imagine to see the scope of such a large area. I mean, we're talking about so much of the mid-Atlantic heading across all of the Northeast getting pummeled by these types of winds as well as driving rain. And so the power outages are going to be there. We've been talking to many authorities who have already had the proper crews in place. I mean, there are crews coming all the way from out of town to try to make sure they can get your power restored and back on as quickly as possible. But it is something that you really need to be prepared for, especially in these likely scenarios heading up from Richmond, Virginia, all the way up across the southern half of Maine, and even into northern Maine. We'll be looking at possible power outages as well. In terms of the rainfall totals, this is what we have already begun to see coming in. Generally inch to an inch and a half, little less than that. We have had some slightly higher amounts going over an inch and a half, but the rain threat, as we mentioned, generally speaking, could wind up being somewhere in the 3 to 6 inch ballpark, but then locally, some spots could see 10 inches or more, and that is certainly going to induce flooding in those low-lying areas. Kyla?
All right, thank you, Danielle. The Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. Our live team coverage starts this morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time with a special Sunday edition of Wake Up with Al. Al Roker and Stephanie Abrams.
Stay off the road. The roads are going to be blocked by falling trees, falling power lines potentially. All of that leads to really dangerous condition for people to be driving around. Please only be in your cars if you absolutely have to be.
Hurricane Sandy is shutting down Atlantic City, New Jersey casinos. This will be the second time a storm has closed the city in little over a year. WCAU's Julia Bagg is covering the story from the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
It's actually pretty quiet out here on the boardwalk now for a Saturday night Halloween weekend. It's usually pretty packed here in Atlantic City. The casinos, though, are still open, even though here's something you don't normally see, boards up on the doors. Now, the casinos are still operating inside, people still gambling as usual, but the governor has ordered a mandatory evacuation for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, that is not only for the casinos, it's also for the entire Atlantic City, this whole island. Everyone is being asked to leave. Now, tomorrow at noon, there will be 85 buses on hand to help residents and tourists get off the island, get to a safe place or one of the shelters here. Now, the people who live here, even though this evacuation is mandatory, police are telling me they can't force them out of their homes. The trouble is, if they choose to stay, then emergency responders may not be able to reach them if they need help. Reporting on the boardwalk at Atlantic City, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, we are going to be taking a look at some of the possible travel impacts that we are going to see for Sandy over the course of the next couple of days. And we'll, of course, begin across the Northeast, where we are going to find that there are some delays anticipated, of course, for so many of the major airport hubs, already offering a lot of travelers a refund if they want to go ahead and take that option. That's generally going to be for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday travel. And, of course, it is location specific, so we are encouraging you to go ahead and check with your local carrier for the specifics, because different carriers, of course, are going to be setting up different options for you. Now, as we take a look at the I-95 forecast, this is a spot where, of course, many of you are anticipating to see some big-time impacts, and you're going to be encouraged to stay off the roads. As we mentioned, locally, we could see some 10-inch plus amounts, but generally speaking, 3 to 6 inch amounts are going to be a lot more common. Still, that can cause flooding in a low-lying area, and that's not even factoring in the winds. You got to remember that if you're in a high-profile vehicle, which means a vehicle that has a very high center of gravity, such as a van, a pickup truck, something that's generally a little more vertically stacked and higher off the ground, those are the vehicles that really are more susceptible to dealing with being shaken up by the wind. So it is definitely going to be a white-knuckle kind of a day when you are traveling at this point across the mid-Atlantic, but then again, those impacts still to come even much more across the Northeast. As we've been telling you, I-95 definitely getting hard hit, and then, of course, all of those subsidiary roads which take you off the general path and, of course, leading you to your fantastic beach destination. Love going to the beach myself every single year, and, of course, you do have to do a lot of winding roads to get there, so we're just generally speaking about a lot of the major interstates. Right now, travel in Florida should not be too bad for you going throughout the day. Going to be picking up on those temperatures. As you can see, Miami still well into the 80s. And then, of course, we're going to be focusing in on some locations which really aren't going to be hard hit at all. Travel along Interstate 40 for today is going to be absolutely a-okay. So for those of you who are traveling through spots like Middle Tennessee, Eastern Tennessee could wind up seeing some rainfall, of course, but it is going to be the outer fringes. We're not going to be talking about anything that's super substantial, but certainly you could get some wet weather along your travels. As we take a look up I-35, spinning from Oklahoma City all the way in the direction of Kansas City, it's going to be a generally quiet day, but you got to remember we're dealing with that cool air still riding in, so the temperatures are going to run anywhere between 5 and 10 degrees cooler than average between today and tomorrow. And, of course, you still got some of that chilly air hanging on even as we get past your Monday. As we get past Interstate 40 and start heading a little bit further west, at least along Interstate 70's travels, we'll take a look and see that we really don't have any problems anticipated, but there will be some rain and high elevation snow for locations further off to the northwest, but no impacts along I-70 is the case in point. Kyla?
All right, along the East Coast, it looks like Sandy could have an impact on some of today's big NFL matchups. Of course, Sunday means football to a lot of people, and we have two games we're looking at. Miami and the New York Giants are going to be playing in New Jersey. Cloudy skies, could see a little rain. The game starts at 1 o'clock, and also Atlanta in Philadelphia, and they're looking at cloudy skies and the possibility of rain as well. Remember, if your home loses power, you can still listen to the Weather Channel.
Welcome back, everyone. So it is 50 past and time for your tropical update. But of course, breaking news that we here at the Weather Channel have been bringing to you since just around midnight Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific time. An earthquake is striking off the British Columbia coastline, 7.7 in magnitude, and there are still tsunami advisories in place. You can see right now that the wave heights are still around in the 5 to 7 foot range. There are also advisories which extend down all the way past Oregon into the Northern California area, just off the coast here. So again, no damage reports have come in, which is definitely good news, and we hope that it stays that way. And as for those of you who do have friends and family in Hawaii, or maybe somebody who's traveling there on vacation, tsunami warnings have been issued. We're talking 5 to 11 feet in terms of the wave heights right now, but at this point we do not have any further details to bring you other than we have not had any reports of damage or injuries, and that is what, again, we want to continue to be able to say. We'll continue to keep tabs on this particular situation. It is being closely monitored, of course, by the U.S. Geological Survey. Let's go ahead and talk about what's happening in the tropics. And this is a name you have come to know very, very well over the course of the past few days. And it is Sandy, and you can see it is still a Category 1 hurricane. We do have tropical storm watches as well as warnings in specific right now off the South Carolina and North Carolina coastlines. Now remember that we are anticipating to see those watches and warnings get expanded further north as we journey throughout the day, and that will be, of course, as Sandy makes its move further off to the north. So 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds right now, minimum pressure 960 millibars, which is definitely getting low out there. Northeast movement right now present at 14 miles an hour. So we really haven't seen too many changes during the span of the overnight. And of course, we'll be actively anticipating that 5 a.m. advisory to find out what the hurricane hunters have been able to investigate with this system so far. So right now, again, here are the projections for Sandy. And I know a lot of you were just absolutely crossing your fingers and toes that the model projections originally a few days ago, which were taking the storm system out to sea, we're going to hold true. But right now you can see that everything is in line. What we don't have the specifics on as of yet is that exact point of landfall. So right now you can see that it could be anywhere across from areas including New Jersey all the way up further north, possibly even some landfalls happening in spots like Massachusetts even have been projected, but that's further north, and generally our forecasters here believe that it is not going to make landfall that far north. Regardless of where that exact point of landfall is, we always tell you here at the Weather Channel, for very good reason, not to get hung up on where the landfall is. You need to get prepared in any of these locations because you've already begun to see some of those lashing winds and rain happening across the Carolinas. And of course, we're going to have more of those reports as, again, we watch that northwestward turn happening with Sandy. We do believe the timing of the landfall is going to be sometime between late Monday and projected into early Tuesday. And you can see that even once Sandy does make landfall, we are still going to see those impacts. We all just went through Isaac again back over the course of the summertime, and you saw that even though after Isaac made landfall, the impacts were still days and days out. And so we're certainly anticipating the same type of thing with Sandy. So the areas that need to take action are the ones that we have highlighted in red. And then, of course, we have the alert areas. We want you to be on alert mode. And I would say go ahead and do those preps. It never hurts to be a prepper, is what you're called, if you're making yourself ready for these types of scenarios. Because if you wait too long, then all the supplies and the groceries that you were hoping to get might have already gotten scooped up by some of those preppers. So the major threats across the Northeast, I'm sure you probably already know this, flooding rain, the wind damage, the widespread power outages, as well as the coastal and the inland flooding. And then, of course, we have many of you that really need to be concerned about the wind aspect. We're talking about 40 and 50 mile per hour winds. That, of course, leads to power outages, and then the water aspect with possibly over locally 10 inches of rain in some spots. So there's just so many different moving parts to Sandy, and we're trying to get them to you all here at the Weather Channel and, of course, online at weather.com. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Time now for a look at some of this morning's best eyewitness photos, the ones you've sent to us, showing the impact of Sandy. Let's take a look at this photo. It was taken at Ocean View Beach Park in Norfolk, Virginia, and you can see there are no boats. No boats, folks. That's good news. That means we're getting ready and bringing those boats in, because that is not where you want your boat to be in a storm. That is for sure. Let's take a look now at Ocean Pines, Maryland. Residents there taking notice of Hurricane Sandy, and take a look at this one. Lots of waves, and this is near where we had a lot of flooding, actually, Deerfield Beach, and they estimated 15-foot waves slammed the pier and took out some of the railings and floorboards. And we also have some eyewitness photos. This one was taken at Ocean View Beach Park in Norfolk, and you can see the hurricane force waves are coming in there as well. Here in Ocean Pines, Maryland, they're taking notice. All right, thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for staying with us on this special edition of Weekend View. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Right. The East Coast, obviously on high alert, and the massive Hurricane Sandy, you know the name so well, making a slow move towards the shoreline.
That's right. And Danielle, let's get you updated on the very latest, everyone. President Obama has canceled campaign events in Virginia and Colorado due to Hurricane Sandy.
That's right. Not surprising. In Florida, the storm has caused significant flooding in Fort Lauderdale and Miami Beach. Most of the causeways off Fort Lauderdale Beach are reportedly closed. And if you're traveling by rail, you definitely need to call ahead. Amtrak has started canceling some service in advance of Hurricane Sandy. And of course, it is the calm before the storm in the Big Apple.
It certainly is. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantori is in Battery Park City, New York, to give us some idea of what to expect.
Good evening, everyone, from Battery Park City, as it's called. This is Lower Manhattan, and one of the areas around the New York City area that does flood. Parts of Staten Island, Fire Island, of course, the Rockaways, the far Rockaways, all these areas are prone to flooding and actually were evacuated during Irene. At this point, there is no plans to evacuate those areas, and I'll tell you, we have a storm system that will produce similar storm surge. Right here at the lower part of Battery Park, we had about 5.5 feet for a maximum storm surge, and we may have several tide cycles where that water will rise. We got a chance to hear from the mayor earlier during his press report, and this is what he had to say about evacuations and storm surge.
Let me tell you first, we are not ordering any evacuations as of this time for any parts of the city. We're making that decision based on the nature of this storm. Although we're expecting a large surge of water, it is not expected to be a tropical storm or hurricane-type surge. With this storm, we'll likely see a slow pileup of water rather than a sudden surge, which is what you would expect from a hurricane, and which we saw with Irene 14 months ago. So it will be less dangerous, but make no mistake about it, there will be a lot of water, and low-lying areas will experience flooding.
The only thing I'll say about that statement is just because this isn't going to be a perfect tropical storm or hurricane, it will be a hybrid of such. I wouldn't let my guard down, because what may not be taken into account here is that incredible left hook that this storm is going to take, something that we've never seen, while piling up 10 to 20-foot waves offshore. All this water has no place to go but in. We also have a new moon and a high tide, an astronomical high tide, to be factored into that as well. So we'll see. Let's just hope this is the right decision, certainly, because you're talking about some 350,000 people that certainly could be in harm's way in terms of flooding. That's about how many people were evacuated during Irene because of the potential storm surge flooding there. All right, other decisions, 65 shelters that will be opening on Sunday at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Schools will also be decided upon tomorrow. And the mass transit, you're talking about 8.5 million people per day that are moved around by ferries, by taxis, by subway cars, by trains, you know, all these ways of getting in and around New York City. How is that going to be disrupted? How are they going to maneuver that? A lot of those decisions will come tomorrow, including those on aviation as well. Right now, they're just asking that you call ahead if you have a flight coming up on Monday and certainly Tuesday, as this will be a long duration event. Some of these high rises may actually lose power, and they're asking people to use the stairs. And if you're 36 or 40 floors up, that's a lot of walking. Reporting from the lower part of Manhattan, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Yes, I can imagine if you are in one of those office buildings, you don't want to be told that you can't use the elevators. But when we're talking about power outages, that's what can happen. All right, thank you, Jim, for that report. Now, Danielle, let's get updated on the latest of Sandy's track up the eastern seaboard. Over to you.
Okay, no problem. Kyla, of course, from the Northeast, along with our very own Jim Cantori, and we've been talking about concern for many of our own family and friends located across the region. Me specifically from Virginia. I have family from Richmond all the way over towards Virginia Beach, and even though the brunt of the storm is not there, people are obviously concerned, and for very good reason. Whenever you're dealing with lashing winds and rain, you definitely want to pay attention. So right now, the latest on Sandy still holding with sustained winds at 75 miles an hour. We haven't seen too many changes to the overnight, and still the pressure 960 millibars. Movement towards the northeast at this time, but again, that is going to be changing, and when we expect to see that northwestward turn could be happening sometime as late as this evening, possibly a little bit more of a turn into this afternoon. We'll just have to watch, but again, into this evening, we will carefully be taking note of the movement, the forward movement and direction of what Sandy is doing. And the direction eventually does, again, take the storm system further inland. We could see that landfall anywhere, again, from northern New Jersey, extending further north. Many of the northward models are not something that our Global Forecast Center meteorologists have been in agreement with, but regardless of where that specific point of landfall is, you do need to be aware of the impacts. Here's a look at the Weather Channel's exclusive threat index level. You can see the areas that you want to take action in are shaded in red, and they start down in North Carolina and go further north. Those of you who are on alert, again, it would behoove you to go ahead and take those preparations into consideration at this point. Start talking to your family and friends. If people are saying, I don't know, kind of wishy-washy about it, I would say just go ahead and do it. Sandy rainfall totals at this point have generally been anywhere between an inch to an inch and a half, but the rain threat is going to, of course, be more substantiated once that storm system takes that northwestward turn, and in some spots, locally 10 inches of rain. So that is definitely going to be a cause for flooding. So you're going to see a lot of watches and warnings, and whenever you get flash flood warnings, that means flooding is either imminent or already occurring. And even as we go through tomorrow, you can see that there are going to be many locations. When you get that water in, it takes time to get out. So some of the rainfall, again, locally 10 inches or more. Think about that. That is almost a foot of water in a very short span of time. Kyla?
All right, up next, we continue our coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Now, the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. Our live team coverage kicks in this morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time with a special... Those were tsunami sirens going off in Waikiki on a Saturday night after a magnitude 7.7 earthquake off of the Canadian Pacific coast prompted tsunami warnings for Hawaii and advisories for Oregon and California.
And we have had some reports of waves being kicked up, but the biggest thing that we've heard is no reports of injuries or significant damage at this point. So we are, again, still bringing you the areas that remain under advisories, and you can see there off the coast of British Columbia. Again, it was a 7.7 earthquake followed minutes later by an aftershock of 5.8 in magnitude. The tsunami advisories in Oregon, as well as stemming down into Northern California, and then that, again, siren that you were hearing, the tsunami warning there for the islands of Hawaii, anywhere between 8, 10, and 11-foot waves being reported at this time. Now, we're going to continue to bring you the latest, but again, at this point, just some reports of some wave action, but so far, nothing else. Well, we, of course, want to bring you the very latest from our crew, which is in the field, and Mike Seidel is standing out there, of course, getting ready to do more work for us today. But right now, we're going to go to a report that he filed earlier.
As Hurricane Sandy steams north and turns into a hybrid monster, a massive windstorm, especially across inland areas out here on the beaches, they're concerned. Here on the Jersey Shore, it's going to be worse than it was with Irene. Remember, Irene moved by, we had some surge, then the winds went offshore. But this time around, the center of Sandy will go in south of here. That's going to pile the water up. It's going to be a long-duration surge event. There will be more damage. The high tides of concern are Monday morning, give or take 30 minutes around 8 o'clock, and then again again, dinner time around 7:30, 8 o'clock on Monday evening. Surge heights as much as 8 feet. Now remember, the high tides inland, like in Raritan Bay and those inland rivers and estuaries, will occur later. Also remember, the wave action gets superimposed on top of the surge. Now earlier on Saturday, the governor, Chris Christie of New Jersey, ordered mandatory evacuations for all these barrier islands at 4 p.m. Sunday. But then he rescinded the order for this area, and we talked earlier to the acting mayor what that means.
We will be doing mandatory evacuations for everywhere east of the tracks, which is the railroad track. It's 4 blocks east, and that will begin tomorrow and hopefully be completed by 4 p.m., as the governor had said. They'll be going door to door, and those who choose to stay will have to sign a release saying that they know that they were supposed to be evacuated.
And as those mandatory evacuations take place on Sunday, the weather will go downhill. Rain moves in here certainly by early Sunday afternoon. Then the winds will start to pick up. We're expecting gusts by Sunday afternoon upwards of 30, maybe 35 miles an hour. Then Sunday night, Monday and Monday night, the worst of the weather. Winds could gust easily over 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. That's when we have the worst surge. And again, a lot of damage expected along these beaches here on the Jersey Shore. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike Seidel reporting. Now, we want to keep you weather ready ahead of Sandy. This storm will pack high winds across a widespread area, which can cause a serious situation for people that don't protect themselves. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf has more.
Unfortunately, this has become an all-too-familiar scene. High winds causing trees and power lines to fall on homes, cars, and many times, people. As damaging and deadly as these winds can be, there are simple things you can do to protect yourself and your family. First of all, when wind gusts escalate, stay inside an interior portion of the lower levels of your home, like a basement. Trees can be uprooted and crash through the roof and walls of your home without warning, causing tremendous damage. If you are caught outside during high winds, watch for flying debris and take cover inside a building. If you're driving, keep both hands on the wheel and keep a safe distance from other cars. High-profile vehicles like trucks, vans, and SUVs are more prone to being pushed. If winds get too severe to drive safely, pull over to the side of the road and stay away from trees. Finally, the best thing you can do when high winds hit is find a safe, secure place to ride out the storm. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, the Weather Channel.
All right, thank you for that report. Now, the wind, we're talking a lot about it, and we're starting to see the effects of it in places like Elizabeth City and Norfolk. High wind alerts in Ocean City, and the reason for this is a huge storm, folks. So it is going to be bringing the wind in by Monday. Tropical force winds heading into places like Atlantic City and New York City. And take a look as we go further north, Boston, Portland, Maine, as far west as Syracuse and Binghamton and even Buffalo, New York. That's how big this storm is. Danielle.
Thank you so much. Well, remember, the Weather Channel's live coverage is also being broadcast on both Sirius and XM satellite radio stations should your power go out.
With all eyes focused on Sandy's path, the time to prepare is now. For a closer look at the preparations on the coast of New England, here is New England Cable Network's Julie Lonchich in Quincy, Massachusetts.
What we learned today is that people across the state of Massachusetts are taking this storm seriously. In fact, at a lot of home improvement stores right now, you would be hard-pressed to find quite a few supplies.
A lot of hype going on, so we're not sure if it's going to happen or not, so better safe than sorry.
At the Lowe's in Quincy, Massachusetts, just beyond the premature holiday cheer, you'll find flashlights.
We need it sometime. You don't know. Never know.
Gas cans, tarps, and water, but you won't find any generators.
We actually started selling out of these probably Tuesday, Wednesday, you know, when the momentum was coming in, and sold right through them. We haven't had any the last 3 days.
They've sold 25 this past week and are expecting an emergency shipment on Sunday. The Alcavati family came in picking up a flashlight with a bigger peace of mind sitting back at home.
Well, we end up buying a generator too, so we're really prepared this up, just in case.
Store managers have noticed a big change in buying habits between Sandy and Tropical Storm Irene and that late October snowstorm.
People are just more aware, and I think when you're stuck in a situation where you haven't had power and you were out of power for so long, and this particular community was hit with that, they don't want to go through that same situation.
This time, many in New England want to be ready, even if that means an $800 credit card bill.
Hopefully we don't need it.
You can return it, right?
It's still in the box.
That particular line of home improvement stores will be getting that emergency generator shipment on Sunday, but if you want one, they say, get in line early. For the Weather Channel in Quincy, Massachusetts, I'm Julie Lonchek.
And just to go back to some news that we have been bringing you since it broke, shortly in between the 11 p.m. Eastern and midnight hour, so this was around 8 o'clock their time, we are still following the earthquake and tsunami threat for locations including Hawaii. Now, the earthquake happened, a 7.7 earthquake off of British Columbia, but the warnings were issued due to the changes in the sea level readings. And Peter Carlisle, the mayor of Honolulu, has issued a statement which says, quote, with the amount of time we have left, you may need to get out of your car. If you're in an area that's close to the ocean, seek high and sturdy building. Again, that's from Peter Carlisle, the mayor of Honolulu. We're going to go ahead and transition now over to take a look at what the next few days will be bringing you. And clearly, Sandy is going to be a key focus for all of us here at the Weather Channel, but we do know that there is weather going on in other parts of the United States, including here across the Northwest, where we're going to be focusing in on some of that high elevation snow and, again, just that inherently messy weather. For those of you located across the southwestern United States, you're actually in a ball of warmth. You've actually got anywhere between 5 to 8 degree temperatures above average, whereas anybody from the Central Plains pushing on further east, you're dealing with temperatures 5 to 10 degrees cooler than average. And then, of course, with that cold air really getting ushered in on the backside of Sandy as we get past today and really start heading into Monday and Tuesday, you're going to start hearing about the heightened concern for high elevation snow. And in specific, we're talking about many of those locations into West Virginia, like Snowshoe. We know you love to see the snow, and we know that the resorts are getting a huge fist bump in the air over this, because this means some big time early business, as some of those high elevations, again above 2,000 feet, could get 2 feet or more. It's going to be heavy wet snow though, and that could do a number on some of the power lines. So hopefully the ones in your neighborhood have already been tended to and reinforced. You certainly hope that is the case across the Northeast, as the effects of Sandy are certainly going to be with us into tomorrow. The weather stays very messy, as mentioned, quite unsettled, as we're dealing with a couple of systems that work across the Northwest. You can clearly see that Tuesday is going to be the case in point for that. We're still going to be talking about snow not only across West Virginia, but pockets for those of you across the states of Ohio. And then, of course, as we get into western and northern portions of Michigan, the UP of Michigan, you've already seen some wet snowflakes flying around earlier this year. Right now, you could get to some accumulation, which we know would be a lot more substantial for many of you to talk about. Then, of course, that cold air still lingers across so much of the upper Midwest on Tuesday. We're going to remain messy across the Northeast on Wednesday. Conditions for flying are really good across the Southeast, including all the way down to the tiptoe of Florida. Into the Northwest we go, where we continue to stay very messy, including some locations even extending into Northern California. You will be wet. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Now, our comprehensive live team coverage continues to keep you ahead of the storm. We've got teams of 7 meteorologists spread out across the eastern seaboard, including Mike Seidel reporting from Point Pleasant, New Jersey, and Jim Cantori in Manhattan all day and all night. Keep it tuned right here to the Weather Channel. And the next advisory is scheduled to come out at the top of the hour. Hurricane specialist Carl Parker joins us at 5 a.m. with the latest.
We are bringing you some live video right now from KHLN out of Honolulu. And of course, there has been concern here for the tsunami warning in Hawaii, for the islands of Hawaii, and that resulted from, again, and we are seeing that live stream right there coming into us, where we just were showing you a few lapping waves. So we're bringing you this information literally on the spot right now. As we're getting it, you are getting it. But the case in point is that just shortly after 11 p.m. Eastern time, so between 11 and midnight Eastern, and then of course that was between 8 and 9 local, we did have a tsunami warning that was issued for a 7.7 earthquake that happened off the coast of British Columbia, and tsunami warnings are in effect right now for Hawaii. We have been told about some waves there. The Honolulu mayor just recently issuing a statement saying, with the amount of time we have left, you may need to get out of your car if you're in an area close to the ocean and to seek a high shelter. There is another look again at that particular feed. Nothing again that is showing up right now in terms of big wave heights, and we haven't had any reports of injuries or damage at this stage.
It's certainly a lot of concern. I mean,
yes.
This is something they are watching very closely. When you have an earthquake, tsunami is the thing that everyone gets very paranoid about because, frankly, it can be damaging, extremely damaging. And so far, so good, I guess, is the word that we want to say here right now. But all eyes on Hawaii.
Yes, very much so. And again, we're just happy to see that people are taking the proper precautions. And, of course, the officials there are letting us know the word. And, of course, we're passing that along to you. So good morning and welcome back to this very special edition of Weekend View. Clearly, we have a lot going on.
Yes, we have. Can you imagine an earthquake and tsunami warning? And we've got Hurricane Sandy. It is a lot going on. I'm Kylie Grogan, joining Danielle Banks this morning. Millions of Americans are heeding the warnings, which are becoming increasingly dire as Sandy approaches. Take a look at our exclusive threat index. And Danielle, you can talk more about this. I think we're going to show that. Do we have that show now?
Sure. Yeah, we are going to show you, of course, the current statistics on Sandy at this time with the 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds moving off to the northeast at just shy of 15 miles an hour. Again, the projections, guys, are taking this storm system further inland. There is no chance at this stage that it is going to skirt the U.S. coastline and go out to sea. Originally, some of the models earlier in the week were possibly indicating that. Here is a look at the threat index level. Those of you in the red definitely need to be taking action now, staying alert, and of course, staying aware. Of course, our team has been in the field, as they always are.
Working tirelessly, that's right. And Julie Martin, who we have a package from, actually, I saw her getting hit in the face with some pretty driving rain in Nags Head, where they have had a lot of wind and certainly feeling the effects of Sandy as we go forward. So I think we're going to go right now to a package from Julie Martin.
Well, conditions continue to go downhill here in Nags Head, North Carolina, along the Outer Banks, and they are only going to get worse as the night goes on. In fact, we'll see some of the worst conditions overnight in through Sunday. Those will be tropical storm force strength winds, possibly some coastal flooding, power outages, and the like. In fact, we could see several inches of rain out of this event here in these low-lying areas as well. So Dare County officials are urging everyone at this point to stay inside. If you did not leave the area, make sure you ride the storm out with shelter. Do not get out on the roadways, as they could easily flood during this event. Most people we've talked with here said, you know, they've seen these storms come and go. This one, though, a little bit different. In fact, one man who owns a home right here along the Atlantic Ocean told me he's just not so sure about this strange storm named Sandy, and he's not letting his guard down quite yet. Certainly has been a meteorological surprise for all of us, but we will have to wait and see just what the damage will be here before Sandy goes on to do quite a bit more in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
All right, great work there from Julie, as always. And now we are going back to a live look at Hawaii. We are in Honolulu, Hawaii. KHLN is showing us this feed as we're waiting to see the first wave from the effects of the tsunami. And you can see it. Yeah, you're starting to see the ripples there. I mean, obviously not a huge surging wave. It's very strange the way waves come in a tsunami. They look different. They say that it almost looks as though the water is bubbling and boiling a little bit, and then you start to see these move in. And you see they move in, and they don't move out the way they would normally if you were at the beach, right? And you were standing there. That's
it is a little difficult because it's just after 10:30 local time in Hawaii, so it's essentially still Saturday night right there. So, of course, the darkness is making some of these waves a little bit hard to indicate, but we definitely saw a good one there in the background that was
starting to move
obviously
forward. And you know, conceivably, because of the time of day, many people in Hawaii may not know that this is happening right now. That's why we're hoping they're tuning into the Weather Channel, getting information. But you can see how these waves kind of creep forward slowly. They don't go in and out like a normal wave pattern, and that is the difference. Happy to see, however, these are not powerful waves. These right now are looking like they're doing okay, but certainly something to keep an eye on, and all eyes on that in Hawaii.
Sure. And of course, even all the waves that we have seen in terms of heights right now off the coast of California have been between 5 and 8 feet. So you can see something is going on, but at this point, no injuries or damage, and that is certainly what we want to be able to keep telling people. But as Kyla mentioned, when these types of things happen, especially a major earthquake, 7.7 in magnitude,
that is a big earthquake.
Yeah,
And really,
later.
if we weren't talking about Sandy, we would be talking about this earthquake this morning because that is a huge event, event.
Followed by a 5.8 aftershock within minutes. So obviously, we hope that everybody is paying attention. As Kyla mentioned, it is that time of the day. Again, just shortly after 10:30 local time in Hawaii. So hopefully those sirens going off, people are alert. They know the deal. To seek that higher ground, as the mayor has indicated that people should do so.
Yeah, so again, another live look here in Hawaii as we watch the effects of the tsunami beginning to show up in Honolulu. All right, so our live team coverage kick starts this morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time with a special Sunday edition of Wake Up with Al Roker and Stephanie Abrams.
You know, the roads are going to be blocked by falling trees, falling power lines potentially. All that leads to really dangerous condition for people to be driving around. Please only be in your cars if you absolutely have to be.
All right, Hurricane Sandy is shutting down Atlantic City, New Jersey casinos, believe it or not. This will be the second time a storm has closed the city in a little over a year. WCAU's Julia Bagg is covering the story from the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
It's actually pretty quiet out here on the boardwalk now for a Saturday night Halloween weekend. It's usually pretty packed here in Atlantic City. The casinos, though, are still open, even though here's something you don't normally see, boards up on the doors. Now, the casinos are still operating inside, people still gambling as usual, but the governor has ordered a mandatory evacuation for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, that is not only for the casinos, it's also for the entire Atlantic City, this whole island. Everyone is being asked to leave. Now, tomorrow at noon, there will be 85 buses on hand to help residents and tourists get off the island, get to a safe place or one of the shelters here. Now, the people who live here, even though this evacuation is mandatory, police are telling me they can't force them out of their homes. The trouble is, if they choose to stay, then emergency responders may not be able to reach them if they need help. Reporting on the boardwalk at Atlantic City, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
And just a really quick note before we go to travel, we are getting the issues from the National Hurricane Center on the 5 a.m. advisory just a little bit early. And right now, Hurricane Sandy with sustained winds still at 75 miles an hour. And it appears there has been no change in the pressure since the last advisory issued overnight. We'll, of course, have more in-depth analysis. Our very own Carl Parker will be coming up. I'm sure he is looking over these new tidbits of information as we speak right now. Okay, well, for those of you who are planning on doing some traveling over the course of the next few days, many of you really concerned about what's going to be happening on your local roadways. And you should be, because as we've been mentioning, many locations across the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast could see between 3 and 6 inches of rain. But it will be those locations, especially closer to the coastline, which could see localized amounts of 10 inches or more that we have huge, huge concern over, because when you're talking about close to a foot of rain in such a short duration of time, we're talking, 24, even 36 hours before some of this rainfall eventually ceases to be. That is very stressful, even if you're in a location that is very dry, and certainly it just becomes kind of like a shock to the system. If we gulp down too much water and we don't start feeling very good, it's because it's kind of like a shock to the system. So think of the ground in similar manner. As we take a look down 95, heading further south, as we've been mentioning, many of you take these thoroughfares off 95 to get to your favorite beaches, but you need to note that many of the causeways for these beaches, leading to these beaches, have already been closed, and so hopefully you got the word from the local officials when visiting the area of what was going on. These beaches, of course, have it down to a science on how to alert people. For many of you who are going to be making your travels down across South Florida, things are going to be looking really good. You'll, as a matter of fact, make it close to the 80-degree mark for today as we travel down into spots like Miami. Travel along Interstate 40 is looking mighty, mighty fine. However, as the day progresses, we will begin to hack into a little bit of rainfall. Nothing that the windshield wipers can't take care care of, but of course if they are squeaking on you, you may want to go ahead and get those replaced. Just had to do that with mine recently. As we take a look along I-35, of course, for many of you starting off on a rather chilly note in spots like Oklahoma City, remember that it is the plains spanning further eastward bound where we have those coolest pockets of air running between 5 and 10 degrees below average and staying chilly through tomorrow. And of course, we also have temperatures for many of you starting off into the 30s along I-70 as you make your travels from Kansas going in the direction of Colorado. The Northwest also seeing some messy weather from time to time. Kyla?
Along the East Coast, it looks like Sandy could have an impact of some of today's big NFL matchups. We're talking about football on a Sunday. We've got some big games here. The first one, Miami taking on the New York Giants. This game being played in New Jersey, where it's going to be 57 degrees at game time, which is 1 p.m. But look at this, folks. We are talking about a 65% chance of rain, not the best football weather. And, yeah, 19-mile-per-hour winds. We have a second matchup also to show you here, and that is the Philadelphia Eagles playing the Atlanta Falcons. If I can get that to go. I don't think I can. 57 degrees there, so they're looking at rain as well. So a little bit of difficult Sunday. I'm afraid we have some football that might get rained on. We'll be back in just a few. All right, breaking news this morning as we have a picture live from Honolulu, Hawaii. This coming in from KLHN, and we are looking at the first tsunami waves approaching the shore. So all eyes on Hawaii this morning. This, of course, a result of the 7.7 earthquake that happened up in British Columbia, and this is what everyone is worried about this morning here in Hawaii and also along the California coastline. So this live picture now showing you can see the water just moving ever so slowly but persistently into the shore. You don't see the wave going in and going out like you might normally see it. It kind of just pools and keeps moving forward slowly. Happy to say that we do not see large waves moving right now, but of course, they could be coming later, and that's what everyone's keeping an eye on for this morning.
And that's why the tsunami warning is still in place. Do keep in mind there that it is just shortly before 11 p.m. So it is 10:50 p.m. Local time. So very dark, very hard to see those waves. And of course, people either out and about on a Saturday night enjoying the nightlife, or of course maybe just hitting the hay a little early, which is why those sirens were going off to alert people to what was happening.
That's right. And those sirens, it's really hard to ignore those sirens. You know something's going on. And so I think most people who live in Hawaii, maybe not tourists, know that that siren means tsunami warning, and they're prepared for that. But certainly a very dangerous situation, and we're talking so much about Hurricane Sandy, but this is a huge story. 7.7 earthquake, and we're talking about 10-foot waves, and a lot of people on edge a little bit this morning as we have a tsunami warning. All right, now we are going to head over to Danielle, and we're going to get an update on Hurricane Sandy, our other big story this morning that everyone is watching as it makes its way up the East Coast. Danielle.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, that earthquake occurring between 11 p.m. and midnight Eastern time, so between 8 and 9 local on the Pacific coastline. Again, the story is a 7.7 magnitude earthquake, and we still have many tsunami warnings that are even issued even down into just off the Northern California coastline. So again, over to Sandy. We continue to keep tabs on all of this information for you, and our website, weather.com, is chock full of the latest, whether you want to know the biggest info on Sandy or, of course, the most recent earthquake off of British Columbia. As of the 5 a.m. advisory, we really haven't had too many changes, so pretty much the duration of the overnight has not brought a lot of more additional information about Sandy, although we're keeping a sharp eye on it. Present movement still off to the northeast, 13 to 14 miles an hour. Remember, the storm system is going to be taking that northwestward turn, and we could see a little bit of strengthening. So 75-mile-per-hour winds to 80-mile-per-hour winds, not a huge difference, regardless of what you see in terms of the status, which will be Cat 1. But regardless of what you need to pay attention to wind speed-wise is the size of this storm. It is just an absolute monster in terms of the size. We're going to go ahead and talk about the threat index. Here's why you need to take action. Again, for so many different locations, again, Size has to do with it. We're talking about the rain index. Generally, again, we're in the 3 to 6 inch range, but you got to remember this is coming over a very short span of time, and for those of you closer to the coastline, which could see over 10 inches of rain, the flood threat is very real, and so many flood alerts are already up and issued clear through Tuesday. Flood alerts that will stay in place through tomorrow. You can see stem from North Carolina back through Virginia, heading further north, of course, back up into Maryland. And for many of you who are doing your vacations across the Northeast, you may need to think about checking on those local flights, because we are anticipating, again, the effects of this to stretch all the way through Tuesday and Wednesday. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday flights, many of your airlines are actually offering you to get your money back, full refunds, but of course it depends on the specific carrier and specifically, again, on where you're heading. So definitely it is not going to hurt to call ahead or check online if that information is available to you there. In terms of the states that have filed under a state of emergency to get federal aid from the government, you can see that that list has grown and increased very much so since yesterday. And then, of course, our other story is the cold air coming on the backside of this system into spots including West Virginia. So we've got Snowshoe, Beckley, Bluefield, some spots into Southwest Virginia. Travel up and down I-81, already such a steep slope line, but remember it could get very icy through here, and some of the high elevations as we go into Monday and Tuesday, not just windy and very cold, but high elevations above 2,000 feet could see 2 feet plus of heavy wet snow, and you betcha that's going to weigh down on the power lines. So there is another story still to be had in the coming days. Kyla?
All right, we've got so much to talk about this morning, and our comprehensive live team coverage continues to keep you ahead of the storm. We have teams of 7 meteorologists spread out across the eastern seaboard, including Mike Seidel reporting from Point Pleasant, New Jersey.
Well, good morning and welcome to this special edition of Weekend View. If you've been with us throughout the night, we welcome you still, and thank you for staying. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. Thank you for joining us, and we have a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, the East Coast very much on high alert this morning. You can guess why. The massive Hurricane Sandy still making its slow move towards the shoreline.
That's right, Danielle. And let's get you updated, folks at home, on the very latest. President Obama has canceled campaign events in Virginia and Colorado due to Hurricane Sandy.
That's right. And in Florida, the storms caused significant flooding in Fort Lauderdale as well as Miami Beach. And most of the causeways off Fort Lauderdale Beach are reportedly closed. If you're traveling by rail, you definitely need to call ahead. Amtrak has started canceling some service in advance of Hurricane Sandy. And of course, the airlines are probably in store for quite a messy thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for some in-depth analysis you will only get here on the Weather Channel, let's go to hurricane specialist Carl Parker at the expert desk with the latest advisory. Carl.
Hey guys, well, nothing significant has changed. We are still looking at one of the more significant storms in Northeast history coming in here, starting really late tonight and then continuing through the day tomorrow. If we could take out confidence, that would be wonderful. I want to show you the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. It's a 75-mile-per-hour storm moving towards the northeast at 960 millibars. And so we're talking about an incredibly large and incredibly intense storm that is going to affect this region for a long time. And now the models have really settled in on a solution that involves the Jersey coast for the exact point of landfall, though that's only important for certain aspects of the storm, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Already we're getting some gusty wind and some heavier rain that's coming ashore here in North Carolina and into Tidewater, Virginia, and that's going to continue to be the case, and we'll take a look at the timeline in a moment. I want to show you these two models, these two most important models that we look at, the European model, the USGFS, and you see where they place the center of the storm. There is now a tremendous amount of agreement about things really going downhill on Monday, and then the center of the storm coming into the Jersey coast or very close to New York by late tomorrow, and then the storm continuing to affect much of the Northeast right through the day on Tuesday. So it's going to be a long-lasting affair. And here's the latest track from the Hurricane Center. You see the storm moving off to the north and to the west, and again the center of the storm most likely moving in very late Monday or into a very early Tuesday, perhaps in the overnight hour there, overnight time period, I should say, and then coming into the northeast and moving very, very slowly after that. Now, the exact point of landfall is important as regards where we see the worst of the waves and the worst of the surge. And here's a look at the storm surge forecast. Notice, first of all, 3 to 5 feet in North Carolina, but then farther northward, here is the area of concern. This is 4 to 8 feet, and that is above ground level. And notice the coastline right in here where Long Island meets New Jersey. You've got this confluence that goes on right there because of that sort of elbow shape where the water comes in and gets piled up in Raritan Bay and then can't go anywhere. And so it is possible, if the storm comes in just south of New York City, it is possible that we'll see surge effects that are worse than they were in the case of Hurricane Irene. And during Irene, we came very, very close to seeing major transportation disruptions. So that is within the realm of possibility at this point. So that's where the exact point of landfall is more critical. And now it does appear that it's going to be coming into the Jersey Shore. There could be wave heights of 10 to 20 feet affecting the coastline here. So this is going to be a massive issue. And folks, if you live anywhere near the coast, you need to pay very close attention to what local officials are saying. You need to be ready to move quickly because there are almost certainly going to be some evacuations going on here. All right, now as we look at the larger picture, again, that's where the exact track is very important. But as we look at the larger picture, and I want to show you a graphic from rightweather.com. And what we're looking at here is the area of strong winds just above the surface. And look, this is Tuesday morning, by the way. Look at this. I mean, this is unbelievable. You can see the outline of the United States right through here. Look at the area of strong wind extending up into Canada, out to Wisconsin, down through the southeast, and covering the entire eastern seaboard. That gives you a sense of just how incredibly large this storm is. And here's a look at the surface wind field. And here's something else to keep in mind. The winds are going to switch around, so it's very important for you to know the lay of the land. For example, as you look around at your house, where are the big trees? Where are the older trees? Where do they sit relative to your house? What direction? So early on as the storm is moving in, and this is late Monday, this is a depiction of the surface wind also from Right Weather. You see how the winds are largely coming out of the north here in New England, coming more out of the northwest down towards Baltimore and D.C. So do you have a big tree that is off to the north and to the west of your home? That's something to consider. During this period when that wind is coming on, maybe you want to keep that in mind. And then as we go forward on this, we get into overnight and then very early in the morning on Tuesday. You see how the wind really switches around. We've got that tremendous onshore flow that continues for quite some time coming into Long Island and New Jersey. Water being piled up ahead of the storm, and that'll continue even after the center of the storm moves onshore. And you see how the winds will be switching around here. They'll be coming out of the east in New England. This is again getting into Tuesday morning. They'll be coming out of the west here around Baltimore and D.C. if it happens just like this. And we're going to try to really detail these impacts as we go through the storm, but it's just very important to know where you are relative to this storm. You know what your land looks like, what your property looks like, where your trees are, things like that, and understand where the wind is coming from. Now here's a look at the timing of everything. This is Sunday. The wind's increasing to 25 to 45 miles per hour through the day today. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour plus, and then tomorrow is going to be the big day, and it's going to get a lot worse through the day tomorrow. So don't think if you go out tomorrow morning you're wondering whether to go to work, it's okay, maybe I can make it. It's going to get a lot worse through the course of the day. Guys, back to you.
All right, definitely better safe than sorry. All right, up next, the latest on Sandy. The Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. Our live team coverage kick starts this morning at 6 a.m.
And welcome back, everyone. Of course, we are bringing you the very latest on Sandy here at the Weather Channel, but also some news that we started to bring you just shortly between 11 Eastern and midnight. And, of course, this was 8 o'clock Pacific time. There was an earthquake, a 7.7 magnitude earthquake, which occurred off the coast of British Columbia, which is, of course, Western Canada. And let's go ahead and bring up one of our graphics to show you specifically where that is. Viz 200, please. If we could get to that to kind of show you a better identity of specifically where the 7.7 magnitude earthquake took place, 123 miles south-southwest of Prince Rupert, British Columbia. Now, there was an aftershock minutes later of 5.8, so obviously very much a concern. Now, a tsunami advisory is still in effect for much of the Pacific coast after that, again, 7.7 earthquake struck on Saturday evening. And joining us live on the phone right now is Gerard Fryer, who is a geophysicist with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. So, Gerard, thank you so much for joining us. You know, obviously, guys, you've been on this for quite some time. And what kind of impacts at this point, since a few hours have passed, are you expecting?
Send it back. Of course, that was Doug.
Mr. Fryer? Mr. Fryer, are you with us?
The location where we expected the largest waves was Kahului on Maui, where we were expecting maybe 4 or 5 feet, and it looks like it's only going to be about 2 feet, so about half that.
Okay.
So it's actually below the level where an evacuation would be necessary, but it's certainly up into advisory levels. So we're monitoring it. We're not sure which wave is going to be the biggest one. So far we see 1, 2, 3, we see 4 waves in Kahului. And they're about 20 minutes from one wave to the next.
Okay. Obviously, there is going to be an increased rip current threat. What would you like people to know in that regard?
For those people who have evacuated in Hawaii, you know, just hold on. You know, don't go back yet. And for those people on the West Coast where there is an advisory, you know, please stay off the beach and out of the water. You know, we'll put this to bed as soon as we can, but we don't quite have enough information yet to cancel.
And in terms of the emergency plans, do you believe that those are going to have to take shape at this point, or you're still kind of waiting, you're still not ready to call that?
Well, yes, in Hawaii, everyone evacuated. I mean, this was a full coastal evacuation. Something like 120,000 people moved. It was a big deal. And fortunately, as far as we can tell, it went pretty smoothly, mainly because people have had practice. They had practice with the tsunami of 2010 from Chile and then 2011 from Japan. So it seems like this one turns out it wasn't quite big enough to warrant an evacuation, but it's close.
Well, it's definitely not a bad thing to be prepared. So, Gerard Fryer, geophysicist with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, thank you so much for giving us a moment of your time, because obviously they are clearly busy. 120,000 people, as he mentioned, doing a full coastal evacuation there in Hawaii. Well, of course, on to another big story that we're following here and will continue to follow here at the Weather Channel, and that is Hurricane Sandy. And as of the 5 a.m. advisory that Carl was just filling you in on, 75-mile-per-hour sustained winds, a minimum central pressure at 960 millibars, and moving to the northeast at 13 miles an hour. That is really some of the only change in that forward speed, dropping back just 1 mile per hour. So essentially not a lot of changes during the course of the overnight, but that will, of course, not be the case as we journey forward over the course of today. We certainly expect to see that movement, again, taking that northwestward turn sometime late this evening into early tomorrow. And then we're expecting Sandy to strengthen just a little bit in terms of sustained wind speed, but the size of this storm is what, again, we here at the Weather Channel try to keep stressing to you. Do not focus completely on that specific point of landfall, because the scope of what this storm will be doing will be so far widespread beyond that. We're back with more, including expert analysis, after this.
Welcome back to Weekend View. It's now 20 past the hour with all eyes focused on Sandy's path. The time to prepare is now. We cannot say that enough. For a closer look at the preparations of the coast of New England, here's NECN's Julie Lonchich in Quincy, Massachusetts.
What we learned today is that people across the state of Massachusetts are taking this storm seriously. In fact, at a lot of home improvement stores right now, you would be hard-pressed to find quite a few supplies.
A lot of hype going on, so we're not sure if it's going to happen or not, so better safe than sorry.
At the Lowe's in Quincy, Massachusetts, just beyond the premature holiday cheer, you'll find flashlights.
We need it sometime. You don't know. Never know.
Gas cans, tarps, and water, but you won't find any generators.
We actually started selling out of these probably Tuesday, Wednesday, you know, when the momentum was coming in, and sold right through them. We haven't had any the last 3 days.
They've sold 25 this past week and are expecting an emergency shipment on Sunday. The Arcavani family came in picking up a flashlight with a bigger peace of mind sitting back at home.
Well, we end up buying a generator too, so we're really prepared this time, just in case.
Store managers have noticed a big change in buying habits between Sandy and Tropical Storm Irene and that late October snowstorm.
People are just more aware, and I think when you're stuck in a situation where you haven't had power and you were out of power for so long, and this particular community was hit with that, they don't want to go through that same situation.
This time, many in New England want to be ready, even if that means an $800 credit card bill.
Hopefully we don't need it.
Well, return it, right?
It's still in the box.
That particular line of home improvement stores will be getting that emergency generator shipment on Sunday, but if you want one, they say, get in line early. For the Weather Channel in Quincy, Massachusetts, I'm Julie Lonchek.
And obviously, those preparations will continue to be a key focus and something that we continue to enforce to you here at the Weather Channel, even once we get past today. Remember, this is a long-range event. Now, I'm going to skip on over here across the Northwest, and of course, we've been talking about the tsunami warnings, which are still in place for many of you, extending down from southwestern Oregon all the way into northern California. And obviously, we just did that interview with, again, Gerard Fryer a few minutes ago, talking about the evacuations of 120,000 people in Hawaii. Obviously, we are still monitoring the wave scenarios off the northwestern coastline, but we'll continue to obviously monitor as well the parade of systems coming through in the next few days. So we're going to be talking about generally quite a messy lineup as we go forth from the weekend and head towards Halloween. That's right, Halloween is coming up on Wednesday with all of our Sandy coverage. Many of you probably have trick-or-treating as the last thing on your mind, because this storm system definitely no treat. As we take a look across the mid-Atlantic into the Northeast, again, those cautions are certainly something we continue to urge for you today, and as well as the Carolina coastline. We just had a wind gust report off of Cape Hatteras of over 50 miles an hour. For those of you from the plains pushing further eastward bound, you're definitely feeling the effects of that cold air, and of course the cold air is really going to start to get funneled in as we journey into our Monday. And with that being said, we could be talking about some high elevation snow for many of you, especially those resorts. You're probably the ones really pumped for this into West Virginia, spots like Snowshoe, but the drivers who have to deal with it, not so much. You probably don't want to deal with 2 feet plus of snow. We could certainly still see that high elevation snow, spots like Jackson Hole, probably really excited about this. And into the Northwest, again, we're still talking about some of that cooler air working in, while the southwestern United States actually remains a bit on the warm side. As we journey into Tuesday, yeah, we are still talking about Sandy. We're still going to be talking about snow across the wild and wonderful areas of West Virginia, and as well over into southwestern Ohio and extending up into the western half of Michigan and also into the UP of Michigan. You Upers, you have already seen some wet snowflakes this year. Now's your chance to see a little bit more in the way of accumulation on the grassy surfaces. As we get into Tuesday, again, here's that other system still lurking offshore across the Northwest, still hanging on to some of those mid-80-degree temperatures in spots like Phoenix across the Southwest. And then the mid-Atlantic is, generally speaking, going to be rather quiet as we get into Wednesday. However, you start pushing a bit further inland, and we're still talking about some of that high elevation snow into West Virginia and the mountains of Southwest Virginia. And then, of course, we'll also still be talking about some rain lingering across so much of the Northeast. Again, this is just going to be a long duration event, and we cannot stress the importance of that enough. off. It is not going to be, oops, it makes landfall over and done type of scenario. Again, guys, we are in it for the long haul, and we're also in it for the long haul, including that messy weather across the Northwest, extending into Northern California on Thursday. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Now, our comprehensive live team coverage continues to keep you ahead of the storm. We've got teams of 7 meteorologists spread out across the eastern seaboard, including Mike Seidel, Jim Cantor.
Well, good morning and welcome back to the special edition of Weekend View, 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. I'm meteorologist Danielle Banks.
And I'm Kyla Grogan. This morning, millions of Americans are thankfully heeding the warnings, which are becoming increasingly dire as Sandy approaches.
Now we have a look at our exclusive threat index, again exclusive to the Weather Channel. And now so many of you again included in the action stage. Major cities like Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, New York City, Boston all need to be prepared for the impacts of the storm, and of course
That's right. It's a very large area that this storm is expected to impact. And thankfully, people are taking the warning seriously, boarding up their homes ahead of Sandy's powerful winds. Here on the Weather Channel, we have expert analysis that you won't find anywhere else. Let's get you updated on the very latest. The worst conditions from Sandy this morning will be from the Outer Banks of North Carolina to the Tidewater region of Virginia. States of emergencies have been declared.
NFL games stand to be impacted by this potentially historic storm as the Miami Dolphins visit the New York Jets and the Atlanta Falcons visit the Philadelphia Eagles. We're going to have a look at those forecasts coming up for you a little bit later in the show.
That's right. Now, at this point, folks in Nags Head, North Carolina are just not sure what to make of Sandy. Our Julie Martin is there with the latest.
Well, conditions continue to go downhill here in Nags Head, North Carolina, along the Outer Banks, and they are only going to get worse as the night goes on. In fact, we'll see some of the worst conditions overnight in through Sunday. Those will be tropical storm force strength winds, possibly some coastal flooding, power outages, and the like. In fact, we could see several inches of rain out of this event here in these low-lying areas as well. So Dare County officials are urging everyone at this point to stay inside. If you did not leave the area, make sure you ride the storm out with shelter. Do not get out on the roadways as they could easily flood during this event. Most people we've talked with here said, you know, they've seen these storms come and go. This one, though, a little bit different. In fact, one man who owns a home right here along the Atlantic Ocean told me he's just not so sure about this strange storm named Sandy, and he's not letting his guard down quite yet. Certainly has been a meteorological surprise for all of us, but we will have to wait and see just what the damage will be here before Sandy goes on to do quite a bit more in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Julie. And a good idea not to let your guard down, that is for sure.
That is correct. And of course, you know, where Julia is standing is in Nags Head. We were watching her, of course, really taking on the brunt of some of that rain. And in terms of some of the peak wind gusts that we've been seeing at this time, you can see Hatteras here on your screen. And we did get a BUOY report of an over 50-mile-per-hour wind gust at this time. So, of course, we are going to have the latest of our expert analysis coming to you throughout the morning and, of course, all into the day and night when it comes to Sandy. Again, the key importance is alert and awareness. And at this point, I believe everybody is alert, stemming from, again, the coastal Carolina areas through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. But these are the locations that you see shaded in red that we are encouraging you to take action. Now, here's a little bit why we're encouraging you to take action. It's because we are anticipating a significant flood threat for a lot of different spots. 3 to 6 inches will be some of the higher amounts in general that we see, but that is not to say that we couldn't see close to a foot of rain in a very short duration of time from this storm system. So again, these are estimates that we want to bring you, but of course, if you as an eyewitness viewer are able to get those measurements and send them in to us, please do so, but we're just asking you to do it safety because no picture is worth risking your life for. Flood alerts that will continue all the way through Tuesday across the Northeast, and you can see it is not just at the coast. Those extend very far inland as well, all the way over into northeastern Ohio, and of course those flood alerts we can't forget right now with those immediate effects that we're seeing off the Carolina coastline as well as the Virginia and Maryland coasts as well. In terms of the rainfall, again, a lot of 5 to 10 inch estimates. Again, those 10-plus estimates are going to be on the more extreme end of things. So once we get those estimates in, we can have a better gauge of how quickly the ground is going to be able to soak this up. But again, anytime you have a short span of time and a lot of rain, it makes for a very big problem. States of emergencies, these are all of the locations which you can see added to the list, including Connecticut. That means that your governors and state officials are asking for help in this scenario to get you the quickest aid possible, including help from the National Guard if need be. In terms of the heavy wet snow threat that you keep hearing us mentioning into West Virginia, that is not happening yet, but it will be as we get over into Monday and Tuesday. And some elevations, as we've been mentioning, above 2,000 feet could see over 2 feet of snow. So that is going to be really exciting if you're a snow lover. If you're somebody who is just trying to get to work, not so much. You may find that working from home is the way to go. In terms of the Northeast major flood threat, the flooding rain, the wind damage, the widespread power outages, and then, of course, the flooding, we're dealing with the heavy rainfall as well along the coastal Carolina coastlines. And again, we've already been talking to you about spots like Hatteras seeing well over 50-mile-per-hour gusts. And just again, quickly to go back to our 7.7 magnitude earthquake happening off the coast of British Columbia, again, followed by an aftershock of 5.8 minutes later. Again, that tsunami threat is still very much a cause for concern. As you heard from an official earlier today with the Tsunami Warning Center, 120,000 people in Hawaii for those low-lying areas were asked to evacuate until that threat is over. And again, you can clearly see that the waves have increased generally now to around 10 feet or more. Kyla?
Thank you, Danielle. Now, the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central. You know that. You're watching with us here this morning. Our live team coverage kickstarts this.
Do everybody a favor. Stay off the road. You know, the roads are going to be blocked by falling trees, falling power lines potentially. All of that lends to really dangerous condition for people to be driving around. Please only be in your cars if you absolutely have to be.
Jersey getting prepared. Hurricane Sandy is shutting down Atlantic City, New Jersey casinos. This will be the second time a storm has closed the city in a little over a year. WCAU's Julia Bagg is covering the story from the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
It's actually pretty quiet out here on the boardwalk now for a Saturday night Halloween weekend. It's usually pretty packed here in Atlantic City. The casinos, though, are still open, even though here's something you don't normally see, boards up on the doors. Now, the casinos are still operating inside, people still gambling as usual, but the governor has ordered a mandatory evacuation for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Now, that is not only for the casinos, it's also for the entire Atlantic City, this whole island. Everyone is being asked to leave. Now, tomorrow at noon, there will be 85 buses on hand to help residents and tourists get off the island, get to a safe place or one of the shelters here. Now, the people who live here, even though this evacuation is mandatory, police are telling me they can't force them out of their homes. The trouble is, if they choose to stay, then emergency responders may not be able to reach them if they need help. Reporting on the boardwalk at Atlantic City, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
And of course, as we focus on travel, it is going to be tougher to get into spots like Atlantic City. And as you very well know, so many of the causeways leading to many of your favorite beach destinations have been closed off. So as we go from this morning and again transition into tonight, we are certainly going to be seeing a lot more heavy rainfall projected, especially later on this evening across so many spots into the Northeast and on the lower fringes of the Mid-Atlantic, where many of you are currently dealing with that rain. Now, as we go through today as well, we'll be focusing in on rainfall into spots like eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. You could have a tough time transitioning through here along roadways, including I-40. And for many of you, just kind of a not so beautiful looking pepped up Sunday. And of course, it is not the peppiest of times, even if you are not feeling the effects of Sandy. Likely you have friends and family who will be and who are concerned, and we as humans, we concerned about our fellow man. So as we take a look across areas down through South Florida, you're really not going to have any worries in terms of travel for today. Could be a little bit windy at times, but in terms of what you will see in squally weather, you're going to have to travel further north for that. And speaking of traveling further north, let's go ahead on up and gander into spots like Jackson Hole. For many of you who love to head to this destination, also western Montana, seeing that high elevation snow extending over into Idaho, and for many of you across the Cascades, you have already been seeing that with those snow levels jumping all over the place so far this season. But of course, as we continue through this afternoon, that could make for some difficult travel along spots like Interstate 90. Now, as we also continue to keep tabs on the southwestern United States, the reason being you're actually seeing some of the warmest pockets in the country, where we have about 5 to 8 degree temperatures warmer than average in spots like Tucson as well as Phoenix. So it is going to be sunny, but it could be one of those cases where you're cranking up your air conditioner a little bit more than you originally thought you might. In terms of here, off of the coastline here across the Pacific Northwest, very messy, and again, that is the case extending further inland. The I-5 corridor for today and heading into tomorrow, you will need those windshield wipers in good working order, and then eventually that wet weather makes it into Northern California towards the end of the week, as we'll see an ongoing parade of systems. Okay, well, no more on breaking news that we have been bringing you about the tsunami warnings occurring into the islands of Hawaii. Again, we've been speaking with officials there, and we believe that we do have a live picture for you now of some of those waves that are making their way on shore. We'll try to get those to you a little bit later in the show. Don't quite have those ready for you now, but what we do have ready is Kyla standing by with your football forecast.
That's right. The question is, are you ready for some football? Well, you might be ready. It's Sunday, football Sunday, but along the East Coast, it looks like Sandy could have an impact on some of today's big NFL matchups. Talking about Miami and the New York Giants, and they are going to be playing in New Jersey, 57 degrees, and we're looking at a big chance of rain, 65%. And we also have the Philadelphia Eagles taking on our hometown team, the Atlanta Falcons. Another 65% chance of rain, 19-mile-per-hour winds. Not the best, folks. We'll have more from you when we come back.
Yeah. This program was brought to you by Petco, where the healthy pets go.
Well, welcome back. Of course, the 50 past the hour, and our coverage of Sandy continues.
And for some in-depth analysis, because of course that's what we are known for, we have hurricane specialist Carl Parker at the expert desk. Carl?
Hey guys, I think the big thing about today is that today is the day to do your last-minute preparation, getting ready for what could very well be a number of days without power in many parts of the Northeast. So really you've got today, because the weather starts going downhill later today and then really goes downhill during the day tomorrow. And I want to show you a graphic, first of all, from rightweather.com. What this is looking at the wind that is just above the surface, and I've outlined the eastern part of the U.S. Look at the size of that storm. I mean, it's unbelievable, covering about a third of the eastern part of the United States. So an absolutely enormous circulation, and that is a big part of why this is going to be such a serious storm. So here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. It's a 75-mile-per-hour storm as of the 5 a.m. advisory, now moving northeast at 13 miles per hour. Another thing is, the size has a lot to do with what's going on in the ocean, so don't think to yourself, well, this is just a Category 1 hurricane. We won't have that much of a water level rise. Small storms don't produce that much of a water level rise. Big storms really do. There's a huge area of wind here, and already that wind is piling up the water. So that process has begun, and the water level rises are going to begin as the storm gets closer and closer, and then they'll continue for quite some time, and I'm going to show you the wind field, how that's going to progress in a moment. But winds now up to nearly 50 miles an hour in some of the buoys, and also from the buoys we are seeing that the wave heights are getting up to about 30 feet, and it is possible, as this storm comes into New Jersey, that we'll see wave heights of 10 to 20 feet getting towards the coastal areas there. So just a remarkable storm. There is a tremendous amount of model agreement right now. We're not having any more issues with where exactly is this thing going to come on shore. Of course, the exact point of landfall will matter in terms of where the worst surge is, but it looks like the storm will be moving generally into New Jersey, in which case you've got this huge area of onshore flow to the north of that center, and we're talking about surge levels of 5 to 8 feet and maybe as high as 5 to 10 feet in Long Island Sound, and this is of great concern in particular in New York City. As the water gets piled up here with an easterly wind comes into Raritan Bay, at the same time we'll probably have rain that is funneling out what am I trying to say? The runoff from the rain is coming out here and getting into Raritan Bay, so that's exacerbating the problem. Then you've got water coming down through Long Island Sound and then coming up here into New York Harbor. So it is thought that this could be worse than what we saw with Irene. And during Irene, we came very close to seeing a major disruption of transportation. The subway tunnels were somewhat flooded, but there is potential in this case for it to be worse, in which case we would have a shutdown of the transportation system, or at least a partial shutdown, and we move around 8 million people that way daily. All right, let's talk a little bit about the wind and how that's going to happen, how that's going to play out. This is the U.S. model showing you the area of strong wind coming in. And as we zoom in a little bit, these lines of equal pressure are showing up here. That's a pretty good proxy for the strong wind. So even on Monday morning, we're starting to see really strong wind coming into the 95 corridor. But notice what happens as we go through the afternoon. It gets a lot stronger late in the day on Monday. So radically different conditions along 95 from the Monday morning commute to the Monday afternoon commute. And that continues to get very, very bad right through the overnight and into early Tuesday, and then even through the middle of the day Tuesday, still quite windy, and then finally starting to wind down by late Wednesday and late Tuesday and early on Wednesday. Now, here's a map from Weather Underground, and what we're looking at here is the direction of the wind. And you can see we've got this generally northerly flow as the storm is approaching across a lot of the land, and tropical storm force wind coming into those coastal areas. And we'll step forward a little bit. This is going into overnight Tuesday, as the storm, or very early, I should say, on Tuesday, as the storm is approaching very late Monday, and starts to come in, and then you see this onshore flow that is now moving up there towards Long Island and New Jersey, and then even after the storm passes by, we continue to see that onshore flow. So it's going to go on for a long period of time, and at the same time, you've got these very strong tropical storm force winds coming into the Baltimore and D.C. area, and winds, again, very strong above the surface, so it's going to be quite gusty. So this is going to be most likely a storm for the ages across the Northeast. Guys, back to you.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Carl. Where the Weather Channel is Hurricane Central, and our comprehensive live team coverage continues to keep you ahead of the storm.
And it kickstarts this morning next with a special Sunday edition of Wake Up with Al. Al Roker and Stephanie Abrams will be live from Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Good morning. As we come on the air this morning, Hurricane Sandy roaring along the eastern seaboard, preparing to make its left turn into the northeast. The storm is more than 800 miles wide, could affect millions as far inland as Ohio and West Virginia. When Sandy moves toward the coast, that high energy water comes with it, and that means high storm surge and stunningly high waves.
It's all hands on deck at the Weather Channel. Non-stop coverage to break down the timing of the storm, including rain totals, flood advisories, and the potential for widespread power outages. We have extensive live coverage for you this morning, beginning with Julie Martin in North Carolina.
Well, good morning. We're dealing with tropical storm force winds here along the Outer Banks. Heavy rain that is coming on shore, and it is not over by any means. I'll detail what's going to happen here on the Outer Banks throughout the day coming up in a live report.
I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here on the North Jersey shore of Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey, and already the Atlantic has eaten up about half of this beach. We'll have the details and the impacts and how high the water gets. It's all next with Al and Stephanie.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to a special edition of Wake Up with Al, Sunday, October 28th, 2012. I'm Al Roker.
And I'm Stephanie Abrams. We are live here in Asbury Park this morning. And right now, the winds are much worse than they were yesterday when we were down into Delaware, and it's only going to get worse as the day progresses.
That's right. The sea is starting to get kind of angry. You're starting to see that sea foam come up. So we are looking at, obviously, a very dangerous storm. Let's get to it. Here's the very latest. Parts of New Jersey shore are, in fact, under a mandatory evacuation from Long Beach Island to south to Cape May. New York City at 9 a.m. will open 65 shelters starting at 9, and the New Jersey and New York mass transit systems could be suspended later tonight ahead of the Monday morning rush. Decisions coming later today. School systems will probably start making those announcements as well.
Yeah, Mayor Bloomberg yesterday was talking about deciding on whether they were going to shut down for Sunday. If I had to put money on it, I would say
absolutely. I was kind of surprised he didn't do it last night.
I was as well when I was watching that press conference. Let's talk about who needs to be taking action right now and who should be under alert. And look at the coloring on that map.
Wow.
It extends from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic all the way into the Northeast. You need to be taking action where you're seeing red. Get all your supplies. Make sure you have enough water, medicine, cash,
absolutely.
The whole 9 yards.
Well, so of course we have extensive live team coverage. We've also got Carl Parker standing by the expert desk. We've got Julie Martin in Nags Head, North Carolina, and as our pal Mike Seidel is here just to the south of us on the Jersey Shore. Let's start with Julie. Julie, good morning. I know you're getting hammered.
I am. You know, the rain is coming in, and it is hitting me pretty hard right now, Al. And right now we are dealing with winds upwards of about 50 miles an hour. Some of those higher gusts along Cape Hatteras overnight. We're in the mid-50s, and this is going to be an all-day event here along the Outer Banks before that storm finally makes its way into the Northeast. Here's a look at the radar right now, and actually the center of Sandy is still an incredible distance from me. It's about 280 miles away. Still, we are getting these kind of conditions, so that just goes to show you what kind of system we're dealing with here, something like we have just never seen. We are going to be, again, dealing with this throughout the day. I want to point out, I was out here all day yesterday and last evening, and I'm looking out at the Atlantic right now, and about 70 feet of beach is now covered in water. So the water is moving in. So far, though, we haven't seen any flooding here in the homes right along the Atlantic Ocean. I'm on the Atlantic side, and people have prepared. I can tell you right now that portions of Highway 12 heading down to Cape Hatteras are impassable. Not a big surprise as that is prone to flooding anyway, Carl, but nonetheless, we're going to be dealing with this all day long. The advice here, stay indoors. That's what emergency managers are saying. Good advice. Back to you.
Yes, and absolutely, and pay close attention to what local officials are saying, especially if you live in coastal areas. And if you live farther inland, you've still got some time. This is really last call to prepare for being out of power for a while as this major storm moves in. Now, this is something that really impressed me yesterday. It's just unbelievable. This is a look at the area of strong winds just above the surface, going up about 5,000 feet in the atmosphere. Look at the size of this, and I've drawn in the east coast of the U.S. So that covers just about the entire eastern third of the U.S. Absolutely enormous storm. This, by the way, is showing you Tuesday morning when it's moving in. The latest on the storm, it's a 75-mile-per-hour storm, but it's certainly not going to act like a typical 75-mile-per-hour storm. It's moving off to the northeast at 13. Here's the latest forecast track, and the models have really, again, settled in on this solution that involves the mid-Atlantic and northeast coast, most likely centered on New Jersey, in which case we could see a very significant water level rise along with wave action coming into Long Island and the Jersey Shore, and then the storm lingers there across that 95 corridor. That's going to be Monday and going into Tuesday, and you've got this huge area of strong wind that will be coming in and leading to widespread power outages in this heavily populated area. That's going to be developing Monday, continuing through Tuesday morning, finally winding down by late Tuesday and into early Wednesday. So here's a look at the impacts through today. We're talking about winds gusting to 60 miles miles per hour east of 95, Jersey down through the Delmarva into Norfolk, Virginia, Tidewater, Virginia, and the eastern Carolinas. Then tomorrow is really the big day. That's when the storm moves in bodily. Do not think that if you go out tomorrow morning and it doesn't seem so bad, that it's not going to be as big of a deal in the afternoon. It will be much worse in the afternoon as compared to the morning. Winds gusting to hurricane force throughout that 95 corridor and farther inland as well. Guys, back to you.
Carl, thanks so much. The hurricane force winds out 105 miles from the center, but what about those tropical force winds?
520 miles out from the center. That's over 1,000 miles in diameter.
All right, let's check in. Mike Seidel is in New York, and of course, let's take a look at the swath here of Hurricane Sandy. Right now, 75-mile-per-hour winds. It stays a Category 1 storm as it makes its way, and then that turn toward the East Coast.
Once it comes in, it's going to combine with another system. So.
Right.
Here's my question. Will the Weather Channel see their first named winter storm?
It's interesting, and that's the other interesting thing. Since it's not technically, by the time it comes on shore, it'll be maybe extra tropical. They haven't issued hurricane watches.
Right. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens as this combines with the trough from the west.
All right, let's check in right now. Mike Seidel is just down the way from us along the Jersey Shore, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Mike, again, here we're getting the winds and we're seeing the surf. What are you seeing?
We're getting the same thing, certainly much windier now than it was last night. And another wave just came in. I had to run up the beach so I don't get hit by the water. Now, granted, the water is still in the low 60s. Air temperature is in the upper 50s, but there's a bit of a wind chill out here this morning. And look at the beach. See the surf behind me in the distance? That's where the water should be. And it was actually beyond that yesterday at high tide. Now the water's come up almost now to about 2/3 of the beach. The last wave pushed the water up to here. You can see the edge of the wonderful sea foam. So, and we're more than 24 hours away from the high tide of most concern. Tomorrow morning's high tide around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and even tomorrow night's high tide. This storm is going to go south of here, so that's going to pile the water up. This is going to be worse than Irene. That's a given. Meanwhile, yesterday, everybody boarding up, heading to the stores, trying to find those essentials like bread and milk, and trying to find water has been really tough. Many of the stores have run out of water, and they don't know if they'll get any more back in before the storm. Meanwhile, mandatory evacuations kick in today. They have to be wrapped to completion by 4 here in Point Pleasant Beach.
We will be doing mandatory evacuations for everywhere east of the tracks, which is the railroad track. It's 4 blocks east, and that will begin tomorrow and hopefully be completed by 4 p.m., as the governor had said. They'll be going door to door, and those who choose to stay will have to sign a release saying that they know that they were supposed to be evacuated.
Yeah, and the governor said all barrier islands, but then he came back and rescinded for Point Pleasant Beach and Point Pleasant. Back to home rule said they decided east of the railroad tracks. That's a fair cry inland for this particular area. But again, look at the beach and look at the sea foam. Again, the longshore drift is from north to south, much like we saw in Florida as the hurricane went on by. As we go through today, the water will continue to come up. High tide later on this morning, then around dinner time tonight. And I think by dinner time, Alan Stephanie, the whole beach here will be underwater. Now, this is not the widest part of the beach, but remember, a lot of beaches here in Jersey, Alan Stephanie, are narrower than this one, like down in Manasquan, down at Seagirt. So a lot of erosion, and there will be structural damage and damage to the boardwalk here by the time we wake up Tuesday morning. Back to you guys, up to the coast.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. In Asbury Park, famous for its boardwalk, the Stone Pony we passed coming in here, where Bruce Springsteen cut his eye teeth doing rock and roll. So let's take a look at this thing. I mean, we were talking about the flooding.
It is, because that's another aspect of this. I think wind will be the bigger problem, but flooding will be tremendous for a lot of you. Here's a look at the flood advisories through tomorrow. They extend from North Carolina through the Mid-Atlantic all the way into the Northeast, and this is why. We could see 5 to 10 inches of rain along the coast, and that extends from Hatteras all the way up towards Philadelphia. And where you don't have the rain issues, surge is going to be a problem, which we'll focus on a little bit later.
That's right. And then even New York City, again, this is just through Tuesday morning. 2 to 3 inches of rain, 2 to 3 State College, PA, Pittsburgh as well, 1 to 2, same in Buffalo, an inch in Boston. But again, that's not going to be the biggest problem. The winds and power outages from those winds coming on in here. As you look Sunday at some of the effects we'll be feeling, rain in New York City, Pittsburgh today, Bristol, West Virginia, 67 in Cape Hatteras. And then Monday, we're looking at more rain. The rain becomes heavier and heavier as we see of Sandy making landfall.
And it goes into Tuesday and into Wednesday, and I think that is what you need to take away from these three maps showing you Monday through Tuesday and then even into our Wednesday. This is going to be a long duration event.
That's right.
So that's why you need to be prepared, and that's why we think that we're going to see so many issues, because it's going to be hours and hours and days of the pounding of the wind and the rain.
That's right. So now is the time to prepare. You can listen to us. You can check us out, weather.com, as you're out shopping and getting your supplies, but you have to prepare now. We will continue with our live team coverage and Carl Parker at the expert desk. It's all still ahead.
Political candidates are changing their schedule.
20 minutes past the hour, both President Obama and Governor Romney changing their campaign schedules ahead of Hurricane Sandy. Romney canceling rallies today in Virginia. Instead, he's going to fly to Ohio. White House saying President Obama leaving a day early for a campaign event in Florida on Monday. The wife of Vice President Joe Biden was supposed to travel today. She's canceling her plan. So we've got big changes going on. This thing is going to really have a big effect on the campaign.
That it will, and also a big effect on millions of you from the Mid-Atlantic into the Northeast. Therefore, the American Red Cross is getting ready to help anyone impacted. Excuse me.
Wow.
By Sandy.
They always said you can't sneeze when you're on the air.
Apparently you can.
True.
I've just disproved that theory.
Okay. Well, Hurricane Sandy, of course, being a big impact. Volunteers' vehicles are on standby, watching and waiting. Joining us live this morning from Washington, the Senior Vice President of the Red Cross, Charlie Szymanski. Charlie, thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
So, first of all, what preps is the Red Cross getting ready to do with the onslaught of Sandy coming?
Well, the Red Cross is active already across several states. We're already mobilizing volunteers. We've supported shelters in North Carolina overnight already. We're working with our partners to mobilize feeding kitchens. And we're also active in the emergency operations centers in both the states and in many localities. We're also mobilizing our blood resources to make sure that there's sufficient blood supply if the devastation is what we think it might be. This is going to be a large event. Snow, wind, rain, storm surge, a big event across many states.
So, Charlie, how worried are you about your resources, not only blood supply, but all of them across the board being spread too thin because so many people will be affected?
This is a great impact, but we're fortunate. We've got 66,000 volunteers in our Red Cross cadre. We've responded to events across multiple states for decades, as you know, and the Red Cross has the resources we need. The one resource that we're always counting on is the generosity of the American public. We always rely on the American public to go to our website, redcross.org, call 1-800-RED-CROSS, and you can donate just something as little as $10 by texting Red Cross to 90999. That's the one resource that's critical to the American Red Cross providing the response that we do.
So, Charlie, if people are trying to figure out how to access your resources in their community, how do they do that?
Well, one of the best things that people can do is download the Red Cross's Hurricane app. It's available for both Apple and Android. It's an amazing tool. It has weather alerts. It's got an emergency flashlight, a strobe. It's got an I'm Safe feature that allows people with one click to notify their friends and their family through social media that they're safe and well. That's one of the best things that they can do. And to get back to your question, there's a shelter application that's part of that app that can show folks where are the evacuation shelters, where is the Red Cross able to take care of people that are in harm's way.
And it's Google-based. It's very easy to use.
Pretty cool.
And very user-friendly.
Charlie Szymanski, thank you so much, Senior Vice President of the Red Cross. Thanks for joining us. I'm sure we'll be checking with you throughout this event.
Well, now, Sandy's dominating headlines, but
this is crazy. We've got an earthquake off the coast of British Columbia. Tsunami warnings went out this morning.
That's right. A magnitude 7.7 earthquake rattled the west. The epicenter off the coast of the Canadian Pacific coast prompted, as Al mentioned, tsunami warnings in Hawaii. Also advisories for Oregon and California. That's never a sound that you like to hear. So here's a look at where that threat has existed with this, all the way down there to the American coast, up into Alaska and over into Hawaii as well, where there were some waves reported.
But luckily they were not quite so bad, so it looks like the threat's not over yet. But hopefully it's nowhere near as bad as people were concerned that it might be.
Right. Hawaii has still yet to be given the all clear. Of course, it does take some time for waves to potentially reach the island. But again, so far, so good, even though they have seen some waves.
That's right. Well, we will continue with our live team coverage. Let's check in with Julie Martin in North Carolina in Nags Head. Julie?
Al, still taking a beating here along the Outer Banks. The winds are howling, tropical storm force winds. We've got heavy rain coming in offshore, and it is a miserable morning for the people here, and it's going to be a miserable day. Coming up, we're going to talk about Sandy, where it is, where it's going, and who it will impact when Wake Up with Al continues.
Right now, Hurricane Sandy moving parallel to the southeastern U.S. coastline, bringing strong wind gusts, rain, and storm surge. Question is, when does it make a turn into the coast?
We have new video of waves crashing on sandbags at North Topsail Beach in North Carolina on Saturday. This area saw steady pounding of wind and rain overnight. We're going to get a live report from the beach in less than 2 minutes. Of course, we have extensive coverage in place with crews all the way up and down the East Coast as well as inland, because Sandy is going to bring some heavy snow to places like West Virginia. I'm Stephanie Abrams alongside Al Roker on a special edition of Wake Up with Al on this Sunday.
That's right. As we await Sandy, a massive storm. We're talking a storm that's with tropical force winds that extend out almost more than 1,000 miles from the center. Hurricane force winds out 200 miles from the center. So this is a huge storm that's going to have impacts on millions and millions of people.
And just in from the National Weather Service, we now have a high wind warning in effect for the New York City tri-state area from 6 a.m. Monday to 6 p.m. Tuesday. We're talking about winds gusting as high as 70 to 80 miles an hour.
Sustained winds 55 to 60, and of course in exposed areas like this beach here at Asbury Park, it'll be worse. Manhattan with the high rises in the upper floors, it's going to be even worse. This really has the potential for a lot of danger. East Coast on high alert, and of course as this massive hurricane makes its slow turn toward the eastern seaboard. A growing surf batters the Carolinas. Evidence that Sandy is on the way.
It could get pretty bad. You know, we're talking about a bigger storm here.
Heavy equipment's been called in along the Jersey Shore, with the latest forecast putting the Garden State at ground zero for landfall. Remember, Sandy is a monster of a storm, and its effects will be widespread.
At this point in time, it'll likely make landfall late on Monday evening, bringing with it accumulated rain, high winds, and beach erosion, significant beach erosion.
Communities up and down the East Coast will feel the effects of this massive system.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
Sailors are on 24-hour watch at the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia. For now, ships are staying in port. That's not the case here in New Jersey, where owners are pulling their boats from the water.
Just getting out of the way of the hurricane, getting out of harm's way.
In New York, preparations have started. Officials still considering closing the city's bridges, tunnels, subways, and commuter lines on Sunday.
I really encourage all New Yorkers to really try to be home or try to be where you need to be by 7 o'clock, because there's no guarantee of service after that.
Near Philadelphia, there's concern today about its 6 oil refineries, a major national supply source. And in Atlantic City, the casinos shut down. Mandatory evacuations in some areas along the shoreline, and more are likely on the way as Sandy moves closer to the coast with every passing hour. And we haven't heard yet whether the mayor is going to order the subways, the bridges, the commuter lines shut down yet, but I have a feeling, and schools, I have a feeling that'll be coming later today.
Oh, I'd put money on it that easily. All right, let's now talk about our live team coverage. We have Mike Seidel, who's in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. We'll get to him in a minute, but apparently Julie Martin is shaken down in North Carolina. Julie, we hear your jacket's flapping, and you're shaking as well. Is it pretty cold out there with the wind and the rain for so many hours?
Yeah, it's shaking, and it's not a lot of fun out here. Let me tell you, Stephanie, I hope people in the Northeast are watching this right now, and they're watching these winds and this heavy rain and just taking a look at this picture, because what you're going to be getting up there is worse than what I'm getting right now. We're seeing these winds around 50, and that's the gust, but we are still looking at a very strong storm, and we have it well offshore. So this is just an incredible wind field. Sandy's still about 280 miles away from me, the center of it, and this is what we're getting. We've been getting this overnight here in Nags Head, North Carolina, all along the Outer Banks. The tide is in now, by the way, and I was out here yesterday. I can tell you the Atlantic Ocean has now moved in about 70 feet, believe it or not. So we haven't seen any flooding along the homes here along the Atlantic. Haven't checked out the sound side. Keep in mind, I'm surrounded by water. Here's a look at some of the impacts then along the Carolinas. Again, we're looking at possibly coastal flooding, high winds. We could see gusts upwards 65, 70 miles an hour before the day ends today, and then things will finally start to taper off overnight as Sandy heads your way. But right now, it is going to be a long and brutal day here in the Outer Banks. The advice from emergency managers, stay inside. Carl Parker has the latest on Sandy's track. Carl, over to you.
All right, Julie, thank you so much. And you can see just how large that area of winds is. That storm is well offshore relative to Julie. Folks, if you live in the Northeast along the 95 corridor and farther west, today is your last day to get ready for being without power for an extended period of time. Today, this is it. And you want to be prepared to move if you live near the coast, and listen closely to officials, and also know the lay of the land and know whether there are big trees near your home, and are they leaved? Are they more likely to come down? Right now, it's a 75-mile-per-hour storm. It's moving northeast at 13 miles per hour. Here is a look at the area, the incredibly large area of strong wind, and so that's already moving into the Carolinas, as you saw there with Julie. Tomorrow morning, those tropical storm force winds start to come in. Again, there is now a high wind warning for the tri-state area for 36 hours, starting Monday at 6 a.m., ending Tuesday at 6 p.m. And then later in the day on Monday, that's when the really strong wind comes in there, anywhere from Buzzards Bay and Providence over into Bridgeport, much of Long Island there, getting those very strong winds, all of Long Island, New York and down through Jersey and right into the Delmarva and extending over towards Philly and Baltimore and D.C. And then that strong wind continues to roll in through the overnight hours, so it's going to be a very long night. This is the period of time when a lot of folks are going to be losing power, and we'll have much more on this and some of the effects at the coast coming up in a few minutes. Guys, back to you.
All right, Carl, thank you so much. And that's going to be the thing. This is going to be such a long duration event.
Yeah, so many days and days and days. And someone who's already been covering the storm for days is our Mike Seidel. He is in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, just to our south.
We're going to check in with him in just a little bit. We've got that and, of course, complete team coverage as we continue on Wake Up. It's 40 minutes past the hour here on the Weather Channel. You're watching a special edition of Wake Up with Al. And as we watch the sea foam get a little bit closer here at Asbury Park, New Jersey, along the shore, I mean, the winds are sustained about 20 miles per hour.
Yeah, I took an observation with the anemometer that we have here, and I got a gust as high as only 23. And it's cold as well. And I think that's the other story with this system. We lose power, it's going to be cold.
That's right. So let's take a look at the swath, the path of this system. It is a big one, and it is going to continue to trek towards the northeast. Still a Category 1 storm. Makes its way inland sometime late Monday night, early Tuesday morning, and then it just hangs around, and that's going to be the big problem. Look at these impacts we're talking about.
That's right. Here, widespread flooding, power outages, coastal areas. You are going to see, of course, the gustiest of winds where you are, because once the wind interacts with land, it gets slowed down by friction, but we keep talking about the foliage, the trees. Those are going to be taken down.
That's right. Those power outages are going to be the big problem. Take a look at some of these current winds that we've got. These wind gusts of over 35 miles per hour in Norfolk, Manteo over 46 miles, Cape Hatteras 43-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So with sustained winds in the mid-20s, that's going to cause a big problem.
Yeah, and of course, New York City just got upgraded to a high wind warning for Monday through Tuesday, essentially, with winds gusting as high as 70 miles an hour.
We're talking about 36 hours of sustained winds. They've already shut down. They'd already shut down on Friday all the exterior construction work going on. So let's check in with Mike Seidel. He's just down the shore from us, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. And Mike, I know you're probably seeing the same thing, solid wind and that sea starting to push inland.
They are. In fact, the last wave just a few minutes ago, you can see the line of sea foam, how high the water has gotten up on the beach. We don't have much beach left here. Now, the widest part of the beach is just a little north of here, down towards the main part of the boardwalk. But again, with a high tide by tomorrow morning, this beach is underwater. Even part of the boardwalk is underwater. Check some of the buoys offshore, southeast of Cape May, off the Delaware Bay. We're getting 11-foot seas now, almost 12-foot seas, winds gusting over 35 miles an hour, and 29-mile-an-hour gusts south of Islip. New York Harbor, wave heights now are running up to 8 feet. So things are gradually ramping up wave height-wise and wind-wise. How about rainfall-wise? Well, so far so good, taking a little bit of an edge off of being out here in this wind. Temperature right now 58 degrees. Most of the rain still down towards Ocean City. There's a band of heavier rain across the eastern shore of Maryland and Delaware up towards Philadelphia. But the Jersey Shore right now is generally dry. That is going to change as we're looking at 4 to 8 inches of rain. That combined with those hurricane-force wind gusts in any tree-lined area is going to lead to power outages. Speaking of power outages, look at the red on this map from Roanoke down through the Shenandoah Valley, through most of New York State, all the way to down East Maine, all the big cities. 50 to 60 million people could lose power. And by the way, high wind warnings now for all or parts of 10 states. Not only New York City, but all of parts of 10 states. And Alan, Stephanie, I know I was driving over the Throgs Neck Bridge during a big storm a couple years ago, a lot weaker than this, and it was pretty terrifying. I have a good feeling that Mayor Bloomberg will shut down those bridges with those high spans before this thing comes in.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Mike. We've been talking about that, and it stands to reason.
It does, and that'll happen today, which is enough time because people still need to get over those bridges and get some work done and whatnot. And one of the big issues we're going to have to worry about is water rise. And the right front quadrant is where you're going to see that biggest push of onshore water.
Which is why here in the Northeast we're so worried with this thing making landfall in the center of New Jersey.
Right.
That puts a big,
New York, Long Island, Northern
Connecticut.
New Jersey,
There, you
Connecticut.
take a look. From Myrtle Beach to Wilmington, about 1 to 3 feet. You get up into Cape Hatteras, about 3 to 5 feet. And then we get into the megalopolis, and you're talking about 2 to 4 feet. Virginia Beach from Atlantic City, Ocean City, Montauk, Long Island, 4 to 8 feet. Take a look at the high tides. Atlantic City, that's going to be the other problem. Got a full moon, a near full moon, so the astronomical high tides are going to be even higher than usual.
So depending on exactly when that comes in, will a low tide help us? Absolutely it will.
Yeah.
But I still think it's going to be powerful and high no matter what.
That's right. Still ahead, we've got much more live team coverage as Wake Up With Al continues tracking Sandy.
And I'm Hurricane Specialist Carl Parker. Everything behaving as we thought it would. This is going to be one of the most significant storms that we have seen in the Northeast. A tremendous amount of wind, water level rise, and wave action coming to the coast. We'll talk more about the timing and the impacts coming up.
This program was brought to you by...
Coming up on 50 minutes past 6 o'clock, and we got two things to look at. First of all, we're talking the rain with Sandy, and this is just unbelievable. 3 to 6 inches of rain from Pittsburgh, Buffalo, down to Norfolk. But as you get closer to the coast, we could be talking about 10-plus inches of rain.
All coming down over a span of several days. And then there's the snow. And that forecast hasn't changed either.
Crazy.
We can see a foot of snow in the higher elevations on the back side of this megastorm, Frankenstorm. Everyone's giving it all types of different names. The turducken you've given it.
I'm guessing that the skiers will be happy at Snowshoe and Beckley and Bluefield.
You're not going to be able to get there for a minute, but once you do.
There you have it. All right, let's get a check of our tropical weather update. Not only do we have Carl Parker at the expert desk,
but Mike Bettis.
Mike Bettis as well.
Joining.
Tag teaming, guys.
There's that much to cover.
Yeah, there's a ton to cover this morning, guys. Thank you very much. Carl, we have a lot of forecasting tools at our disposal. One thing you've been looking at this morning is these 850 millibar forecasted winds. Can you tell our viewers exactly what that is, why it's so interesting to you?
Well, what we're looking at here is we're looking at the wind speeds going up about a mile in the atmosphere where there's no friction, so we see sort of the pure vision of the storm. And this is a model depiction of Tuesday morning. And the thing about a storm that makes it significant, it's not just the intensity, it's also the number of people who are affected. And of course, the Northeast is the most heavily populated part of the country. And look at the size of this storm. It's absolutely enormous. Tuesday morning, it covers the eastern third of the United States.
The wind field goes, if you look at that map, it goes all the way over to it goes all the way to the Mississippi River.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Which is remarkable. So they'll feel winds that will gust in St. Louis even.
They'll get some wind, and then the really strong wind is aloft. So when that's transported down via a number of mechanisms, whether it's rain or even a sunny day can do that, that's when we get the really strong gusts.
The thing about this is that the direction of that wind, too, and how it comes into the coastline is so important.
It really is. We're going to see some serious surge impacts. Here's a quick look at the latest, a 75-mile-per-hour storm. Don't focus too much on that because the impacts are going to be much larger than the category of storm. Here's a look at the current winds, the buoy winds. They're already up to about 45 miles an hour at several buoys, and the waves are getting very high indeed. We've looked at some buoy heights, and they've been getting up to 30 feet and above. And that is what is headed. That water is piling up now, along with all that wave action. That's what's headed for the coastline. And because of the nature of the coastline, this could be very bad indeed in New York City. Because of this L shape, the water sort of converges there, which maximizes the potential of be coming up through the Raritan Bay, then getting into New York Harbor, and also coming down Long Island Sound. Now, we had a 4.5-foot surge in Irene. This could actually top that, and we came very close to causing major transportation problems there in New York City. You know, if you get enough water in these subways, these subterranean tunnels, you get a lot of wiring in there. You get seawater in there. You can't use that wiring anymore. It's got to be ripped out, and that can take weeks.
It rusts.
Yes.
And then it becomes completely unusable.
Exactly.
It could, I mean, would you anticipate then a significant impact to the transit system in New York?
If we get that flooding in the subways, you've got 8 million people who use that every day. And this could be amazing if that happens.
What would have to happen, though, is the center would have to make a landfall, likely in New Jersey. Then.
Yes, on the central coast of New Jersey, piling up all that water. And the thing is, it'll continue even after the storm moves in. In fact, here's a model depiction of the center of the storm. So you've got this onshore flow that really starts to come in as the center of the storm's moving in. But even after that, it's still driving up. And so it's not letting that water out. And then on top of that, you've got rainfall that's trying to drain out. And that, too, is bringing up the water level. Now, I do want to tell you a little bit about the wind. So there's this high wind warning that's now in effect for New York City for 36 hours. We could see winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. That begins Monday at 6 a.m. So here that strong wind is starting to move in. Tropical storm force wind with hurricane force gusts. And then we step forward in time. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse through Monday, starting to really peak here Monday afternoon and going into the evening. These are hurricane force gusts in that highly populated area. And that'll go right through into overnight Tuesday and then finally relent late Tuesday.
It's remarkable to think about all the complexities, Carl and Alan, Steph, what goes on with this and the huge population that could be impacted by this storm.
Hey guys, the National Weather Service now has upgraded the high wind watches to high wind warnings into Tuesday for Philly, D.C., Baltimore, Boston, Providence, Hartford, Harrisburg, Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, Burlington. Talk about that. What does that mean for these areas?
That means a widespread windstorm when a lot of people lose power, and it also means in those metro areas where you have tall buildings that high-rise buildings will be susceptible to having their windows cracked or blown out.
You have said before, potentially tens of millions of people could be without power.
60 million people live in that corridor. A lot of them could lose power.
It's just crazy. We're going to have more continuing coverage. When we come back, we'll go back to the beach with Alan Steph.
Morning, as we are on the air this morning, Hurricane Sandy is roaring north along the eastern seaboard, preparing to make its turn. We're talking about a storm that's more than 1,000 miles wide and could affect 60 million people as far inland as Ohio. And when Sandy makes that turn to the coast, high energy water coming with it, that means storm surges of epic proportions and stunningly high waves.
Well, as you can imagine, it's all hands on deck at the Weather Channel. Non-stop coverage to break down the timing of the storm, including rain totals, flood advisories, the potential for widespread power outages. We have extensive coverage for you this morning, beginning with Julie Martin in North Carolina.
That's right. The winds are howling here. It's been a long and blustery night along the Outer Banks, and it will be a bad day as conditions continue to deteriorate here. I'll detail where Sandy is and what we can expect coming up.
I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here on the beach at Point Pleasant. Mandatory evacuations getting underway this morning, and most of the beach already being hit by a high tide, and we're a long way away from landfall.
Mike Seidel, thank you so much. Welcome to a special weekend edition of Wake Up with Al, Sunday, October 28th, 2012. I'm Al Roker.
And I'm Stephanie Abrams, and I want to get to the new high wind warnings that we just got sent to us here, and they extend from New York to Philly, D.C., Baltimore, Boston, Providence, Hartford, Harrisburg, Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, Burlington.
These extend for about 36 hours.
Right.
So,
we're talking a Monday, Tuesday time frame, winds gusting 60, 70 miles an hour.
That's right. We've got a lot to get to. Here's the very latest. Parts of the New Jersey shore are under mandatory evacuation from Long Beach Island south to Cape May. In fact, we've got the mayor of Asbury Park where we are. He's going to tell us about what's going on here. New York City opening 65 shelters starting at 9 this morning. New Jersey, New York mass transit systems could be suspended later on tonight. Bridges closed as well. School closings most likely ahead of the Monday morning rush. We'll find out more about that later today.
Okay, so let's look at our Sandy threat index. And we're still calling this thing Sandy, but once it combines with our trough to the west, it's going to be a nor'easter combined with an extratropical hurricane, it looks like. So it won't just be a Hurricane Sandy. But with that said, it doesn't matter what we call it, and that's my point.
Look at this area.
Look how large it's going to be, and it's going to be for several days.
Back into Ohio, up into New England, down along the southeastern Atlantic coast. It is massive. And of course, as we said, we have extensive live team coverage. Julie Martin is in Nags Head, North Carolina. Mike Seidel is in Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Let's start our live coverage with Julie Martin. Julie?
Well, good morning, Al. You know, this feels more like a nor'easter. I heard you and Stephanie, talking about the meteorological components to this, and I've even noticed the winds have shifted more to a northerly flow here as they are hitting me in the face with sand and hard rain. So it is not real pleasant here along the Outer Banks this morning. It's going to be a bad day as well, and I hope people in the Northeast are watching this right now and taking note, because this is tropical storm gusts of around 50 right now is what I'm dealing with, and you're going to be dealing with much worse in the days to come. So now's the time you need to really heed those warnings and prepare to stay inside for a couple of days. That's what people here along the Outer Banks are doing. No evacuations, but again, we are dealing with surge as well as this rain. We've picked up about 4 inches so far in this area. It's going to be a long day. It's not going to be over. And Sandy, by the way, is still almost 300 miles away from me, the center of it. That just goes to show you the strength of this storm, guys. I'll have a lot more coming up in the next half hour. Back to you.
Julie Martin, thank you so much. Joining us right now, Ed Johnson, the mayor of Asbury Park, New Jersey. Mr. Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Welcome to Asbury Park.
So, what kind of evacuations are you putting into place, or are you?
Well, right now we've asked people in low-lying areas, those areas that are prone to flooding, to move to higher ground. And our residents, if they have a dry, safe place west of the shore, to make plans to go there and to do so immediately.
So are you guys shutting down the shore?
Well, today at 4 o'clock, we're going to close down the boardwalk areas, and we're asking everyone in this area to move west. At 10 o'clock this morning, we have an emergency management meeting, and we'll make further decisions at that time.
When you say ask, that connotes that it's voluntary. Is there a point where you will make these mandatory evacuations?
We believe so later this morning. We're just asking people to use their common sense. If you live in an area that you know floods, if your car's parked in an area that you know that floods, I mean, these areas are known.
But any memory of a storm like this before that you can compare it to?
Well, you know, last year we had the earthquake and the hurricane all in the same week. So we're sort of used to this now in Asbury Park. But I would have to say probably back in the 90s, the nor'easter that came up is looking like what we're seeing coming this way. It is really going to be a devastating storm, and we're asking people to use their common sense.
All right, Mayor Ed Johnson of Asbury Park, New Jersey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll have to come down and visit in
better circumstances.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, let's go to our hurricane specialist.
Carl Parker is standing by at the expert desk. Carl?
Well, guys, what we want people to know today is that today is your last opportunity to prepare there in the Northeast. Tomorrow it's going to be too late because the strong winds will be moving in tomorrow morning early. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm. It's a 75-mile-per-hour storm. Don't focus too much on the category. The storm is going to have a much greater impact than a lot of Category 1 hurricanes would have. And here's a look at that incredibly large area of strong wind, which already now, as you saw with Julie's live shot, is moving into the North Carolina area and will continue to move into the 95 corridor tomorrow morning. So strong winds are starting to come in tomorrow morning. You might think, well, gosh, I can get to work. It's not that bad. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a lot worse by Monday evening. So you really should stay home if you can tomorrow. There's a look at the hurricane force wind gusts, high wind warnings now in effect from New York down to D.C. And that hurricane force wind gusting, that gusting wind comes into interior parts of the Northeast through late Monday and early Tuesday. It's going to be very bad indeed. Let's go now to Mike Seidel, who's been reporting live on our storm from New Jersey. Mike?
Hey, Carl, good morning here from the beach here at Point Pleasant. Look at the surf already taking over almost all of the beach. We're a long way off. We'll talk surge and how bad it's going to be.
Pride and ownership.
Yes.
The director of the National Hurricane Center, our own, we like to say our own Dr. Rick Knabb.
Yes, Dr. Knabb, now the director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knabb, it's good to hear from you. We haven't talked to you in quite a while here. And this is my question for you. At what point do you become uninvolved with this system? Because it looks like it'll come in as an extratropical hurricane, but it's combining with a system that you wouldn't necessarily cover, a trough from the west.
I did a little bit. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm not able to hear you. I think I was going to be talking to Steph and Al. The earpiece isn't giving me any audio, but I'll just make a couple of quick comments. I'm sure you're interested very much so in what the storm surge aspect of this is going to be, and it's going to be significant. Can't pinpoint exactly who's going to get the worst of this, but we're close enough in time that we here at the Hurricane Center have a high amount of confidence, unfortunately, that we're going to get 4 to 8 feet of combined water level, storm surge and tide together above ground level somewhere, and could be in many places, between the northern part of Maryland all the way up through Connecticut, Rhode Island area. And then Long Island Sound is going to be a hot spot, and I'll switch over here just to point out, because of this left-hand turn, it's going to be pushing a lot of water into this part of the coastline where it's shaped in such a way that it captures a lot of that water, and especially in Long Island Sound, could pile up to 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. Not just going to be a coastal event, of course. The large size, we all know the bigger storms are worse in terms of long duration rainfall and wind. So I'm going to presume that I'm tossing back to Al and Steph. Sorry I can't hear you, but hopefully that gives you something to chew on. I'm sure we'll talk later this morning. Over to you.
I'm sure we will. It's always good to see you, Dr. Knabb. Thank you so much. All right, so mass transit is a big component of any major metropolitan city, but in the New York area, it's really important.
And John Durso is joining us now with the New Jersey Transit.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Durso, what precautions, what are you guys prepared to do with this storm bearing down?
Well, good morning, Stefano. And, you know, I would first start by just echoing what Governor Christie had said yesterday, and that no one should underestimate the power of the storm. And here at New Jersey Transit, we've taken this direction to heart. Our maintenance crews are out inspecting culverts, drain pipes, and right-of-way to ensure that they're clear of blockages. And we've also placed crews on standby to respond to down trees, wires, and flooding. We've also put our waiting rooms at our outlying rail stations open to ensure that they remain open throughout the storm. Again, this is a dangerous storm, and in New Jersey Transit, our priority is the safety of our customers, our employees, and the citizens of the Garden State.
Mr. Durso, if I could just interrupt for a moment, do you have any plans of canceling service, you know, in the near future?
Well, what I would tell you is that last evening, the governor's administration announced that New Jersey Transit has begun preparations for the potential shutdown. Again, I would note that no decision has been made, but we are beginning the process to implement a shutdown should that decision be made. It would take at least 12 hours to implement, a very extensive process. But again, New Jersey Transit...
So about what time, sir, about what time do you think that decision will be made?
it's too early to speculate, but what we would encourage our customers to do is to log on to njtransit.com for service updates and to listen to broadcast reports.
All right, Mr. John Durso from New Jersey Transit, thank you so much, sir.
We now want to go to Mike Seidel, who is just to our south here along the coast of Jersey. And Mike, you've been traveling up the coast. Have you noticed any differences from Florida, even making your way all the way into Jersey?
Well, certainly since yesterday, the wind has ramped up. The tide is even higher. We're in a high tide right now. And you can see where the water comes over that berm. It's come all the way up to here. And then in front of me, I've got about 15 yards to the snow fence. We get better light. I'll show you down the beach where the entire beach is already underwater. And remember, the worst of this is tomorrow and tomorrow night. High tide tomorrow, give or take 30 minutes up and down the Jersey coast about 8 a.m. and tomorrow night about 8:30 p.m. Those are the tides where we're going to see the highest water level rise. We're expecting surges here as high as 8 feet. This is going to be a bad system, worse than Irene. Everything here is boarded up. And a year ago today, I was in West Milford, New Jersey with 19 inches of snow. A year later, it's a storm, a hybrid monster headed towards the Jersey shore.
"20 minutes past the hour. You're looking down the beach here at Asbury Park, New Jersey. Probably made most famous by its association with Mr. Bruce Springsteen. Not too far down the boardwalk, the Stone Pony, where he cut his eye teeth, making historic rock and roll.
And a few other musicians, I feel like. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but definitely made their way there.
Little Stevie and Ray Vaughan and all those guys. Anyway.
I remember where we were last year.
Yeah, that's right. We were in Long Beach, Long Island, and that's where we find WNBC's Jonathan Vigliotti standing by. And Jonathan, are people taking precautions there?
Yes, that is the case. Good morning to you, Al and Stephanie. You can actually see the waves here really starting to batter down on this shore as Sandy gets closer. I'm actually standing on top of what has become quite the example of preparation here up and down the coast. This is one of these man-made sand walls here. Its main purpose act as a barrier against this surging sea. The main fear, obviously, these waters going and flooding this low-lying seaside community. On top of flooding, though, power outages really the big concern here. We saw that last year with Irene, hundreds of thousands of people without power. Well, LIPA, Long Island Power Authority officials yesterday warning people that beginning as early as later on tonight, there could be power outages, saying in some cases people could be without power for 7 to up to 10 days. As you can imagine, a lot of people taking precautions, going getting their generators. In fact, those generators, as fast as they're put on the shelves, they're taken off. You also see people at gas stations filling up on their tanks for their car and also for their generators. Again, right now, Long Beach, where we are, there is no mandatory evacuation for people and residents living here, though we can tell you the medical center here has been placed on that mandatory evacuation. Patients have been placed elsewhere. We're also being told that other hospitals, North Shore Hospital, has canceled all of their elective procedures, and at least one other hospital, we're told, has evacuated their lower floors. I want to take you to Suffolk County, which is just up a ways. There, Fire Island, you're looking at that video there, they are under a mandatory evacuation. Fire Island residents, it's really just a sliver of land there, very prone to flooding. They have up until 2 o'clock today to get off of that island. That is when ferry service will end. Again, as far as here in Long Beach, we could expect a mandatory evacuation later on today. Officials, in the meantime, are sending out a warning to thrill seekers. We're specifically talking about surfers. We've actually seen a few of them this morning here in the waves. Obviously, a very big threat, not just to their safety. Officials going on to say it is prohibited here as this storm gets closer. They say not only are these surfers putting their lives at risk up and down this coast, but also those first responders. So they're saying stay out of the water, stay inside, and make sure you're prepared as Sandy gets closer. That is the latest here on Long Island. I'm going to send it back to you, Stephanie and Al.
Well, Jonathan, we saw a guy behind you in the water there. Let me ask you a question. You were there last year. We were there. What changes has the town of Long Beach made? I mean, they've got that barrier. That thing went
annihilated
almost immediately, but they put it back up again. What changes or precautions have they taken in light of what they went through in Irene?
You know, and that's a good question, and you're right. The barrier where I'm standing on right now, it was the same kind of barrier we saw here last year, and really in just about an hour or two when Irene hit at her hardest, this was all wiped out. And really, this is the type of preparation we're seeing once again with Sandy, because really when it comes to these kind of storms, there's only so little this community can do to prevent flooding. Of course, we've seen crews here checking all the gutters and the drains to make sure if that water does in fact go into the streets, there is proper drainage. That's as much preparation I think these officials and the town crews here can take. Right now they're just hoping that Sandy is a little less powerful than Irene. Of course, right now all predictions are that's going to be quite the opposite.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I don't think they can hope for that because this thing looks much worse than Irene.
It does. Okay, so some quick preparation tips, and these are just kind of to jog your memory. I think we want to go down a checklist because it's kind of obvious. You want to make sure you use plywood. You want to take stuff off your porch. You want to take things like wind chimes down. So maybe you haven't thought of little things like that. Maybe just do a little, walk around the periphery of your house to look for things like wind chimes and chairs that you might have not known were even out there.
And if you've got to get out, you should really have an escape route and know how to get out and have an alternative in case trees are down, there's flooding, anything like that. You need to be prepared.
Okay, something else that happened overnight. There was an earthquake in Canada, magnitude 7.7. There were tsunami warnings in Hawaii.
Advisories.
Right, those have been downgraded. It looks like the worst of it has passed, and it looks like things have gone off pretty good there. Not too much damage that we're hearing any reports of right now.
That's right. And as we continue on a special edition of Wake Up with Al, we're going to continue our live team coverage. We're going to speak with Julie Martin. She's down in Nags Head, North Carolina. She's getting pounded pretty bad. We'll have the details on that. And, of course, the latest on the path and our tropical update as we continue on Wake Up with Al here on the Weather Channel. Hurricane Sandy moving parallel to the southeastern United States coastline, bringing strong winds, gusts, rain, storm surge. Of course, when is it going to make that turn into the coast?
We're going to let you know also, new video of waves crashing on sandbags at North Topsail Beach, North Carolina on Saturday. This area saw a steady pounding of wind and rain overnight. We're going to get a live report from the beat in less than 2 minutes. We have extensive coverage here, of course, on the Weather Channel with crews up and down the East Coast. And we have high wind warnings that are now posted for
much of really the Northeast back into parts
New
of
England.
New England.
Incredible here. We have extensive coverage with Mike Seidel in the field, Julie Martin's in the field, our hurricane specialist Carl Parker, and more crews that are in the field that will be up throughout the night.
We got a guy fishing right now doing a little surf casting, trying to see what he can pick up because, of course, fishermen will tell you this is really great fishing weather because it starts churning stuff up and those fish start moving around.
The other problem, though, what I was told by some fishermen, I'm not sure about here, but the fish can sense that low pressure and they actually want to get away with it or bury themselves in the sand.
All right. Well, of course, everybody is concerned about what's going to happen with this system. When is it going to make that turn? And once it does, what does it mean for the East Coast? A growing surf batters the Carolinas. Evidence that Sandy is on the way.
It could get pretty bad. You know, we're talking about a bigger storm here.
Heavy equipment's been called in along the Jersey Shore with the latest forecast putting the Garden State at ground zero for landfall. Remember, Sandy is a monster of a storm and its effects will be widespread.
At this point in time, it'll likely make landfall late on Monday evening, bringing with it accumulated rain, high winds, and beach erosion, significant beach erosion.
Communities up and down the East Coast will feel the effects of this massive system.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad.
Sailors are on 24-hour watch at the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia. For now, ships are staying in port. That's not the case here in New Jersey, where owners are pulling their boats from the water.
Just getting out of the way of the hurricane, getting out of harm's way.
In New York, preparations have started. Officials still considering closing the city's bridges, tunnels, subways, and commuter lines on Sunday.
I really encourage all New Yorkers to really try to be home or try to be where you need to be by 7 o'clock because there's no guarantee of service after that.
Near Philadelphia, there's concern today about its 6 oil refineries, a major national supply source. And in Atlantic City, the casinos shut down, mandatory evacuations in some areas along the shoreline, and more are likely on the way as Sandy moves closer to the coast with every passing hour. I would expect by 6, 7 o'clock tonight here in the metro area, decisions will be made about shutting down the mass transit systems, school closings and things like that.
I agree with you on that one. I think schools will be closed tomorrow, but that's my own opinion. I am not the mayor.
My daughter Leela was doing homework last night, but still hoping against hope, no school.
It's good that she was doing it, though. All right, let's now toss to Julie Martin, who's down in Nags Head in North Carolina. And Julie, with even just a small system, the roads can wash over there. Have you seen the overwash and the sands covering the highway there?
Yeah, we've actually just heard from the North Carolina Department of Transportation, Stephanie. Highway 12, which goes down to Cape Hatteras, is closed, and it's closed just south of me. So normally we would see that situation happen farther south, maybe near Rodanthe, but in this case, it's all washed out, so there's no travel into Hatteras as we speak. Looking at the radar right now, Sandy, the center of Sandy, is still about 300 miles away from me, believe it or not, and this is what we're dealing with here along Nags Head. We have tropical storm force winds. We're gusting up in the 50s right now, and the tide is in. I want to take you out to this pier and just show you how much the ocean has come up. Now, yesterday I could see all of the sand that is now covered by water. This is about 70 feet of beach. Look at that pier. That's an old fishing pier out there. You see the wave heights all the way up to the top of it. That is about a 12 to 15-foot wave out at sea. And in fact, a hurricane warning now offshore issued by the National Weather Service for mariners. We're looking at seas that are going to be 12 to 25 feet in the immediate vicinity. So it is going to be a long day here along the Outer Banks. And as I mentioned earlier, I just hope people in the Northeast and the big cities are watching this, because this is just a little taste of what is to come your way in the next couple of days. And you could even be dealing with worse situation, a much worse wind situation, I should say. I want to get now to Carl Parker, our hurricane specialist, for the very latest on Sandy. And Carl, are you surprised at all by the strength of these winds, given the fact that Sandy's so far away from me?
No, I'm not. I think we were surprised several days ago when we saw the computer models forecasting this incredibly large storm, but now it is behaving as the models have been suggesting all along. It is an incredibly large and dangerous storm. Today is your last day to prepare in the Northeast, and be prepared to move if you're in coastal areas, and listen very closely to what officials had to say. So here's the latest on the storm. It's a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane that really doesn't tell the whole story. The storm is much bigger and much badder than that number. Moving now northeast at 13 miles per hour. We expect that to continue. And I want to show you the area of strong winds. This is a computer model forecast, and the area of tropical storm force winds with winds gusting to hurricane force, incredibly large. Here you see the timing in the upper right-hand corner there, and from tonight into tomorrow morning, it will be moving into that heavily populated 95 corridor. So we'll step you through that. There are high wind warnings in effect starting Monday morning. Here's the strong wind coming into coastal parts of Jersey, the Delmarva, Long Island, up into Connecticut, southern Massachusetts, and then continues to move in right into central parts of the Northeast right through late Monday and even into early parts of Tuesday. We're going to talk more about the timing of this in just a moment. Stephanel, back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Carl. As we get ready to go to this next break, we're going to be speaking with Dr. Rick Knabb from the National Hurricane Center, the director there. Take a look. North Carolina and Nags Head, waves pounding the pier.
I hope it doesn't receive any damage, but it'll take a while for them to figure that out.
40 minutes past the hour here on Wake Up with Al. We are live from Asbury Park, New Jersey. We're just one of a group of live team coverage correspondents that we've got blanketing Hurricane Sandy.
And speaking of Hurricane Sandy, we want to go right to the National Hurricane Center. And Dr. Knabb, because you couldn't hear us last hour, I wanted Al to give his spiel that he gave, because, it was a good spiel.
We take a certain amount of pride, we really do, in that you cut your eye teeth doing television here with us, and we're so proud of the job you're doing at the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Knabb.
Well, Al, thank you so much. It's good to be with you. I wish we had better news for folks in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, though.
Yeah. And that is true, and we're going to get to that in 1 minute. But, Dr. Knabb, I want to actually ask you a question about the Hurricane Center. And when you guys kind of back off of this system, as it moves up the coast, becomes extratropical and combines with that trough, at what point are you not involved anymore?
We will be involved throughout the event. We might cease issuing the forecast, track, and intensity, the advisories that come from the Hurricane Center, but we will be in close coordination with colleagues throughout the Weather Service. We will continue to be available to talk to folks in the media. We will continue to provide guidance on storm surge to the local forecast offices and emergency managers. We will continue to brief FEMA and whoever else at any government level needs our guidance, and we'll be involved throughout the event. We're not going to disappear, even though the system might make a transition which would cause our product suite to change.
Right.
Well, okay, so Dr. Knabb, now, okay, obviously rainfall, obviously storm surge, you can talk about that. But for the folks who don't live along the coast, can you please emphasize that they have to be just as concerned as the people who are living along the coast, but for obviously different reasons?
Yes, this is not just going to be a coastal event. We've said that many times in the past, especially for large systems, that this is certainly going to be one of those. The larger systems are bigger storm surge producers at the coast over a larger area, but they then can impact a much larger number of people well inland from the coastline, and that is going to be the reason for large rainfall totals and inland flooding and long-duration wind event for many people. So we could see the widespread power outages. So just like in any other severe weather event, including a hurricane, even if this is not tropical when it comes ashore, you need to pay attention to what your local emergency management officials are telling you. Some folks will be told to evacuate. Some folks will be told to avoid certain areas, stay inside. Heed all of those instructions regardless of what kind of system it is. You really need to handle this particular threat individually. Forget any last storm you've dealt with. Deal with this one and follow instructions from the emergency managers.
That's a good one, because everyone loves to compare it to something.
Well, I remember this and that.
Right, and you go all the way back in time. Let's talk about surge. Where will the worst surge be, Dr. Knabb? Right front quadrant, but are certain areas more prone in the Northeast than others?
Yes, there are certain hot spots. Long Island Sound, the general shape of the coastline here, captures the water, so there's no doubt there's going to be a significant surge event somewhere in that area from the northern Maryland coast all the way around to Connecticut, Long Island Sound, 4 to 8 feet throughout that whole general area, but we're at 5 to 10 feet above ground level, surge and tide combined in parts of Long Island Sound, Raritan Bay, but even we're already getting some storm surge in the Carolina coast. We'll see it on the Delmarva. We'll see it all the way over to the south-facing shores there in Massachusetts. So a large area susceptible to storm surge here, so a lot of people could be given evacuation orders. The New Jersey coastline, another example. So really got to pay attention to those local officials if they tell you to go.
And Dr. Knabb, quickly, if there is any silver lining to this, usually when a system like this comes on shore, you got to worry about tornadoes. Not so much the case with Sandy.
Perhaps not, just a different kind of environment, but there's going to be so much wind. I really am concerned about a lot of people having to deal with wind hazard for a long period of time just because the center of circulation isn't there yet. The weather's going to deteriorate later today, and it's going to last a long time. So there's going to be plenty of wind, even if there aren't a lot of tornadoes.
All right, Dr. Rick Knabb from the National Hurricane Center, the director there, thank you so much. We'll be chatting with you, I'm sure, throughout the morning.
Also coming up is Carl Parker, and Dr. Knabb makes a great point. Carl, we don't care where this is making landfall. So many will be affected regardless of where.
Yeah, and another great point that he made is forget about any past storm that you've dealt with. This is not going to be like a typical Category 1 storm, not by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to talk about the timing and the impacts and what we're concerned about as regards the flood impact in the New York City metro area. That's coming up.
To a special edition of Your Weather Today on this Sunday as we're tracking Sandy. We are going to see rainfall 3 to 5 inches with this system, and we could see up to 10 inches in some location. And speaking of 10 inches, we could see 10 inches of snow as well. People are boarding up, though, along the coast, and they are definitely getting prepared for this system. Okay, let's have a look at what's happening at the expert desk this morning, because such a dynamic system. Our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker, and of course, my colleague, Mike Bettis, are standing by the desk. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning to you, Stephanie. And I think today's the day.
Today is the day.
If you don't do it today, it may be too late.
Right. You've got to get prepared today, and just think about what you would need if you were in the dark for many days on end, which is entirely possible across a huge area.
Tens of millions of people could potentially be knocked off the grid.
Yes.
It would not be a bad investment right now to think about getting a generator if the stores even have it.
If you can get one, and I've heard a lot of stores are running out of generators, but it would be a great idea to have one. And, you know, high wind warnings are now in effect for all these major metros, the D.C., Baltimore area, Philly, also New York. So we're talking about 36 hours of high wind there in these major metros. Now, what you're looking at here is a representation of the wind field, the area of strong winds just above the lowest levels of the atmosphere, going up about a mile. And what it shows is the expanse of this storm. Look how big this is. It's unbelievable. So here we've got, that's Wisconsin, okay? And then here you've got the northeast. There's Maine. There's the coast. That's the southeast, of course. So this is covering the entire eastern third of the country.
In the northeast, folks here are very, very familiar with nor'easters.
Yes.
And they can be extremely powerful. This may be the biggest nor'easter they've ever seen.
Yeah, this is going to trump that storm in a lot of ways because it's so large and it's going to last for such a long period of time. And you really need to think about the lay of the land on your property. Where, for example, are the big trees on your property? What's the wind direction going to be? Where might you want to be in your house when that wind is coming in? Right now, a 75-mile-per-hour storm. Please don't focus on that. Don't say to yourself, oh, I've been through a Category 1 hurricane before in New Jersey or in Long Island. It wasn't that big of a deal. You cannot compare this storm to previous storms. It was a great point made by Rick Knabb, Dr. Rick Knabb, the director of the National Hurricane Center. You see this enormous area of strong wind that is developing offshore right now, generating huge waves, wave heights above 30 feet, and also piling up the water that's already beginning. We're already hearing about water level rises in the southern part of New Jersey today, and that's only going to continue over the next couple of days.
This water rise forecast, we've upped it a little bit. We're going 5 to 10 feet now, Long Island Sound. What's that going to do to the coastline there?
Well, you know, what it's going to do is it's going to help to really pile up the water, especially right around Raritan Bay and New York City. Obviously, the coastline is just going to take a tremendous beating. We've been hearing about the potential for 10 to 20-foot waves there in southern Jersey, so there's going to be massive beach erosion and coastal flooding. There you see the 5 to 10 feet coming down Long Island Sound, and we'll focus in a little bit on that there in New York City. So you've got water coming down Long Island Sound, coming up here into Raritan Bay, and so coming from two directions towards New York City. Now, we had very bad surge flooding in Irene. Wasn't quite enough to cause a huge disruption to the transportation system. That could change in this case. This could be worse than Irene.
So the water could get into the subways. It could knock out the New York transit system. We're potentially thinking.
You've got these subterranean tunnels, and they've got a lot of wiring in them. You get seawater in that wiring. It can't be replaced immediately. It takes a long time, and you've got 8 million people who travel that way every day.
That's unbelievable thing that could happen. But if you look at the coastlines, there's a huge, heavy population buildup along this particular coastline.
Oh, absolutely. In northern parts of Jersey, and a lot of these areas are going to be flooded. So please, folks, listen to your local emergency management officials, and if they're telling you you've got to get out, you really do have to get out. And here's a look at the model forecast. You see the expanse of the storm. We'll focus in a little bit on the area of strong winds. What you're looking at here are lines of equal pressure. These roughly correspond to where the strong winds are. They'll be coming in Monday morning. They will be intensifying through the afternoon, getting worse and worse through the course of the afternoon and into the evening hours. The storm then moving in possibly Monday evening or maybe a little bit later than that. And there you see that very strong wind then continuing right into Monday night and into early Tuesday. So this is what we mean by it going on for a long time. It's not only intensity, it's also duration in this case.
And that particular landfall would mean almost a worst-case scenario for New York Metro.
It could very well, yes.
Carl, thank you very much. Let's get back in now to Stephanie. Stephanie, it's one to watch and one to prepare for immediately, right now.
Absolutely. This is the day because tomorrow and Tuesday, you are not going to be able to get out and do anything. Coming up next, Mike Bettis, Jen Carfagno, and more live coverage up and down the East Coast as we continue to track.
Sandy delivers high winds and heavy rain, posing a threat for storm surge and inland flooding to millions of people. We're keeping you ahead of the storm and its impact.
I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. I want everybody to be ready. I want your families to be safe, and I want us to be able to do our jobs the right way.
On alert, officials urging residents to be prepared now. Do not let this storm catch you off guard. You can see flooding and wind damage leading to millions of power outages. We'll show you where.
We have extensive live team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Julie Martin is live in Nags Head, North Carolina. Stephanie Abrams is reporting from Asbury Park, New Jersey. And Mike Seidel is in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey.
Reynolds Wolf stationed in Mystic, Connecticut this morning, and our experts standing by here at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. This special edition of Weekend View starts right now. Well, good morning, and thanks for joining us for the Weather Channel special hurricane coverage of Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. Sandy is a Category 1 hurricane. The new advisory is in. It's the same with winds at 75 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped to 951. We'll have more on that. It's lashing the East Coast already. We have the very latest for you this morning.
So let's bring it to you and bring you the latest that we know right now. President Barack Obama is suspending his campaign schedule for Monday as well as Tuesday. He'll return to the White House and monitor the Hurricane Sandy from there.
And meanwhile, GOP candidate Mitt Romney will return to Ohio instead of campaigning in Virginia today. Sailors are on 24-hour watch at the naval station in Norfolk, Virginia. For now, the ships will stay in port. And New York officials plan to open 65 shelters in less than an hour.
Let's bring you the threat index this morning and the very latest information that we have for you on that. We are anticipating seeing a threat index increase for us, especially into the Northeast as we go through the next 24 hours. What that means is today is the last day that you can be taking action to prepare you and your property and keep safe through the duration of this event.
It's already going to be a very breezy day. The rain has already begun as well to move into areas of the Mid-Atlantic. Let's go over to Hurricane Specialist Carl Parker, standing by at the expert desk. New advisory in. Carl, the most notable change is the reduction in pressure. What do you make of that?
It's jaw-dropping. It really is. I've got to tell you, this is a remarkable storm. And, you know, Dr. Rick Knabb said it best moments ago. Forget about everything that you know about storms that have come up and across the Northeast in the past, because while this is a Category 1 storm with 75-mile-per-hour wind, the central pressure now is 951. Now, comparatively, you can have a hurricane very easily with a pressure of 993. The standard sea level pressure is 1014. This is an incredibly low central pressure. The pressure of the superstorm, which many of you will remember from 1993, came up along the Northeast coast and paralyzed the Northeast all the way from Atlanta all the way up into far northern parts of New England. That had a pressure of 960, so this is almost 10 millibars lower. This is an incredible atmospheric disturbance, and it's going to be a long-duration event, and that is the biggest thing that we want you to know here. This is not simply a Category 1 hurricane. So here's a look at the area of strong wind. You can see just how large it is, extending 500 miles from the center, and that's going to begin to move in tomorrow morning. So today is the day, folks. Today is the last opportunity to prepare in the Northeast for the storm. And please understand what's around you. Where are the big trees? Where are the older trees that might be weaker? Where might they fall on your house or apartment? You want to know that so you can prepare and think about where you want to ride this storm out. So we've got this area of strong wind coming into 95 tomorrow morning. Then it continues to intensify through the afternoon, and by the evening, this is the area of winds gusting to hurricane force coming into New York and Philly, and also getting towards Baltimore and D.C. That's where we have high wind warnings in effect, and those high wind warnings go for 36 hours in these areas. So this is again going to be a very long duration event going right through the early morning on Tuesday, solidly here across this Northeast corridor, and then finally that wind begins to settle down late Tuesday and going into early Wednesday. And that huge area of wind is going to be piling up the water along the coast and driving it right down Long Island Sound, where there is a warning now for 5 to 10 feet of storm surge. We want to go now to Reynolds Wolf, who's in Mystic, Connecticut, following the situation there. And Reynolds, the water level rise there could be very dramatic.
No question about that, Carl. And I got to tell you, we're going to show you exactly what they had with some of the recent storms, namely Irene, and what they do anticipate this time. But before we get to that, let's lay the groundwork. I'm actually coming to you, as you mentioned, from Mystic Seaport, but to be more specific, on board this incredible vessel. This is the L.A. Dunton. This is a two-masted fishing schooner that was built back in 1921. But what's really amazing about it, it is one of the younger ships that you have in the fleet out here in the seaport. You know, this place is surrounded with nautical history. You have about 4 centuries of people that lived in this area, and they had firm reliance on the sea. They have got an interesting relationship with the Atlantic Ocean. They know very well that it is something that certainly can provide, but at the same time has the capability of taking away. So this is no surprise they've been dealing with these systems. They've been dealing with them for since long before people were settled here, the tropical storms, the nor'easters, the hurricanes. And to follow up with what you're talking about when it comes to Irene, when they had Irene just a few years ago, the water actually came through Long Island Sound, back in the back bays, into the harbors, and here in Mystic Harbor, where the water actually came up right to the bottom of some of these doors, Carl. But what we anticipate with this particular system, this one could actually bring water that could be some 4 feet higher. So we're talking about yay high. People here are being prepared for it. I can tell you that many of the larger vessels are actually going to be given some additional room to actually go out and do what boats do best, float. And then, of course, preparations will be made, of course, for many of these buildings with the possibility of that flooding. Let's send it back to Atlanta and back to Mike and Jen.
All right, Reynolds, thank you very much for that. It's certainly something to watch there because it's not going to look like that probably in the coming days. It's not going to be dry.
And things are going to change actually pretty rapidly. Today is the day to prepare. Today is going to be the last day, sort of the calm before the storm. And even today, the rain and some gusty winds will be there.
All right, still more continuing coverage of Sandy to come this morning. We're going to talk live with Dr. Rick Knabb. He is going to give us the latest from the Hurricane Center on what they're thinking will happen with Sandy.
And we take you out to the locations that will feel the greatest impacts from Sandy. Stephanie Abrams will report live from Asbury Park here.
Let's talk about that flood threat now with Jen.
That's right. The wind's one factor, the flooding and the rainfall another. Let's talk about the rain concerns that we have. Rainfall is going to be on the order of 3 to 6 inches of rain widespread here across the mid-Atlantic. Now, locally, there's going to be more than 10 inches of rainfall. We've already had about 5 inches of rain in Cape Hatteras and already feeling the outer bands well up into Pennsylvania this morning. So we're going to see widespread areas of heavy rainfall. There are flood watches posted throughout Pennsylvania, throughout New York as well, New Jersey, this whole area into southern New England as well. Concerns that there's 2 types of flooding that could occur. There could be river flooding happening, especially eastern Pennsylvania, watching New Jersey for that. And then there's also the concern for flash flooding. And in this area, looking at anywhere from 3.5 to 4 inches of rain within a 3-hour window, that's the type of rain that could cause some flash flooding. So heads up on that. Here's where the rain is right now. We've got rain now coming into southeastern Pennsylvania, not too far from Center City. We've got some showers in New Jersey. The rain heavier down through Delaware, back down through Maryland as well. And in Virginia, we've got some heavier rain now to the north of the Norfolk area. Concerns here, too, for not just flooding, but coastal flooding with the water coming ashore at the surge. Mike.
Jen, thank you. I want to take you now to Miami, Florida, and the National Hurricane Center and Director Dr. Rick Knabb joining us this morning for the very latest on Sandy. Dr. Knabb, when we compare this to anything else, if you look at Irene last year, Sandy's a completely different animal than Irene. Can you explain to our viewers how?
Yeah, Mike, a very good point. Just throw that out the window, comparing it to past storms. We got to deal with this one. Every storm's unique, and this one is going to be different from Irene. Primarily because of a very different track, coming in from a completely different direction when it comes ashore. This leftward turn that we're forecasting, all the models agreeing on this general scenario. You know, Irene went straight up the coast. This is going to make this left-hand turn, and when a cyclone takes a completely different track, then that increases the chances beyond what would already be there for different spots that did or did not experience flooding and other impacts during Irene to have a different outcome this time. So you have to prepare as if you've never experienced this one before, because you haven't. And the emergency managers, if they tell you to evacuate, you got to go. And if you're told to stay off the roads and take other preparations, do it this time, even if you weren't impacted last time.
Dr. Knabb, that perpendicular track into the coastline, how much does that play in a role in how much surge we're going to see north of the landfall location?
Well, the combination of the direction of motion and the flow into a coastline that is shaped, generally speaking here, to capture the water and focus it into the coastal areas, that's the big concern. And because of the large size of Sandy, the larger system's much more capable of producing significant storm surge over a large area than smaller systems would be. So all the way North Carolina up into the south-facing shores of Massachusetts, and all the different sounds and bays along the way could be experiencing storm surge. But that includes places like Long Island Sound, with the water getting piled up as it comes in from the east. So the New York City area is certainly going to be experiencing a storm surge threat. So lots of folks under the gun for that particular hazard.
The difference between a high wind warning and a hurricane warning, we don't have hurricane warnings up here, but we have high wind warnings not just along the coast, but well inland. Can you talk about that for the viewers?
Sure. You need to focus on the fact that the winds are going to be strong. And the local Weather Service forecast offices have had high wind watches up. Those are making the transition to warnings along the way here. That means that wind, damaging wind, wind that can take out the power, is going to be a major factor here, not just at the coast but inland. And we could see winds near hurricane force at the time of landfall, regardless of whether or not it makes that transition to a non-tropical system.
All right, Dr. Rick Knapp, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knapp, thank you very much. I know he's going to be very, very busy, as his entire team will be. We're going to get you back to what's happening on the ground with Stephanie Abrams. She's going to give us a brief rundown of what's happening in New Jersey. Steph.
Yeah, Mike, we're here in Asbury Park, and as you can see, the sea foam has come up, I would say, throughout half the beach so far. There's still plenty of beach to be had here by the water, and unfortunately, I think it is going to come all the way up to the boardwalk here. Evacuations have been asked of the residents. They're not mandatory, but they are asking people to get to higher ground. We have more coming up.
Emergency in anticipation of Hurricane Sandy, which is expected to be a severe and a potentially devastating storm that will hit New Jersey beginning Sunday night.
Folks, this could be bad, really bad. It could impact us in several ways and for a long period of time.
And the sheer size of Sandy means that a lot of people will feel very strong winds from Sandy here, nearly a third of the U.S. actually, when all is said and done. Now, this is one of our computer model forecasts, the GFS model, and the forecast winds here. This takes you to Friday right now, but it's going to revamp, and we're going to watch it. Here it is, watching it at landfall, and then you see these very strong winds spreading out all over New England, all over portions of the Ohio Valley here, into the Midwest, the Great Lakes. All are going to feel very strong winds. How strong? Well, let's show you. We're going to be looking for winds that are going to be easily 35, 45 miles per hour with gusts to hurricane force over 75 miles per hour in a large area of the Mid-Atlantic and southern New England. Then winds gusting over 50 here all throughout portions of the Great Lakes area. Winds easily gusting over 15 or 30, even higher over portions of the Midwest as well because of Sandy. Mike.
All right, Jen, thank you. Well, let's get you down to the beaches and show you what could be happening when this makes landfall. We'll take you to Point Pleasant Beach this morning with meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike, everything pointing at New Jersey as a landfall location. The waves obviously already up. How much worse is it going to get?
It's going to get a lot worse, Mike, and it's going to be worse than Irene. That's a given. The water is already at high tide. Now, the tide is beginning to go out a little bit, but the water, those higher waves washed all the way up here. We've got about 15 yards to the dune and the beach here, but then if you look south, the water took over the whole beach. Now, the tide is beginning to go out. It's not going to go too far out because it's competing with this increasing northeast wind now, gusting upwards of 25 to 30 miles an hour. In fact, up at Sandy Hook, the water is already up to 7 feet. The tide, and we'll probably or likely break a record tide at Sandy Hook. That was 10.1. Hurricane Donna in 1960. Irene last year got up to 9.8, but at 7 feet at Sandy Hook, already some back bay flooding around Manasquan and also the Seabright area. So things are going downhill quickly as the water rises. Meanwhile, around here, thinking of buying some bread, some water today. Well, guess again, because yesterday we sent our crews out to some of the stores around the area, and a lot of folks were disappointed. They couldn't find a bottle of water, and some of these stores are saying they may not get any more water in before the storm hits later tonight and tomorrow. Also hitting the rain and the wind. The big wind, along with the wet ground, leads to uprooted trees. Many trees from here south towards D.C., Philadelphia, Baltimore still have a lot of leaves on them, although they're beautiful in fall color, and that means we're going to have uprooted trees, power outages, rainfall totals, a wide swath, including all of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, of 3 to 6 inches, some locally higher amounts. So, Mike and Jen, a long way to go, and it's going to be a lot worse than Irene. That's a given based on that pressure falling, where the storm's coming in, and what's going on already. Our high tides tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening are going to be the worst here on the Jersey Shore. Back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And guaranteed he will not be able to stand there. I mean, the water will be over his head.
And the winds will be so strong as well. Well, let's talk about the American Red Cross. They say that with the amount of rain that's expected, many families may be displaced after Sandy. During the storm, they want to make sure local families have a place to stay and food to eat.
Joining us live right now is Senior Vice President of the Red Cross, Charlie Szymanski, joining us from D.C. this morning. Charlie, good morning to you. What resources have you mobilized right now, and which areas are you most focused on?
Well, Mike, thanks for having me. We are operational across many states and already supporting sheltering operations in North Carolina. We're moving hundreds of volunteers all along the Atlantic coast. We're focusing on our partners for our feeding operations. We're active in the emergency operations centers in virtually every one of the states that will be impacted by this. And we're mobilizing our blood resources to make sure the blood supply is where it needs to be in the impacted areas. So we're truly there across many states and moving people in as we speak.
If someone needs help with the Red Cross, how do they find the shelters and how do they find your resources?
Well, Jen, I'm glad you asked. You probably noticed I've got my iPhone with me. The Red Cross has a free app, a hurricane app that you can download. It's available both for iPhone and for Android. It gives tremendous information, includes our shelter map. It has an I'm Safe feature that with one push of the button, folks can update their friends and family to let them know they're safe. And it also has an option to allow someone to link to donate to the American Red Cross. We can't do what we do without the generosity of the American public. Folks can donate by going to our website, redcross.org, 1-800-RED-CROSS, or by texting the word Red Cross to 90999.
All right, Charlie Szymanski, excellent information. Thank you very much. Sure, we'll be talking to Charlie quite a bit through the duration of this event.
And for the good work the Red Cross does. Now, much more to come on Weekend View. Sandy continues to make its trek up the East Coast, causing flood concerns for residents throughout the area. We'll take a look at where that threat is greatest. Well, Atlantic City's bustling, not so much with gambling tourists, but with casino workers getting ready for Hurricane Sandy. They're boarding up windows and removing beach bar gear. With the storm taking aim at New Jersey, the governor ordered casinos to shut down by 4 this afternoon, but many casinos accelerated the timetable, asking guests to leave hours before the deadline.
Welcome back, everyone, to this special edition of Weekend View, extended coverage around the clock to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. We have live team coverage. Our crews are up and down the East Coast here on the ground, tracking all the impacts, and we'll bring you their reports all day long. Now we have a look now at some of the Sandy headlines in North Carolina. State Road 12 from south of Oregon Inlet to Verdanthe is closed this morning. The highway is impassable. Meanwhile, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo will host a live news conference at 10 a.m. We plan to bring you his remarks live. And President Barack Obama is suspending his campaign schedule on Monday and Tuesday. Meanwhile, GOP candidate Mitt Romney will return to Ohio instead of campaigning in Virginia today.
We take you to Atlantic City, New Jersey right now and show you that the surf has been up here. Look how angry the sea is right now. These are live pictures. It's only going to get worse with a potential landfall maybe right over Atlantic City. Could be coming in as a Category 1 hurricane, and we may expect a surge to be significant in New Jersey, up through New York, Long Island, and up through New England. Let's bring you the very latest here on Sandy. You can see how we've got that onshore flow here north of the eye, which sits here off the Carolina coast. Plenty of rain, by the way, for eastern North Carolina up through Hampton Roads and on your way toward Philadelphia. Some of the wind gusts, by the way, have been very impressive. Right now, some of the buoys measuring wind gusts around 45 miles per hour coming right out of the east. So we've got a perpendicular flow right into the coastline here, maximizing the surge this morning, especially in places like the Outer Banks of North Carolina. We have all kinds of advisories here from Florida all the way up through the Northeast. Tropical storm warnings in effect, coastal flood warnings in effect as well, which means we're going to get significant water rise right at the coastline. Already feeling that in places like Rodanthe here. We've got overwash on Highway 12, and it's impassable right now. This is an area that's very surge prone, so this is not a surprise, but it's not going to be available to you, and the best thing you can do right now is probably go off the Outer Banks and back onto the mainland here. 4 to 6 foot water rise expected here in the areas that are highlighted in orange around Virginia Beach and Hampton Roads. A little bit less, maybe 1 to 3, and then significant area where you have the areas highlighted in red and then in purple, maybe here along the Long Island Sound, back here toward New York City. 5 to 10 foot water rise, which is much higher than Irene of last year. What exactly could that do here along the coastline? Let's find out with our hurricane specialist, Michael Lowry.
The storm surge forecast now calls for up to 8 feet of water rise. But what does 8 feet of water mean for you? Well, on a typical day along the shore, we'd expect to see 2 low tides and 2 high tides. But in the case of Sandy, it'll be moving on shore during a full moon. What the full moon means is that the high tides will be even higher than normal. As the storm moves on shore, it will push with it this storm surge, which will result in a total water rise of up to 8 feet, which would have the potential of submerging a first-floor home, significant impacts across a very wide area. Back to you.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Again, that astronomical high tide, it's high even when you don't have something like a Sandy coming around. But take a look at the cycles here at Montauk out there on the edge of Long Island. 841 tonight, 305 low tide tomorrow, which again will be above normal. Then 903 Monday morning. It may coincide with the high tide on Tuesday morning with a landfall in a place like New Jersey. That means probably Tuesday morning when you'll see the highest water rise in places like Long Island. Jen?
Our own Reynolds Wolf is live in Mystic, Connecticut this morning. He's going to join us now and talk about how people are preparing there in Mystic. Reynolds, good morning.
Good morning. They're always prepared in a place like Mystic. I mean, you have to remember, Jen, this is a place that is home for some great period buildings and some incredible ships, but it's also the home of some 4 centuries of sailing tradition. They're very well aware that the Atlantic Ocean can go from being very, very calm, very tranquil, to becoming a tempest. And I'll tell you, the most recent example of rough weather they've had here, of course, was Irene. And with Irene, you had floodwaters that came right through parts of Long Island Sound. The water really piled up, came back into the back bays in the harbor, and in this particular area came right up to the bottom of these doors. Now, what they anticipate this time is for the water to be about 1, 2, 3, about 4 feet higher, so we could see water possibly topping out about neck high, at least in this spot here. So it's certainly something that they need to be aware of. Something else you got to be aware of is, although we've got plenty of ships like this one, the L.A. Dunton, which was built back in 1921, this 2-masted fishing schooner, you're going to see quite a few more ships that will be coming in here. This is still a very active harbor. They do anticipate over the next several hours, and certainly over the next several days, you'll see quite a few coming in here, mooring up, and getting ready for all that Sandy may unleash. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Hey, Reynolds, you know, I think Connecticut, the coastline there, was one of those places that got surprised, if you will, by the impacts of Irene last year. Do you get the sense that people are more prepared and ready for this one?
You know, these people are tough. It's a seafaring state. These people are ready for everything. Obviously, there's some people that will be more prepared for others. I can tell you the few stores I've gone in, many of them have been packed. A lot of the convenience stores, a lot of the shopping centers, people going in and buying plenty of things because they're aware that although we may have rising waters, there's something else we may have rising too, some other issues. Mr. Sandler's behind the camera. Sir, if we could just pan over just a little bit, beyond those ships, you're going to notice that the hillsides are covered with beautiful, beautiful fall foliage. It's great to see, but one of the problems you have is when you have those winds intensifying, you could see those giant trees, almost like the sails on a clipper ship, really causing some issues, power outages, all but a certainty. So people got to be prepared for the rising waters, Mike and Jen, but also the chance of being out without power for possibly days and maybe over a week.
And that's over a widespread area, Reynolds. Thank you. That's what we're urging people is to be prepared, and today is the day to get prepared.
For a lot of you, there's going to be significant rain that accompanies Sandy, and flooding is going to be a huge issue for so many people. Let's take you to New York. We expect a heavy rain to fall for you, so we've got a surge threat right along the coastline. Lower Manhattan could be one of those areas we're worried about, but also how much rain will fall and how much rain and flood will be a problem.
And these flood alerts continue through Tuesday. We'll have more on the flood and the wind concerns next.
This video for you from Hurricane Sandy, and this is a look at Garden City, South Carolina. Look at the water that has come up here along the coastline. We have seen some surge already through the Carolinas, and in some instances washing over some roadways. In fact, there are some roadways, Highway 12 in North Carolina, that shut down because of the high water. If you can do so safely, you can upload your pictures and your video at eyewitness at weather.com, or you can go to weather.com/eyewitness. You can create a free account. Upload your videos and pictures there. It's unlimited, and you may see your updates right here on the Weather Channel. Jen.
It's really helpful to help us tell the story of what's happening in your local area. And what's going to be happening is widespread power outages. We are very concerned about these winds. Look at the forecast for winds. 30 to 50 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts over 75 here over a good chunk of Pennsylvania, southern New England through the mid-Atlantic. 20 to 40 mile per hour winds with gusts over 50. We're talking about tree limbs coming down, tree limbs potentially coming down on power lines, and power outages that could last because these winds are going to last for more than 24 or 36 hours. The power crews can't get out to even try to start to fix the situation until the winds have subsided. We've had very strong gusty winds right along the coast for now. It's mainly been the Outer Banks of North Carolina where we've been seeing winds gusting over 50. That's where Jillian Martin has been reporting from Nags Head. It's been very gusty there. We're going to see the winds continue to increase today through the mid-Atlantic, again right along the coastal areas first, but then by tomorrow a lot of areas are really going to start to see the winds ramp up throughout the day. It may not be that bad in the morning, but look at this. By 8 o'clock we're looking at widespread areas. This blue area is 30-plus mile-per-hour winds. We're looking for large areas to really see strong gusty winds here, and that includes the I-95 corridor through tomorrow night and overnight. Monday into Tuesday is when we're expecting landfall, and when we'll see the worst of the winds continuing to push right here along the coastal area, but then the wind field will keep on spreading out, and actually throughout not just the coastal areas, but inland areas and beyond. It's going to be very gusty. We've got the high wind warnings that have been posted for a good chunk of the region, from Maine all the way down through New York State, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, all in on it. We're looking at for widespread power outages throughout this area, back into portions of Ohio, down through West Virginia. So we've got big concerns and widespread concerns that could last more than a couple of days, perhaps to a week. Mike.
Jen, thank you. Now to our meteorologist in the field. Stephanie Abrams is in Asbury Park, New Jersey, in northern Jersey. Stephanie, where you're located, with a potential landfall just to your south, you could be in a right front quadrant hit. What exactly would that mean for a place like Asbury Park?
Well, Mike, as you very well know, you've covered plenty of these storms to know the right front quadrant means you have an onshore flow. So think about this, everyone. Just stick with me for a second. I know it's early. I know it's a Sunday morning. You have the storm coming ashore. It's moving towards us here in Asbury Park, right? So you have that storm movement is onshore. And then in the right front quadrant, you also have an onshore flow opposed to the south side where you'd have an offshore flow. So at least on the south side, you get the offshore flow. Even though the storm is moving inland, the winds are going to be coming offshore. Where we would be located, if it came in just to the south of us, you get the storm going forward and you get the winds onshore. So you have double forward winds, if you will, with this system. So what does that mean? That means that this beach here that is not looking too bad right now could be completely inundated with water. I just spoke with one of the PIOs, I believe, at the fire department. He said that at 4 o'clock, they're basically shutting down the boardwalk. They're going to have another meeting at 10 to do another reassessment. But you can see the waters already came halfway up the beach by all this delicious sea foam that we're seeing blowing in the wind here. Why I just did that, I'm now a huge mess. All right, Mike Seidel, I don't know if you've been playing in the sea foam, but it's really yellow and disgusting kind of looking up here. I don't know why.
I understand, Stephanie, but if you were here, I'd play in the sea foam with you. We've got sea foam here at Point Pleasant Beach. I want to show you how high the water got at high tide over the past hour. Almost the entire beach was covered here. Now, the beach down towards the amusements is wider. Here's the dune line, a pretty substantial dune line. The water got up to this and up on it last year with Irene, but this time around we're going to have a higher surge beyond the dune line. Everything, as far as the eye can see, all the way down the Jersey Shore is boarded up. And everybody heading inland, in fact, east of the railroad tracks here, Point Pleasant Beach, you have to evacuate. It's a mandatory evacuation by 4 p.m. today. The other thing we're going to watch, not only the surge, but also those tides ramping up. Already at Sandy Hook, we're only 3 feet from a record-setting tide. We got a long way to go. We'll keep you updated as Sandy makes its move towards the coast. Stay with us.
This program was brought to you by Petco, where the healthy pets go.
Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy here with our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker. So many people doing the right thing, it appears, getting ready, they're sandbagging, they've got their supplies and what have you. At some point, people will be given an evacuation order. They need to know where to go in that event.
Yeah, and part of getting ready is about knowing whether or not you may be asked to leave. And one thing that we want you to take a look at is the New York City Hurricane Evacuation Zones map. If you live in New York City now, we want to stress, no order has been given. There's been no order as of yet. This is just simply to remind you that if you live in New York City, you can find this at nyc.gov, and what this shows you is zones A, B, and C. And you can figure out which zone you're in, or if you're in any zone at all, and it also shows you the evacuation centers where you can go if an evacuation order is issued. So this is just something to keep in mind, something that you can check out at nyc.gov just to make sure that you know whether you're in this zone or not.
When we look at our forecast, though, Long Island Sound back toward lower Manhattan could be 5 to 10 feet.
Yeah.
I would assume at that point at least evacuation zone A would be ordered to leave.
This really could be significant. When you look at Irene, for example, the forecast for that same area was 4 to 8 feet of surge. Now in this area, Long Island Sound and getting up towards Raritan Bay there, the forecast is now 6 to 11 feet of surge. And this is because we're going to see water being piled up here, and then it has to sort of converge right in there where you've got those sort of that elbow in the land. The water converges there, and that pushes it up even more. And so you've got this tremendous potential for surge in New York City, and this actually could be worse than it was in Irene. And as we focus in a little bit here, you've got two types of motion that are going on. You've got water coming in from the Atlantic and coming into Raritan Bay and then getting up into New York Harbor. Then you've got it also coming down Long Island Sound. So it's coming from two directions and converging in here, and that is why we are so concerned about the possibility of flooding. And we came really close to having major transportation disruptions in Irene, and it's possible that we'll get there this time.
I also wonder about certain things like the financial impact. You've got the financial district down there in Lower Manhattan. I'm going to assume that at some point they're going to close Wall Street. They're going to shut down the markets.
You would think so, and I hope so. I mean, this is everything that we see is indicating this is going to be an incredible storm for this area. There's nothing that indicates otherwise.
Not to mention Long Island is going to be may get the worst of it.
Yeah, Long Island and then all the way down the coast in Jersey. It's going to be a huge water level rise. I also want to show you what's going on. First of all, the latest on the storm, and here's something that you really don't want to pay attention to: 75 miles per hour. Because you might be thinking, well, I've gone through a Category 1 hurricane. It wasn't that bad where I was. Please don't think in those terms. Forget about what you know about past storms, because this is so different. Look at the pressure of this thing, 951. I mean, that is getting really, really low, and the models indicate that it could get even lower. So this is going to be on the order of some of the greatest storms that we've ever seen in the Northeast. And I also want to show you this satellite image. This is from the University of Wisconsin. We've been talking about the fact that it's a hybrid storm. It's got some non-tropical characteristics and some tropical characteristics, still very much showing those tropical characteristics. Look at that on the northwest side. That is an eye wall that is developing around the northwest side of the core of this storm. So it's still very much showing indications of wanting to be a hurricane inside of a larger storm.
Having said that, we up through the Northeast, Jersey, up through New England, we don't have hurricane watches or warnings. To me, that's a little disconcerting because people may not be paying as close attention because they're not under one. Why has the Hurricane Center decided not to issue those? There's
been a lot of discussion about that, and it may not be a hurricane by the time it comes up there, but please don't let that...
But it could make landfall with wind speed of Category 1.
Absolutely. There absolutely could be hurricane force winds coming up there. So that's why we're asking you not to worry about that aspect of it, what it is, but rather what it's going to do. And here's a look at the wind forecast, and you see this tremendous area of strong wind that is moving up, will really be coming into the coast in the 95 corridor on Monday morning, and then will continue to move in through the course of the day on Monday. High wind warnings have been issued in New York and Philly, Baltimore and D.C., and then it goes right into Monday night and right through early Tuesday. So a long-lived windstorm, 36 hours of strong wind easily.
A lot to think about for sure. What will the national response be? We talk at the top of the hour with FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate live from D.C. next.
Hurricane Sandy delivers high winds and heavy rain, posing a threat for storm surge and inland flooding to millions of people. We're keeping you ahead of the storm and its impact.
I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. I want everybody to be ready. I want your families to be safe, and I want us to be able to do our jobs the right way.
On alert, officials urging residents to be prepared now. Do not let the storm catch you off guard. You could see flooding and wind damage leading to millions of power outages. We'll show you where.
We have extensive live team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Julie Martin is in Nags Head, North Carolina. Stephanie Abrams is reporting from Asbury Park, New Jersey. And Mike Seidel is in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey.
Reynolds Wolf stationed in Mystic, Connecticut this morning, and an expert standing by here to Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. This special edition of Weekend View starts right now. Thank you for joining us for the Weather Channel special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. Coming up in just a moment, we'll talk with FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate. Sandy, a Category 1 hurricane that is lashing the East Coast, and we're going to bring you the very latest this morning.
Let's update you on what's happening right now. 65 shelters across New York City just opened their doors. Meanwhile, shelters in parts of Connecticut and Virginia also opened this morning.
Connecticut Governor Daniel Malloy is planning a news conference in Hartford at 11:30 a.m. We also expect to hear from the New York Governor at 10 a.m. We'll break in with their comments.
And officials in Alexandria, Virginia, mandating a 5 sandbag per person limit. Flooding around the Potomac is certainly expected. Let's update you on the threat index this morning, and you should be taking action anywhere from, say, Cape Hatteras up through Boston and inland now through near Charleston to Pittsburgh, up through Buffalo and Syracuse for a significant wind event, and inland we're looking for a lot of snow as well across West Virginia, the Ohio Valley, and western Pennsylvania.
So many dimensions to this hurricane. Let's go to our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker, to talk more. We've been focusing on the pressure, Carl, because the pressure has now dropped to 951. It was measured by the hurricane hunters. What does that mean for the winds? Do you think the winds are going to continue to increase?
Yeah, I do, and that's a really good measure of the amount of energy that is in this storm. It's a tremendously strong storm, a tremendously powerful storm that really belies its category and its maximum winds. And the thing that I really want folks to know is that today is the last day for you to be able to prepare in the Northeast. This is your last opportunity to get ready for potentially being without power for days, and you have to be ready to move if you're anywhere near the coast, because things could change pretty dramatically. We expect to see a significant water level rise along the coast as this storm moves in. I want to show you, first of all, this is a computer graphic showing you, computer-generated graphic showing you the model of the wind field up in the atmosphere about 5,000 feet. So just above the surface, this is an area of strong wind that'll be moving in on Tuesday. Look at the size of this thing. I mean, that's Wisconsin. Here's the Great Lakes. There is Maine and New England. There, of course, the Southeast. And then you've got back here towards the Mississippi Valley. Absolutely enormous storm that is covering 1/3 of the country by Tuesday morning. And so just a very, very serious storm. And please, folks, we want you to get ready for this thing. 75-mile-per-hour storm, but again, it's not as important as that central pressure, which is now down to 951. And look at the bursting of thunderstorms that's going on near the center. So it's still very much showing tropical characteristics, very much like a hurricane that is within a larger non-tropical storm. Now, let's take a look at this area of strong wind, this huge area of strong wind. That's going to begin to move in tomorrow morning along the 95 corridor. So that's when it starts to really go downhill for a lot of you in the 95 corridor, in the megalopolis, as we say. And it's very important for you to know the lay of the land. Know where the big trees are around your home or around your apartment. Know if there are a lot of leaves on the trees, which will make them more likely to come down. Now, as we go through the day on Monday, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. We're going to watch hurricane-force winds moving into that same corridor. There are high wind warnings for the tri-state area. Philly down to Atlantic City, hurricane-force wind warnings. Winds could gust to hurricane force. Then that continues to move in through late Monday and into early Tuesday morning. And so it's going to be a prolonged period of very strong wind with water piling up and along the coast. And we'll talk more about that in our tropical update coming up. Guys, back to you.
Carl, thank you.
Well, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has initiated widespread preparations, including joining forces with the Defense Department and other federal agencies to brace for Hurricane Sandy. And for more on what's being done to prepare, I want to bring in FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate this morning.
Craig, good morning. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're talking about a storm that we're describing as one we haven't seen the likes of before. What's your perspective on this?
Well, I think we need to make sure, and you guys are saying it, this is not a Category 1 hurricane in the sense of it's only a Category 1 hurricane. This is a much bigger system. The impacts are going to be very significant. I wouldn't focus on it's a Category 1 hurricane. I'd focus on what the impacts are being forecast for your area and heat evacuation orders, as those are going to be issued today based upon the storm surge threat and then potentially for river flooding and flash flooding in the out days.
Where this is going to hit is such a populated area. It's the most highly concentrated area of people in the United States. How do you handle this kind of disaster for that many people?
Well, the advantage is you also have some of the best responders and some of the largest departments with the New York Fire Department and other teams there. So although there's a lot of people in harm's way, there's also a lot of resources there, and we're joining with those governors' teams to support them as we're all getting ready for this storm.
What will people see on the ground? Will they see these departments out in force to sort of lead the way to get the recovery going?
Yeah, I think what you'll see is, once the storm gets in, we're going to do what everybody else is doing, is get somewhere safe and stay there during the storm, and then teams will get out as soon as they can, start checking on things. But it really helps if people evacuate ahead of time. That way teams aren't having to go out and do rescues. They can focus on recovery because people went somewhere safe.
All right, FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate joining us this morning. Craig, appreciate your time. Know you've got a lot of work ahead of you, but thank you for your time this morning.
And we'll be talking with him more as well. Now, we have continuing coverage of Sandy. There's going to be significant flood threat from the coast to well inland. We're going to detail the specific rainfall forecast and how much the water will rise.
Also, we're going to take you to North Carolina, Nags Head, where our Julie Martin is stationed this morning, getting blown around by the wind, anticipating quite a bit of overwash, especially on some of the roadways nearest the water. We're going to check in with Julie when we come back. New York. This is near Long Island here. Officials ordering mandatory evacuation there. Residents have been frantically boarding up their homes. Everyone needs to leave Fire Island by 2 p.m. this afternoon. The area should start feeling Sandy's effects tonight with continuous rain, wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour, and it's only going to get worse from there. Jen?
So there's the wind angle, then there's the flooding concern, too. Let's talk about the flooding concerns that we have with Sandy. There's going to be a lot of rainfall over a widespread area. We've seen 5 inches of rain already at Cape Hatteras. So look at the kind of rain we're expecting. 3 to 6 inches of rain from Pennsylvania back through Virginia, Maryland, you're including that, Delaware to New Jersey. We're looking at some spots to locally get 10 inches plus, depending on where those bands set up. And there's going to be other areas getting easily 1 to 3 inches, and there'll be local or heavier amounts. That could cause some flooding. From the flash flooding concern, most of the areas, 3.5 to 4 inches of rain in a 3-hour window would cause flash flooding. But then there's also the river flooding concern as well. And especially higher risk is actually into eastern Pennsylvania, up into New York State, New Jersey, and back down to Delaware as well. So that's a concern. If you live near a waterway, you need to watch out for that. Your basements are going to be something else to consider as well here. If you take on water when you get this much rainfall, you need to be ready for that. Now, here's a look at the current radar. We have rain already, that outer band continuing to press in. The rainfall falling for you up here in eastern Pennsylvania, down through Wilmington, Delaware, Dover, Delaware, getting some showers as well, and Salisbury, Maryland, we're getting some rainfall. Norfolk, Virginia. The heaviest of the rain has been just here over eastern North Carolina. Again, we've seen that 5-inch total in the last 24 hours around Cape Hatteras. The rain's still falling there, and the flood concerns are right here as well. Through Tuesday, we've got these flood watches that are posted throughout this area. Mike.
Jen, thank you. Now to our crews that are stationed out there in the field. Meteorologist Julie Martin is in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. She's in Nags Head this morning. Julie, been watching you all morning. It seems like it is a cold, wind-driven rain this morning. The ocean is angry. Just how difficult do you think are the conditions going to be today, and how difficult will that be for travel anywhere in the Outer Banks?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Mike, it is a long duration event. In fact, we've been enduring tropical storm force winds since about midnight, and they aren't letting up anytime soon. That just, is because of the size of Sandy, and it's just not that typical hurricane structure where you would have an eye wall and deal with these horrible conditions, and then the eye will pass, and then you get it on the backside. This is just, as you know, a monster of a storm, and it's stretching all the way up the coast, and we're seeing tropical storm force winds extending out about 800 miles, which is just boggling to the mind. I want to take you over to this pier, though, and show you the Atlantic, as you mentioned, just churning up there. Now, as you'll notice, the beach is holding up pretty well. They did have a huge multi-million-dollar nourishment about a year ago, and it's doing its job for now. It's actually breaking the waves farther offshore and protecting the beautiful homes here along Nags Head. So that is happening, but look at all of the sea foam just blowing across the beach right now. The sea is just churning up. There's actually a hurricane warning in place just offshore for mariners, and we're looking at seas anywhere from 15 to 25 feet in the immediate offshore areas. Mike, I should point out that Highway 12, which goes down to Cape Hatteras, is closed. There's overwash there, and officials have pre-positioned a couple of barges in Hatteras just in case people need to get out. But right now, the power situation, we've got about 2,500 or so along the Carolina coast here without power. Other than that, we are just battening down the hatches, and we are going to ride this thing out. Let's get now to meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, who is in Asbury Park, New Jersey. And Steph, what's happening up there?
Julie, right on the boardwalk, the Stone Pony, of course, is just, I was going to say a stone's throw, but maybe it's more appropriate to say a handful of sand throw away. And they're actually shutting it down at 4 o'clock. We've been watching this guy out here. I don't know if you can see him very well, but he's standing out on this kind of jetty, sticking out. He's been taking pictures all morning long. He seems to be in a safe position, though. From our perspective, it doesn't quite look like it because the waves are crashing all around him, though they actually haven't gotten anywhere near him. The beach, though, people have been out here checking it out. We've had dogs up and down the beach, up and down the boardwalk this morning, playing in the ocean, playing in the sea foam, and you can see them off in the distance. And I think people are just kind of enjoying this calm before the storm because it's only going to get worse. A lot of people have been coming up to us on the boardwalk, hitting me up on Twitter and Facebook and saying, is this for real? Do we really need to worry? Should I evacuate? Yes. They are asking people here, Mike and Jen, that are in flood-prone areas that flood in typical events to make sure that they evacuate to higher ground.
All right, Stephanie, thank you for that report very much. It's going to get tough there in New Jersey.
Yes, it is here. That could be the point of direct landfall. We have a live report from New Jersey where Sandy could make that landfall with meteorologist Mike Seidel on Point Pleasant Beach coming up next.
This is a dangerous storm, and I think we're going to be okay, but if it were to strengthen unexpectedly or change its expected path, it could do a lot of damage, and you could be at risk.
We will be doing mandatory evacuations for everywhere east of the tracks, which is the railroad track. It's 4 blocks east, and that will begin tomorrow and hopefully be completed by 4 p.m.
And talking about the winds with Sandy, both the size of the wind field plus the strength of the winds, the duration of the winds, very concerning to us. I want to show you one of our models. This is the GFS model, the American model. It's going to take the track of Sandy here towards the mid-Atlantic coast, and you'll see the strongest of the winds. They're the ones colored in reds and oranges, but also these winds in blues and even the whiter ones are still very strong as well. As we put this in motion, you'll see that continue to expand all across portions of the east. We're going to be watching for strong winds from the northeast all the way down to the mid-Atlantic. Let's look at that forecast for the winds today and into through Tuesday. We've got a lot of high wind warnings that have been posted there. Winds easily 30 to 50 miles per hour, gusting over 75 here in eastern Pennsylvania, also in New Jersey, in southern New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Boston, you're under a high wind warning, and again, this goes through Tuesday. Most of these high wind warnings start tomorrow morning, but you're going to start to see the winds start to pick up tomorrow, but then Monday morning, with the high wind warnings continuing through Tuesday, all the way back through the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley, the Midwest will feel very strong winds. Toronto and Canada, you'll feel it as well. Mike.
Jen, thank you. Now to New Jersey, where it could have a direct landfall from Hurricane Sandy. Let's check in with meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's at the Point Pleasant Beach this morning. Mike, I want to pick your brain a little bit because you've covered dozens upon dozens of events like this. Oh, this one's a little bit different than other hurricanes. What are your initial thoughts on this one?
Well, first of all, this is the latest I've ever covered a hurricane. The previous one was Wilma, and that was just a few days earlier than this on the calendar. The big difference with this one is the fact that it's come, well, as we've been talking all along, just the weirdness, the strangeness. We've never seen a track like this as it makes that left jab, that left hook. We'll call it a jab into New Jersey, Mike. So there's another difference. This is weather history, and it's going to be epic. I want to show you what happened last year with Irene. Now, this is where the water came up during high tide about an hour ago. Next high tide around 7 here. It's going to be tomorrow morning's high tide and tomorrow night's high tides that are going to do the damage. This is going to be a longer duration event than Irene because it went by. This time, Sandy's going into the south. That's going to pile the water up. Here's the dune line. It's not very tall right here, but the water went over the dune and then up over the boardwalk behind me. In fact, they just got the boardwalk replaced by about July 4th, and you notice the railing is very new. They just got that done just a short time ago. Water got into the first floor of those condos, at least up to the doors, but underneath are garages, and they were flooded with 3 or 4 feet of water. And this is going to be worse, again, because they're going to have that water piled up for a long, long time. In the northeast, we've got a lot of issues, a litany of issues away from the coast. Again, heavy rainfall totals, 5, 6, 7 inches, certainly in the mid-Atlantic up here towards the Jersey Shore. That combined with wind gusts to hurricane force will uproot trees. Millions of you will lose power. Now remember, when you lose power this time of the year, it's cold, or at least it's going to be cold. Maybe not 20, but 30, 40 degrees. You need to stay warm. So have an idea of how you're going to stay warm, and be careful with candles is not the way to go. If you've got a gas stove, okay, but be careful. Monitor the gas stove if you're going to warm the house up. The rain, the wind, the power outages, and again, Mike, here on the coast, a lot of inland flooding. And by the way, don't want to forget the mountains of Virginia, Western Maryland. A winter storm watch in effect. The higher elevations could get over 2 feet of snow on the back edge. We've got a crew headed there to show you what it looks like in the next couple of days. Back to you, Mike.
Just remarkable. Mike Seidel, thank you very much. So we've got a lot to talk about, as Mike was mentioning. Let's run through through that entire 7-day forecast now with Jen.
Yeah, the impacts here from Sandy being felt already, but it's going to be long-lasting here. That's a huge concern for us. Today, we've got the showers. We've got some rain out there with some gusty winds here, but the worst of the weather coming in tomorrow, and we're going to be watching for tomorrow night things to really go downhill. Really, throughout the day tomorrow, things are rapidly going to go downhill. Now, we take you into that forecast temperature-wise. Mike talked about how temperatures are going to be colder as Sandy makes landfall. We're looking for another batch of cold air to filter into the area, and you can see even by tomorrow night, we have some snow falling in the mountains of West Virginia. There are winter storm watches that extend down into the mountains of North Carolina as well, including in Gatlinburg, where you could pick up a couple inches of snowfall. We're going to be watching for temperatures overnight to be getting into the 30s and 40s. During the days, they'll be in the 40s and 50s. And so we're not talking about a post-hurricane where it's going to be warm and humid. It's going to be chilly, and it's still going to be breezy at this point. So if you're without power on Tuesday, on Wednesday, you're going to be uncomfortable here. The temperatures are going to drop here. Your house is going to get chilly, so make sure you have a way to get warm. And the winds are still going to be blowing all the way back to Chicago. Chicago under a lakeshore flood watch here. Concerns for the waves that are going to kick up on the shores of Lake Michigan because of the winds from Sandy. Mike?
All right, Jen, thank you. A lot more to come this morning on Weekend View. Sandy continues to make its trek up the East Coast, causing flooding concerns for residents throughout the area. Up next, we're going to take a look at where that greatest threat is here on the Weather Channel.
In Washington, D.C., the Marine Corps Marathon is on this morning. Cool conditions for sure. Spectators are bundled up, but Sandy's impacts are not being felt. That certainly will change in the next 24 hours.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back into this special edition of Weekend View. We have extended coverage around the clock to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. According to FlightAware.com, 941 canceled flights today, already for tomorrow, 2,554.
A lot of the major airlines right now are allowing you to make a one-time itinerary change. You want to check ahead with your air carrier. Generally, that's between October 28th and the 31st, so you may want to check with them if you got a flight, especially out of the Northeast.
And it's not just flights. Amtrak's starting to adjust their schedules and cancel some trains as well, so you want to check with their website for more. We have comprehensive live team coverage. Our crews are on the ground tracking all the impacts. We'll bring you their reports all day long. We have some new information here. Preparations underway to shut down the entire New Jersey transit system by tomorrow. And in just a half hour, New York's governor will host a news conference with the latest on his state's response to Sandy. We'll bring you his remarks live. The Connecticut governor is planning a briefing too. Also, shelters are open across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. 65 shelters in New York City just opened a half hour ago. Mike?
All right, well, let's show you what's happening this morning in a place like Wildwood, New Jersey. Boy, normally on a summer afternoon, this is beautiful and it's blue and the folks are out there flocking to the beaches. Maybe just a few sightseers out there this morning just taking a look at what the waves are doing, but Wildwood is going to be one of those places that will be hammered by storm surge and lashing waves and likely some of the highest winds near the center of circulation as it comes on, we think, in New Jersey. Take a look at the current conditions. You see the flow around Sandy. Plenty of rain here, especially from, say, Hampton Roads back down through eastern North Carolina. The winds have been impressive right now out of the north, right here along the Outer Banks of North Carolina, gusts at 47 miles per hour, so they are right now at tropical storm strength. So please be aware of that. It's a gust actually over 50 with sustained winds at 47, I should say. You can see the warnings that are in place here. That does include all of eastern North Carolina, okay? And then you work your way up the coastline here, coastal flood warnings that are in effect. What that means is anticipating a lot of water pushing up along the coastline, and that water is going to rise, and any location near the water is likely going to take on water. They include any of the boardwalks here, any of the businesses, and any of the coastal neighborhoods and communities as well. Overwash right here between Frisco and Hatteras, right here on the Outer Banks. So please be aware, we've already got some of the highways that are being shut down. Highway 12, Rodanthe is covered with water right now. It's impassable. 4 to 6 feet of water rise, what we're expecting here along the Outer Banks from Hatteras northbound and then down through coastal Carolina. But check out these numbers as you head farther northbound here. Areas highlighted in red, okay? That will include from around Ocean City all the way up to Montauk, New York, 4 to 8 feet, 6 to 11 feet here through the Long Island Sound. What exactly will water rise like that do to the coastline? Let's find out with our hurricane specialist, Michael Lowry. I apologize, we don't have that, but we're going to show you exactly what's happening now with Jen.
Well, we are going to actually see what this water rise is doing along the coast of North Carolina. That's where we find our Julie Martin, and we have live team coverage this morning. We'll get to Reynolds Wolf in Mystic, Connecticut, Stephanie Abrams in just a moment as well in New Jersey. But here's Julie Martin right now here in Nags Head, North Carolina. Julie, how far up has the water come?
Oh, it's come up quite far. In fact, probably about 70 feet since yesterday. Jen, I'll take you out here and show you. The pier is what we've been using to kind of measure this, but all of this area here at beach where you see the water now kind of screaming across it, that has been covered, and we could see all of that yesterday. In fact, I was standing on it, but this is a beach renourishment project, and it's holding up quite well. In fact, a lot of the water is doing what it's supposed to do, and it's staying out of harm's way and out of these houses. What I have noticed here in the past probably half hour or so is a shift in the winds. In fact, you can see it out at sea. They're now coming from more of a northerly direction, which is an indication that the storm is getting closer. And while that's good news for the Atlantic side, that's bad news for the Sound side. The Pamlico Sound on the other side of this island and this stretch of land, we're expecting some coastal flooding there by later this afternoon. We're already seeing overwash on some of the roads and streets here in the Outer Banks. Highway 12 is now closed off. And we're dealing with about 2,500 power outages as well throughout eastern North Carolina. To me, this feels a lot more like a nor'easter than a hurricane. It's cold, and it's a hard, stinging rain coming in now from the north, Jen. So this doesn't feel like your typical hurricane. Keep in mind, though, this is just a taste of what is to come in the northeast, where these winds are probably going to be even higher. Right now, we're gusting around 56.
And Julie, that's a very good description of what's happening. I mean, we were anticipating Sandy either becoming post-tropical or extratropical at some point. Right now, though, it is still very much a hurricane with winds at 75 miles per hour and very low pressure. Right now, recorded from the hurricane hunters at 9:54, I believe, is the latest. Now, we're going to go north along the coast. That's where Stephanie Abrams is live in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Stephanie, what's the latest there? Here, you look bundled up, too. You're chilly up in New Jersey.
Yes, I have on, I'll tell you what I have on. Everyone always loves to play this game with me because I'm a Florida girl. I have on 2 layers of long johns on the bottom. I have 2 layers on top with a puffer underneath my big, thicker outer winter coat. And then I have my gloves, and then I brought my winter gloves just in case I got really cold. I was thinking in case the rain come in, I would certainly need those. The rain has not come in. The tide came in earlier this morning here. I'll take you down to the beach. The tide has now gone out a bit, but you can see it came up about halfway to the beach where we have this yellow seafoam line. This is how high it's gotten, but we do anticipate if this thing makes landfall just to our south with the forward motion of Sandy and the trough it combines with and that onshore push, that water coming all the way up to the boardwalk. The boardwalk is shutting down. At 4 p.m., of course, we are just, as I was saying, a stone's throw away from the Stone Pony, where Springsteen, of course, made quite famous. And I wanted to correct myself. Mike and Jen, our friend Rob, texted me and said it's the Stone Pony Abrams, not just Stone Pony, the Stone Pony. So I'm sorry, you know, people get a little...
We'll be back.
Showcase.
Yeah, we got to get it right, but we'll be back with more.
In this video, eyewitness at weather.com. Let's get an update now with Jen.
All right, but be safe out there. Winds are going to be a very big problem. It's going to cause power outages here, so you want to make sure you have a way to keep all your devices charged here. Maybe a hand crank radio, which some of them you can actually plug in your cell phone to. You're going to want that because look at these winds that we are going to expect. 30 to 50 mile per hour winds. Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all going to feel it with wind gusts here over hurricane force, 75 miles per hour. Extensive winds gusting over 50 up through New England, back here through parts of Ohio, even down into southern Virginia. Very strong winds that, sustained for enough, will take down some tree limbs and possibly power outages. And actually, the strong winds continue beyond that, too, into parts of Michigan, even Indiana. So here's a look at where we are right now. Julie Martin has been reporting for us from Nags Head in North Carolina, and she's had tropical storm force wind gusts for 9 hours here. It's sustained for quite a bit of time, and that's what takes down the trees here. The branches get weakened. The root systems of these trees get weakened as well. Let's put it into motion, and I'll show you what we're looking at in terms of the forecast winds. We're going to continue to watch winds pick up through today into tomorrow. Now, you can see this is by tomorrow at lunchtime here. Winds are going to be easily over 30, 40, even over 50 miles per hour. That's the bright pink or reddish color. We'll take you into tomorrow evening. This is 8 o'clock. Look how far inland we're looking at winds over 30 miles per hour. The Philadelphia area, we're watching for strong gusty winds here. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, strong winds. New York City, very strong winds up over 50 miles per hour. That's overnight tomorrow night. That's Monday night into Tuesday morning, and these winds are going to persist for a couple of days. That's why these high wind warnings have been posted, and they go all the way through Tuesday, and I bet some of them will go through Wednesday as well. Mike.
Jen, thank you very much. Now to the front lines, and meteorologist Mike Seidel is at Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey this morning. Mike, when we last talked to you, you were kind of showing us the lay of the land there, how high the water came during high tide, and how close some of those buildings are to the water's edge. And I remember thinking to myself, those buildings are going to be underwater when this thing comes ashore. Do you think that'll happen?
Well, maybe not up to the ceiling, but yes, let's show you where the water went at high tide. Here's the high water line with the sea foam and the wet sand, and then you follow it. I've got to ask that gentleman why he's digging holes this morning. I'm just wondering. I'll go down there and find that out. That's the burning question. But all these homes are boarded up. Now, last year with Irene, the water came up into this dune here and then kind of breached over the dune, went down the street. So no doubt, Mike, we're going to have water up to these buildings. In fact, the condo over here, take a look at the condo over here. And under these condos are garages. And there are a lot of folks out here watching the surf and taking photos today. So we're going to have a lot of issues. This is a longer duration event and a more serious surge event than we had with Irene. In fact, what I'm going to do is post on my Facebook and Twitter page the Sandy Hook, New Jersey tide gauge. We're going to see if it sets a record. The record was Hurricane Donna, 10.1 feet in 1960. Last year, Irene made it up to 9.8. This morning at high tide, already up about 7.2 feet. So we may break a record there, and I just looked at the tide, and it's running about 3 feet above where it should be at this time of the cycle. We have another high tide coming up here this evening. Reynolds Wolf will be dealing with high tides up in Mystic, Connecticut. Reynolds, I see you've disembarked the boats for now. By the way, what are they going to do with those boats? Are they just going to tie them down and give them some leeway on those ropes as Sandy approaches?
That's a great question, Mike. You know, they've got it down to a science here in Mystic. I mean, you got 400 years of nautical experience in this community, and what they plan to do with the ships, including this one, the L.A. Dunn, this beautiful, beautiful two-masted sailing schooner, fishing schooner that was built back in 1921. Basically, they're going to give this a bit more slack and let the boat do what it does. It's actually going to rise up. So despite the rising waters that are going to come in from Long Island Sound and then make their way back into the harbors and the estuaries, the water comes up, and then they're going to let the boat, of course, just go up a bit. Problem is, though, we're going to still see some flooding. Back in Irene, you had water that piled up right to the doorsteps of many of these buildings you see behind me. But with the high tide, and of course, the wind kicking up, and with a full moon, you might see that water actually go right into some of these buildings up to 4 feet. That's the latest in Mystic. We have so much more to share with you from the Weather Channel. Make sure you stay tuned. See you in a few moments. Take care.
Because it's so unpredictable, I think we really don't know what's going to happen, but we're just going to prepare for the worst.
We get apprehensive, but we're not crazy. You can replace the house and things in the house. So what are you going to do?
Well, we end up buying a generator, too, so we're really prepared this side, just in case.
Some people get real excited. I'm not real excited. It's just something we have to be aware of and be careful.
Well, I'm glad that people are aware and preparing. Welcome back to Weekend View. Our special extended coverage of Hurricane Sandy continues. Joined now by Hurricane Specialist Carr Parker. So, Carr, was getting some new satellite images in, and this very much looks like a hurricane.
Yeah, it really does. This is from the University of Wisconsin, and what we're looking at here is what's called rapid scan imagery. So we're getting an image every minute in this case, as opposed to every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes. You can really see the motion in the storm. Very fast, low-level motion right through here. But look at this. This is something that we didn't see as much of yesterday. See the very tall cloud, thunderstorms wrapping about the center. This thing still very much has tropical characteristics. This is basically the hurricane part of the storm, and then you've got the drier air that is also wrapping in the mid-levels here coming around. That's why there's so much clear sky, and it's feeding off the contrast between cool and warm and also the very strong wind aloft. So it really is a cross between a tropical system and a non-tropical system.
So we're talking about, I mean, these strong thunderstorms right around the center. Do we have an eye wall? Can we say there's...
I think that's an eye wall that's developing, and it may very well continue to develop over the next couple of days. And I want to show you the water temperatures, because we know that tropical systems feed off of warm water and the warm and humid air that's above that. And this storm has yet to really get right over the heart of the Gulf Stream, and it's going to be doing that. There's the path. These water temperatures are actually in the 80s in some cases, so it may gain even more energy, tropically speaking, before it moves in, and then the water gets a little bit cooler.
What's the timing timing of this here. So we're talking right now, it's still over, certainly warm enough water, but even warmer water coming later today.
That's going to be later today and then going into early tomorrow. And of course, the effects precede the storm because it's just so large. Precede the center of the storm by some distance. So it's now a 75-mile-per-hour storm. I don't want you to focus on that. And please, folks, do not think to yourself, all right, I've been through a Category 1 storm before. It wasn't that big of a deal. I remember what it did. This really doesn't have an analog. There's not a storm that we can compare this to. I mean, there are storms that have some similar characteristics, but this is really unique. That pressure is incredibly low, 951. It's got an enormous area of strong wind, which we're seeing right now in the buoys, that's piling up the water. It's generating very large waves, and we've got a little bit of a computer lock there, unfortunately. And another thing that I can show you.
But in terms of size, this is tied now for second largest in terms of wind field since 1988. So this is one that we haven't seen before, or at least second.
It's absolutely enormous. And what I can show you while this computer is trying to work that out, this is a graphic from rightweather.com. And what we're looking at right here is the area of strong wind 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. And this is on Tuesday morning, I believe about 8 a.m. And you can see this tremendous area of wind covering fully 1/3 of the United States. That gives you an idea of how serious this storm is.
And we're talking about, we have lakeshore coastal concerns all the way to Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, Toronto, the Environment Canada is talking about winds 60, 70 miles per hour.
Unbelievable.
Far-reaching effects.
Yeah. So here's the wave heights I wanted to show you. And you can see this 30-foot wave heights. We could see 10 to 20-foot wave heights coming into the shore here. There's the water rise forecast, 4 to 8 feet from Ocean City, Maryland, all the way up to Montauk Point. And then as we close in, you can see 6 to 11 feet Long Island Sound and also there towards Raritan Bay. That's a much higher surge forecast than we had in Hurricane Irene. And we came very close to major transportation issues with water flooding the subways. And that may happen in this case.
And these are such different beasts, too. Irene was quicker moving, different angle. This is a slower moving, so more water getting pushed on, and a much sharper angle coming in.
Coming right into the coast, driving all the water into that point where Long Island and New Jersey meets. That confluence right there is going to raise the water level even more. And honestly, folks, if the water really gets into the subways, that's going to take some time to really fix. It could be weeks before some lines are running. Here's a look at the wind forecast, and you can see this tremendous area of strong wind. I'm going to step through this for you. And as this begins to move in on Monday morning, we start to see tropical storm force wind up and down the 95 corridor. Then it really comes in earnest on Monday and through Monday afternoon. This is when it's really going. So don't think if you want to go to work Monday morning, doesn't seem so bad. It's going to get a lot worse through the course of the day on Monday. And that very strong wind will continue along 95 and farther westward right into Tuesday morning. So now's a great time to really think about what you'll do to prepare for the storm. This is really the time.
Right. Today is the day, the last day. Carl, thank you for your expertise. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to speak live to FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate about how the organization is preparing to help those in need before, during, and after the storm. Plus, we'll check back in live with Julie Martin in Nags Head, North Carolina. Hurricane Sandy delivers high winds and heavy rain, posing a threat for storm surge and inland flooding to millions of people. We're keeping you ahead of the storm and its impact.
On alert.
I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. I want everybody to be ready. I want your families to be safe, and I want us to be able to do our jobs the right way.
On alert, and officials urging residents to be prepared now and do not let this storm catch you off guard. You can see flooding and wind damage leading to millions of power outages. We'll show you where.
And we have extensive live team coverage this morning. Meteorologist Julie Martin is live in Nags Head, North Carolina, and Mike Seidel is in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey.
We'll check in with Reynolds Wolf. He is stationed in Mystic, Connecticut this morning, and our experts standing by right here at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta. This special edition of Weekend View starts right now. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Weather Channel special continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. Coming up in just a moment, we'll talk with FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate. Sandy is a Category 1 hurricane. It is lashing the East Coast, and we're going to bring you the very latest this morning.
So let's update you on what we know right now. 65 shelters across New York City are open. Meanwhile, shelters in parts of Connecticut and Virginia also open this morning.
Connecticut Governor Daniel Malloy is planning a news conference in Hartford at 11:30 a.m. We also expect to hear from the New York governor any minute. We'll break in with his comments.
And also, officials in Alexandria, Virginia, mandating a 5 sandbag per person limit. Flooding expected around the Potomac.
Actually, we're getting some flooding reports just now coming in from the city of Hampton in Virginia. Buckrow Beach overwash causing flooding of local roads and residences there. A large area there. You need to take action today. Today is your day, your last day to prepare for extensive power outages. We are watching areas not just along the coast, but well inland through Pennsylvania, New York, into Ohio, West Virginia, and the state of Virginia.
Let's get right to our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker, for the latest this morning. Carl, when we see the images coming out of North Carolina, Virginia, they've got some overwash right now. I think people in the Northeast kind of need to look at those pictures and think to themselves, that's just a primer. It's going to get much worse tomorrow and Tuesday.
That is just the edge of the storm. That is the edge of the storm, and you're really running out of time in the Northeast. Now is the time to prepare. You've still got some time, and then overnight and tomorrow morning, the wind really starts to come in, and then it's all downhill from there, and then it's going to go on through Monday and go on through Tuesday. Here's the latest on the storm. It's a 75-mile-per-hour storm. Please don't focus on the fact that it's a Category 1 hurricane and think to yourself, I've been through this before, I know this. You probably have never seen anything like this in your life. I think a lot of us agree here at the Weather Channel that this is completely unique meteorologically. And look at the pressure. The pressure is 951. Now, comparably, you can have a hurricane with a pressure in the low 990s. The superstorm, which paralyzed the East Coast, had a pressure of 960. Hurricane Ike, which devastated the Gulf Coast in 2008, had a pressure in the low 950s. So this is a tremendous atmospheric disturbance. It's enormous. It's going to go on for a long time. The impacts are going to be many. And here's a look at the area of strong wind. You can see that starting to move into the 95 corridor on Monday morning. Then there's the area of hurricane force wind gusts that will move in through the day on Monday. High wind warnings in effect from Boston all the way down into the D.C. area. That continues to pull in on Tuesday. All the while, we've got this onshore flow coming into New York, and we're going to talk more about all those impacts coming up in our tropical update at 50 minutes after the hour. Guys, back to you.
Carl, thank you.
Well, the Federal Emergency Management Agency pulling out all the stops to respond to Hurricane Sandy. I want to check in this morning with the FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate joining us live from Washington.
And Craig, good morning again. How are you asking people to prepare for this?
Heed the local evacuation orders. We're starting to see, and I think we'll see more of it today with the storm surge forecast, really starting to show some of the risk here that people need to be ready to go and evacuate when ordered. For everybody else is to get ready. I think, again, as we talk about the storm, if you're ordered to evacuate, evacuate. If you're not in an evacuation zone, get ready. And when this storm gets there, you want to stay home, stay safe. Power may go out, and there may be a lot of things going on. But unless you're in that evacuation zone, some of the safest places will be off the road inside during the height of the storm.
Craig, we expect to have significant power outages with this storm. Potentially tens of millions of people could be put in the dark. How does FEMA respond, or how can FEMA assist in a situation like that?
Well, we partner with the states and utilities. We bring in generators for critical facilities. But a big part of this is really the utility companies getting ready ahead of time, working with their partners across the country. Crews have already been moving towards the Northeast, getting ready for the storm. But people can help by not being out there during the storm. And once the power lines and the crews are in there working, giving them a chance to get those power lines back up.
And Craig, we are expecting extensive power outages. I just saw your tweet about keeping your phones charged. And, you know, after the storm, texting might be one of the best ways to get in touch with loved ones.
Absolutely. You know, unless it's a 911 call, stay off your phones, use your social media, use text messaging. You want to conserve battery power, but you also want to eliminate and reduce congestion so people that have the emergency calls can get through. But you can let people know you're okay and update them on your status.
Craig, we know that you have a briefing with the White House frequently during events like this. What did you tell the president most recently?
Well, yesterday we were talking talking about how we don't have a point on the map we're having to prepare from the Carolinas all the way up to Maine and well inland. And so we are dealing with getting crews into areas just to be ready, and we'll shift where we need to go. And his direction to us was we'll make sure that we were planning for the various contingencies. You know, we started looking at snow yesterday, something you don't usually see in tropical systems, but this is a hybrid. But his direction us make sure we're getting ready and also make sure we continue to get the word out to the public about being prepared for this and that, you know, we need to do this as a team.
All right. FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate joining us from Washington. Craig, thank you for your time this morning.
We're going to go now to Nags Head, North Carolina, where Julie Martin is live for us, standing out in tropical storm force conditions for 9 hours, Julie.
Yeah, it's been ever since midnight. We've been seeing these tropical storm force winds, already seeing some localized flooding. And take a look at the pier out here, the roof, the shingles blown off. We're starting to see the wind shift a bit, and we're going to detail what we can expect here in the Outer Banks throughout the rest of the day into tonight as Sandy gets closer when we come back after the break.
Right now, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo giving a briefing with the latest on his state's response to Sandy. Let's listen in.
Metro North and LIRR will honor each other's passes to facilitate travel today. I have spoken with Mayor Bloomberg repeatedly over the past several days, and if he is considering evacuating parts of New York City, if the mayor makes that determination, the MTA will be available to assist in that evacuation and still continue their plans to suspend service at 7 o'clock today. The suspension of the service is for three main reasons. Number one, it is unsafe to operate the trains in high winds. Second, we don't want the equipment damaged, and trains are designed to deal with a lot of tough duty. They are not intended to be submerged, and we don't want to damage the equipment and then have a real problem getting the system up and running. And thirdly, we don't want to encourage people being up and about. We want people staying in their homes, be prepared, and stay at home. The bridges and tunnels will be closed on a case-by-case basis if that arises. At this time, we do not anticipate closing the airports, but I would advise strongly that you check with your carrier before going to the airport. We will also be activating the National Guard. 1,100 National Guard will be deployed, 400 here on Long Island, 200 in New York City. The National Guard will also be calling up relevant equipment, including 900 high-axle trucks and Humvees, 11 Black Hawk helicopters, 2 Lakota light utility helicopters, a C-130, and we have more equipment and more troops if need be. We've been in contact with the utility companies all across the state. We've been in contact with other states to have their utility crews on standby if we need them to do repair work.
You have been listening to Andrew Cuomo, the New York governor, talking a lot about what their response is going to be when this comes ashore. We expect it to be pretty significant in New York State.
That's right. He was joined by a number of other state officials, including emergency management there. Let's go out and show you what's going to be happening on the front lines. Mike Seidel's live for us in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. And Mike, you're on the boardwalk here. Pretty safe to say that the water is going to come up over the boardwalk.
That's a guarantee, because last year with Irene, the water came up over the dune right here. In fact, because of the way the dunes are constructed, you can't walk on them. They just leave the old fence behind. So it came over the dune right here. Then it came right up here to the boardwalk. In fact, this is a brand new boardwalk, a composite construction. They replaced it all, even though not all of it was ripped up. The water came over here and then right up to these metal doors. These are what they use as storm shelters here. But below this condo is a garage, and there was 3 or 4 feet of water in the garage. So that's a given. We may have the water up to the boardwalk for high tide around 7 o'clock tonight. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, the other threat is inland. Well, also inland, you have the Back Bay flooding, already getting some of that around Manasquan, Seabright, those areas, because the water is already up at Sandy Hook earlier above 7 feet. But inland, we've got heavy rainfalls expected, as much as 5, 6, 7 inches in some areas, maybe as much as 10. You combine that with wet ground, the roots are loose, and you throw in a long period of winds that could gust as high as certainly 60 or 65 miles an hour, even west of Interstate 95. And that's going to mean power outages for some of you for more than a week. Let's go up the coast to Connecticut, Mystic, and Reynolds Wolf is there. Reynolds, the same situation up there, onshore flow, and the worst of the surge may actually be just south of you in Long Island Sound.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, no question about it. They're used to getting some rough surge whenever you have these kind of systems that roar through the region. In fact, when we had Irene, you had flooding up to about a foot here, but they're expecting quite a bit more. You know, in preparation for Sandy as it gets closer, they're preparing here in Mystic. And if you look right behind me, I'm on the L.A. Dun, but check out right behind me on the rigging, you'll see 5 men up there. And what they're doing is they're getting all the sails, making sure they're tied down safe and sound, because we do expect that wind to really intensify. Not only that, it's going to be sustained. Now, when you come back to me, you'll notice something else. Back in those hills, you see a lot of trees, and with those trees, you got a lot of leaves. So those are almost the same action as sail, so you might be seeing a lot of tree damage, and with the tree damage, you could have some power outage. Just something to consider. Now, as we send it back to you guys in the studio, notice Mike and Jen, we've got wind here at this location going from west to east. It's going to flip around in the next several days. Back to you.
We're also going to get some snow.
When the storm comes, if it's as bad as they're predicting it will be, you're going to wish you weren't as cynical as you might have otherwise been. So please, I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. I want everybody to be ready. I want your families to be safe, and I want us to be able to do our jobs the right way.
Everybody's in danger. I mean, that's what we're trying to say. And listen, I hope I can appear before you tomorrow and say, hey, this is not happening. But I have no expectations of that. None at all.
Yeah, really, this is not a storm that is being hyped here. We are very concerned about the different dimensions of this storm that could pose a threat to life and property. And one of those concerns is the flooding. And we've got forecasts of 3 to 6 inches of rain widespread across the mid-Atlantic. There will be areas that get more than that, locally 10 inches plus. When it comes to flooding, there's 2 different types. You can get river flooding or flash flooding. When it comes to the flash flooding, rainfall on the order of 3.5 to 4 inches of rain in a 3-hour window is the kind of rain that would cause flash flooding in this area. But river flooding, of course, could happen depending on the rivers in the area and how high they are right now. None of them are at flood stage right now. I'm taking a look at the area for river flooding. It's eastern Pennsylvania, back down into northern Virginia, up into New York, includes New Jersey as well. But we have these flood watches here for this whole area, flash flooding and potential river flooding here all across Ohio, Pennsylvania, into New York State, southern New England, Vermont. You're in that as well. So concerns for the rainfall here. Basements may start to take on water. That's something you need to be aware of. If you lose power, you might not be able to get your wet vac in there to get that water out. We're looking at rain right now already coming down. That outer band here has been scooting right here into the mid-Atlantic area. We're getting some rain steady at times in eastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, some lighter showers here. This is nothing compared to the kind of rain that we're going to see coming in. Again, we're forecasting a widespread area of 3 to 6 inches of rain. We have had about 5 inches plus of rainfall in Cape Hatteras in North Carolina here in the last 24 hours, and we're going to be watching for rain to continue to brush this area because, again, even though Sandy is more than 300 miles offshore, we're still seeing that outer bands way here on the coast of North Carolina, and flooding has been reported already up towards Buckrow Beach and the Hampton area of Virginia, where beach overwash is causing flooding of local roads and residences. Not just because of the rainfall, really, that's because of the water getting pushed on shore. So that's another angle. There's the rain that's falling from the sky, and then the water that will be pushed on shore by the very strong and persistent and widespread wind field that we have with the Sandy. So again, here's some of the totals. We're looking at significant rainfall coming in, anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of rain in Philadelphia. Streams and creeks will be running very high. This rainfall really coming in earnest starting later tonight, continuing through Monday and even Tuesday. Mike.
Jen, thank you very much. Well, there'll be far-reaching impacts from Hurricane Sandy, including well inland around the Great Lakes. We're joined by our winter weather expert, Tom Nizzle, this morning. What could happen on the Great Lakes could be so impactful, and to so many people that live around the lakes, they've got to be very mindful of what the water rise is going to be there, too.
Well, yeah, and it's an amazing combination. This storm is unprecedented in a number of ways, and on the Great Lakes, we're going to see very strong winds, producing high waves, and on those shorelines, significant lakeshore flooding.
What would... To me, conventional wisdom would say Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, the 2 easternmost lakes would be at greatest risk, but you say not necessarily.
No, and when you take a look at the graphic here on the eastern lakes, we're actually going to see the higher wind speeds. We're going to see 65 to 70 mile an hour winds producing anywhere from 14-foot waves, 18-foot waves on Erie to 22 on Ontario. But when you get over to the western lakes, they have a longer fetch on the western lakes, and so those winds out of a northerly direction are going to be blowing across that lake for a longer period of time here, and you're going to end up with higher waves on those lakes.
What would you tell folks that live along the shorelines here, or maybe someone that's got a boat that's in dock?
Yeah.
Does it have to come out of the water?
Most of the boats on the Great Lakes are out of the water by now, but certainly if you do have a boat in the water, that water is going to rise so quickly that those docks are going to be inundated, and if you had that boat tied, that boat's going to have big problems. If you have lakeshore property along those areas that are susceptible to flooding, you're going to have to really be careful with this because this is going to be major flooding.
Is this unprecedented? I don't ever remember seeing 25-foot waves on Lake Michigan. That's, to me, mind-boggling.
You're at the upper end of what typically will happen with a major storm on this lake, but what amazes me, it's on all of the lakes. And you typically see these types of winds from a system that comes out of the west and cuts through very quickly. A system that comes from the east coast and sits over this area for 24 to 30 hours with these types of conditions, I've never seen that in my career.
Let's quickly talk about the snow. That's going to be another big issue that we're going to contend with here. There could be blizzard conditions. I mean, that could be in the making for some places.
Yeah, again, mainly in elevation snow, but when you get into the central Appalachians, that kind of wind impacting the mountains there, with that amount of moisture, Mike, it's amazing. We're looking at snowfall totals of up to 2 feet at elevations above 4,000 feet, and you know, at any time of the year, that's an amazing snowfall.
And how much wind with that?
Oh gosh, again, you're going to look at winds that are gusting over 60 miles an hour at times. The trees, anything that is going to gather that snowfall with those kind of winds, just major damage.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. You can follow Tom on Twitter, find out the latest on weather.com. When we come back, the very latest as we take you to our meteorologist out on the beaches.
Why should our wallets tell us what our...
Some folks coming to the beach at Asbury Park, fishermen, onlookers, trying to get a sense of the power of Sandy. You can see them preparing as well. This is just the beginning. We have mandatory evacuations underway from Long Beach Island to Cape May.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Weather Channel special edition of Weekend View and our coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Jen Carfagno. According to FlightAware.com, already 941 canceled flights today, 2,554 canceled flights tomorrow.
Absolutely amazing what a disruption to travel it's going to be. We have a comprehensive team coverage of this. Our crews out on the ground tracking it, and the impact. We're going to bring you their reports all day long today.
Now, here's the very latest from the press conference just held by New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. New York City mass transit begins ceasing operations starting at 7 p.m. for subways, trains. Buses will run until 9 p.m. The mayor may address the evacuation issue at 11 a.m. and bridges and tunnel closures case by case there. They don't plan on closing airports at this time, although, as you just heard, many flights already canceled. Expecting higher storm tides than Irene, especially for Long Island, and it's a very big concern with, especially around the Battery area, taking on water. Mike.
Jen, thank you. Well, let's take you right now to Atlantic City and show you what's happening right now. You can see how the Atlantic is being churned up quite a bit as of right now. And on the current forecast track, Atlantic City could take a direct hit from Sandy. So what exactly are we looking at right now in the current conditions? Well, there's where Sandy sits currently. It's off the Carolina coast. Plenty of rain right through eastern North Carolina, through Virginia, through the tidewater here, all the way up into Pennsylvania. We have showers this morning. The winds really picking up as well. You can see that onshore flow here on the north side of the system. It's Category 1 hurricane currently. Winds are at 75 miles per hour. Pressure's been hovering right around 955 millibars. So with Sandy, the pressure's lower today than it was yesterday, which means it has strengthened somewhat. We would expect that the winds would come up in correspondence to that, but we've got a very large wind field with this system. We've got some real issues going on here right along the beaches in eastern North Carolina, by the way. Right there at the Outer Banks, we have some issues with water coming over the roadways. There's a look at some of the winds. Gusts are over 50 miles an hour. The large numbers that you see here in the larger font, that's sustained winds. They've been sustained tropical storm force here in North Carolina. They're likely to go up as the storm approaches through the remaining 2 days. Now notice here we've got tropical storm warnings here through the beaches of South Carolina and North Carolina, coastal flood warnings here that extend all the way up into Connecticut and Rhode Island. A lot of impacts here from water coming on shore here. Tropical storm in East Lake Landing, by the way, here right there, okay? Winds at 54 miles per hour. Alligator River Bridge impacted by that. Take a look at how much water rise we're expecting. 4 to 6 feet here, eastern North Carolina, up through Cape Hatteras. Farther northbound, 4 to 8 feet Atlantic City, all the way up through Long Island. 6 to 11 feet Long Island Sound to New York City. We could be looking at record water level rise in New York City Metro. Jen?
And we have extensive live team coverage this morning. Reynolds Wolf is stationed in Mystic, Connecticut this morning. We have meteorologist Mike Seidel at Point Pleasant Beach in New Jersey, and meteorologist Julie Martin is live in Nags Head, North Carolina. Julie, we're going to start with you and talk more about your conditions right now. Have things improved for you at all in the last hour?
No, not at all, Jen. In fact, the winds are still coming in from the north, and they are bringing with them stinging rain and surf. I want to take you out to the Atlantic now and show you this pier, because some of the shingles on this structure on top of the pier, I believe that's a restaurant, have now come apart and are blowing off. And if you look a little further out along the pier, you can see the waves just pounding in. I mean, these are, I would say, at least 12-foot waves, possibly even higher. In fact, we got some data from a buoy that was offshore of Cape Hatteras, good ways out at sea there, but winds out there at 60 miles an hour with 20-foot waves in the Atlantic as Sandy edges its way toward the Carolinas. By the way, Sandy's still a good distance offshore, and these are the kinds of conditions that we're getting. So keep in mind, if you're watching this in the Northeast, you're going to be getting worse, because after Sandy passes here, it will take a direct left and actually come ashore. So it's going to bring all this energy and all of this wind and rain and everything onshore onto millions of people. So now's definitely the time to repair. We do have some road closures here throughout the Outer Banks. Highway 12 is impassable down to Hatteras. We also have about 2,500, give or take, power outages in eastern North Carolina right now. But right now the big problem is just going to be these tropical storm conditions, which will persist all the way through this evening and tonight until Sandy eventually passes by, maybe around 2 o'clock this morning. So the next high tide cycle is about 6:30 this evening. We'll be watching the Atlantic very carefully, also watching the sound side of the Outer Banks. That's on the other side of me, the Pamlico Sound. We're expecting some flooding there as these winds are eventually going to shift around to the northwest by the end of today. But right now, it's just a lot of stinging rain and wind, and it is just painful to be out here right now. Back to you.
Julie, it looks unbearable. Thank you for bearing the brunt of this storm here. You know, we bring it to you, so we don't want you or viewers out in it. So thank you,
Very
Julie.
tough, very tough for sure. Well, let's take you this morning off to New York City and take a look at what's happening right now. It's going to be a gloomy day in New York. The winds are going to gradually begin to pick up here, and we are anticipating to see a lot of wind here in the Northeast, and high wind alerts have been issued.
Yeah, when it comes to transportation, too, subway shutting down at 7 p.m., buses at 9 p.m. in New York City. So today is your day, and this afternoon is really it to prepare. This is where we're expecting strong winds. New York City and all the way inland, from New York to Buffalo and New York State, all the way up through Vermont and into New Hampshire and Maine and back towards Ohio here. So a large extent of high wind warnings, and we're talking about winds that are going to gust over 50, 60, even over 70 miles per hour.
I can't ever remember the entire state of New York and the entire state of Pennsylvania being under high wind warning before.
All at one time. No, from a hurricane, nonetheless.
Right. Amazing. Still to come this morning, what else could we be looking at with this waterized wind? We're going to take you back to our and just look how angry the Atlantic Ocean is, and it's going to only get worse here from North Carolina all the way up through New England. If you can do so safely, you're in a good location and you can be safe about it, you can always upload your pictures and your videos at eyewitness@weather.com. That's the direct email address. You can go onto our website, weather.com/eyewitness, and create a free account and upload as much as you want to that site. Your video and pictures could be used right here on the Weather Channel.
They really help us tell the story, and we always appreciate it here on a very local level. We need your pictures and your reports. Now, let's show you what you're going to be dealing with here, because the weather is going to go downhill very fast. Look at the wind forecast. We have winds expected to be 30 to 50 miles per hour over a large area of the mid-Atlantic and even to southern New England. Wind gusts are going to exceed 75 miles per hour. That will take down trees. Then we're looking at winds 20 to 40 miles per hour with gusts over 50 here in the outer edges of that, all the way up through New England and back down here into parts of Virginia, even into North Carolina. Again, that will cause some damage as well, maybe taking down tree limbs. And we're going to see winds 15 to 30 miles per hour all the way back to places like Chicago and Indianapolis. This is a wide-reaching system here, and that has been so much of our concern, is just the extent here, the broad extent of the strong winds here, and how long they're going to last, the duration of them. So let's take a look at the forecast and where we are right now. We're starting off with winds that have been very gusty here in the Outer Banks, gusting over 40, 50 miles per per hour now, pretty much all night long. We take it into the forecast here, and we get into tomorrow afternoon. This is lunchtime tomorrow. Very strong winds over 50 miles per hour now. Move up here along the Delmarva, Jersey, up here to Long Island, coastal areas of Connecticut, Rhode Island. You will feel it as well. Now we fast forward here to overnight tomorrow night. This is midnight, Monday night into Tuesday morning, midnight, and you are looking at very strong winds spreading inland here. The worst of the weather will be felt in this time frame, overnight Monday into Tuesday morning. Strong winds exceeding 50, 60, even with wind gusts exceeding 70 miles per hour. That's why the high wind warnings have been posted for so much of the area, and these continue from Monday all the way through Tuesday. I wouldn't be surprised that in some cases they have high wind concerns all the way through Wednesday. Trees coming down, power outages, a big concern. One model out there puts power outages potential at 10 million. Mike.
The number is mind-boggling for sure. Jen, thank you. Now to our meteorologist in the field, Reynolds Wolf joins us live from Mystic, Connecticut. Reynolds, this was a coastline in Connecticut that I think a lot of people didn't realize how bad it would get during Irene, and it has the potential to be even worse now during Sandy. What could happen there?
Well, it could be quite daunting, to say the least. With Irene, they had water that came up right over, you see this, the embankment here behind me, and flooded some of these buildings. But, you know, this area is used to that kind of stuff. They've had rough weather here before. This place, Mystic, is home to some incredible old ships, some great old buildings, over 400 years of nautical history. And in this place, as you mentioned, they have had some rough weather in the past. Irene being the most recent, where the water's actually spilled over this area and came right up to the bottom of these doors you happen to see right here along this avenue, along the street. Now, what we could see, Mike, with this particular one is the potential of seeing the floodwaters even higher. Reason why is you're going to have a full moon. At the same time, you're going to have, at the same point, high tide. That, coupled with the strong winds, could get it up to about 4 feet. I'm about 6'4", so right here in this area is a possibility, which means a lot of these buildings could be flooded out. Mike and Jen, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much for the update, Reynolds.
Now let's talk about another angle to this storm, which is going to be the snow that we end up dealing with here on the back edge of it. We're going to be joined now by Joe Merchant from the National Weather Service in Charleston, West Virginia. Joe, thanks so much for joining us here. What can you tell us about the snow forecast in your area?
Well, right now we have a winter storm watch that is valid from late tonight through Wednesday morning, and so we're going to start seeing the potential for some accumulating snow even during the overnight tonight, especially in our southern counties around Nora, Flat Top, and Bolt Mountain, may get up to 2 inches. And then on Monday night into Tuesday morning, that's when we're really going to see some problems in our eastern mountains. We're looking anywhere from 2.5 feet or more above 4,000 feet. And then down from about 2,000 to 4,000 feet, we could see 1 to 2 feet of snow. So it's really going to be a function of altitude, how much snow people get, but it's a big concern for us.
All right, Joe Merchant from the National Weather Service in Charleston, West Virginia. Not to mention it's going to be windy, too, so more power outages because of that there.
Don't you just shake your head when you're talking 1 to 2 feet of snow from a tropical system?
There is nothing left unturned. Nothing.
Absolutely amazing. Stick around. More coverage with Hurricane Specialist Carl Parker next.
This program was brought to you by Petco.
Today I am announcing that the MTA will suspend bus, subway, and commuter rail service at 7 p.m. this evening. That includes the New York City subway system, bus, and all Metro North and Long Island Railroad service.
Just minutes ago, the New York Governor Andrew Cuomo in a press conference announcing Sandy potential impacts there when it comes to the transit system. We've talked about it. Water could get into the transit system. Yep. Power could be knocked out because of wind. So many factors to consider here, but no matter how you slice it, it's a huge impact to the Northeast.
Yeah, and there was just a study from a Johns Hopkins engineer that said that there might be 10 million people without power, which is staggering. I mean, in so many ways, the storm is exceeding much of what we know about storms.
Well, even if they may have been putting resources in place days in advance, still, if you have 10 million people without power, it takes time to get them back online.
It's going to take a very, very long time. And we have a graphic here which sort of illustrates the incredible nature of the storm. What you're looking at is the area of strong winds up in the atmosphere a little ways, about a mile up in the atmosphere, and this is on Tuesday morning, and you can see the incredible extent of that strong wind. This is like every state east of the Mississippi River, every state east of the Mississippi River experiencing some wind from this storm, and a huge area of strong wind, eastern third of the country being affected by this.
One of the states that's going to be impacted by this is Connecticut. And joining us on the phone right now is Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy. Governor, thanks for being with us this morning. Can you talk about what's going on in your state? We know you've declared a state of emergency. What resources are in place to assist your residents?
Well, there's a lot of resources. We've been working on this for, I guess we're in our fourth day of preparation. We are obviously most concerned about the 4 high tides that will play out during the course of this storm, beginning with one late tonight, followed by one tomorrow morning, and then the Monday night high tide is our biggest concern. We are preparing for a large amount of water to back into Long Island Sound, not have sufficient time to drain out between tides. And so we are telling people to plan for the absolute worst conditions that they have drilled for along Long Island Sound. And this is a particular concern from East Haven through Greenwich. Quite frankly, our friends in New York will have to share the problem as well. As the Sound narrows, the effect of the water is going to be potentially catastrophic.
Governor, this is Carl Parker. What are you anticipating in terms of evacuations there in the South Shore of Connecticut?
Evacuations are local calls. But we're sharing information I'm sharing with you with all of our local officials. They have their maps. We have told them that this is a Category 4, which is a very serious event for them to consider. They then have to get their maps out, figure out what the areas within their municipalities are for evacuation. But our big concern is that these, the tides change every 12 hours, and we are most concerned about the high tide on Monday evening, which will be too late to evacuate anyone. So we are encouraging people to plan accordingly and begin evacuations currently, now.
All right. Well, Governor Malloy, we appreciate your time. Know you're a busy person right now. Wish you the best through the duration of this storm. He was talking about it, Carl. Huge concern about the water rise there on the shores.
When you've got a very large storm, there's a very large area of wind that's pushing water over a great distance. So a small storm, even when it's really intense, may not bring you much surge, and typically does not. That was the case with Charlie, for example, which had winds of 145 miles an hour. Did not have very much surge. This storm is going to produce a tremendous amount of surge, so really belies its category. Don't focus so much on that. Don't think I've been through a Category 1 storm, so I know what this is all about. You don't know what this is all about. This is an entirely different animal. The central pressure is incredibly low. It's already generating very large waves. There's a look at that huge area of winds. Wave heights now getting up and above 30 feet offshore, and all that water is going to drive to the coast. And look at this. This is the maximum water level rise from Irene last year. The maximum. It never got higher than 2 feet in Ocean City. Ocean City is now 450 miles from the center of this storm, and already we have topped the maximum water level rise that we saw last year in Irene, and we're way out ahead of the storm. So there are major concerns about surge coming up into the coast, 4 to 8 feet from Ocean City on northward right up into Long Island.
Could we potentially be looking at the highest water rise New York City has ever seen?
I think that's entirely, well, there have been storms in the long distant past that have produced tremendous water rises, but this could be up there.
Maybe once in a lifetime.
Yes, absolutely.
Carl, thank you very much.
Breaking weather news right now. The very latest advisory on Hurricane Sandy just in from the National Hurricane Center. Expert analysis from hurricane specialist Carl Parker is just minutes away.
And you should be using this time to prepare for Sandy's arrival in the Northeast. The word from our experts is that this is your last day to do so. Tomorrow, the storm will be on your front door. Everything you need to know. Stay safe during this. It's right here, right now, on Weekend Now. And hello, thank you. you so much for joining us on this special version of Weekend Now, Tracking Sandy. I'm Heather Tesh.
And I'm Vivian Brown. Now, the Weather Channel is on around the clock to keep you ahead of this storm. That includes all of us here, of course, at the Weather Channel headquarters in Atlanta, and our team live in the field.
That's right, and they're fanned out along the East Coast. Julie Martin is in Nags Head, as many of you have seen. That's Nags Head, North Carolina. Jim Cantori in Battery Park City, New York. Mike Seidel is in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. And Reynolds Wolf is in Mystic, Connecticut.
And we'll hear from them throughout the hour, but first, the latest officials now will shut down the entire New York mass transit system at 7 o'clock tonight. As of now, the airports will remain open as normal.
Also, preemptions are underway to shut down, I should say preparations. They're going to shut down the entire New Jersey transit system tomorrow. That's going to be affecting a lot of people, but you're supposed to be staying safe in your home anyway.
Absolutely. And according to flight tracking company FlightAware.com, now more than 3,200 flights have been canceled ahead of Sandy.
And Amtrak also canceling some of their service today.
And here's a look at the overall threat now from Sandy.
And that's right. And you know, what's so interesting here, Vivian, and what we've been trying to inform people is look at how widespread the area of red is. All of these areas in red, you need to be taking action because we could see widespread power outages due to these very damaging winds that will be coming well inland.
No, absolutely. And for in-depth analysis, we'll get only here from the Weather Channel. Of course, let's go to our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker, at the Global Forecast Center. And Carl, there is some minor changes now with the projection of Sandy.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that in just a moment. The storm is still a Category 1 storm, but it's got an incredibly low central pressure. 951 is the pressure. And, you know, one thing that happens when people are going into these types of events is they compare what happened in the past to what's going to happen. And they might think, well, gosh, I've been through a Category 1 hurricane. I lived in this area. I've lived in this area for years and years and years. So I know what that's all about. But you don't know what that's all about in this case because this storm really belies its category. It's much more than a Category 1 storm. It's very, very large. It's going to be a very long-lasting event. And this pressure is really a measure of the amount of energy that is in the atmosphere at this time. So comparatively, you can get a hurricane with a pressure in the low 990s. And when you get down into the low 950s, some of the great storms in history have been in that range. For example, Hurricane Ike back in 2008 also had a pressure in the low 950s. And the models are suggesting that the pressure could get even lower. So this is a tremendous storm. I want to show you the area of strong winds. So this is a big part of what we're concerned about. That's already now coming into the Delmarva, even though it's a long, long way from the center of the storm. Then by tomorrow morning, we're thoroughly into the storm along the 95 corridor. High wind warnings in effect from Boston down through the tri-state area into Philly and into D.C. Don't think that what you're getting on Monday morning is the way that it's going to be. It's going to get worse. It's going to really step up through the afternoon and through the evening hours. We start to get into hurricane force wind gusts, and that could be a real problem in these major metros, especially as you go up, you get up in elevation, you get up to the level of high rises, and the winds will get even stronger at that level. And this is going to go on for a long period of time. These high wind warnings extended for 36 hours. Hurricane force winds possible for 36 hours there in Philadelphia and Atlantic City, where the center of the storm comes on shore. And all while this is going on, it's going to be pushing the water against the coast here. And we want to hear now from New York's Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Actually, we're going to go now to Julie Martin, and she's been reporting on the storm live for us in Nags Head in North Carolina. And Julia, just amazing the wind and wave action that you've seen so far from the center of the storm.
Yeah, and the storm's still a couple hundred miles away from me, the center of it anyway. We've been seeing tropical storm force winds now since midnight, and we're still seeing some gusts up in the 50s here. That's going to be the case throughout the day, as you mentioned, a long duration event. With that, some very strong stinging rain now coming from the north as the winds have shifted just a bit. And to me, this feels a lot like a nor'easter. I'm wearing gloves. I have layers of clothing on, and it's just boggling my mind that this is actually a hurricane right now. Let's take you out into the Atlantic, though, and you can see actually a couple of people there. I don't know what they're doing out there, but they have their dogs out there as well. And it's certainly not safe to be out there right now. The tide has gone out but the winds are quite strong, and you can just see how it's blowing there. In fact, it's blown the shingles off of the restaurant on the pier there, on the rooftop. That pier is holding up so far, but we're watching it pretty carefully. It's just been taking a hammering all morning long. We do have some road closures as well. Highway 12 heading into Hatteras, totally impassable, Carl. Carl, I believe I'm talking back
from
to
you. And, you know, she's a trooper for hanging out outside there, and that's something we don't want you to be doing right now.
Of course, that's Nags Head, North Carolina, the Outer Banks, one of the first areas now for the coast really being battered by Sandy. It is moving north, so the northeast coast is next in line.
So we have much more coming up on this special edition of Weekend Now, tracking Sandy.
And we're looking at the choppy waters here, those high waves coming in. This is Cure Beach, North Carolina. And again, it has been a very, very prolific storm so far. This is Hurricane Sandy that we're watching offshore. It's a good 100 miles away from the coast. But again, those tropical storm force winds are being felt at least 400 miles away from the center of the storm. So we're already feeling some of the effects along the coast of the mid-Atlantic. And as the system continues to move north, conditions going downhill. We've been stressing at least for the last 12 to 48 hours that today is literally the last day, if you're in the Northeast, to prepare for possible power outages after this storm moves on in. And we're expecting the timeline now between late Monday into Tuesday that the center of this storm will be coming onshore. And we're talking about near the New York City area. This is a very, very critical situation for the New York City area, all of the Northeast. In fact, some 50 million people we think will be impacted additionally now as Sandy gets closer to the Northeast coast. Again, it has already impacted parts of the Caribbean and the Southeast coast, but now it's headed to the Northeast. Right now, we're getting winds from the Northeast in the New York City area, and some of these peripheral rain bands associated with Sandy. Of course, we do have a frontal boundary off to the west, but because these winds are from the north and east, we cannot really rule out that, again, some of this is associated with Sandy. You can see it's well over 500 miles away right now from the New York City area, but this is the storm that we are definitely afraid of, if you will, because it is moving to the northeast right now at about 14 miles an hour, and already we're talking about those rain bands battering the coast of the mid-Atlantic, and conditions will just be going downhill in the northeast. Look at the extended forecast now. Once it begins, it won't end until maybe Thursday of next week. So we're here, of course, to keep you updated. Heather?
All right, thanks so much, Vivian. And right now, we are waiting for New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. He is scheduled to hold a press conference any moment now to update us on the city's plans, and we're going to bring it to you live when it happens. You can see that people are standing by here in the room waiting for this press conference. Well, in the meantime, you know, we've been talking, of course, about New York a lot because it's a big area of concern. Jim Cantori joins us live now. He's in Battery Park City. And, you know, Jim, I have to say that I was watching television last night, the Weather Channel, of course, and I heard Bloomberg talking about, you know, I guess I felt he downplayed it a little bit, and then you commented on that as well. And I guess I was thinking, all right, well, Jim thinks that too. You know, it's just kind of interesting how that all went down.
Well, here's the deal, just to catch everybody up. You know, I'm very concerned about the storm and the surge. Some of these tidal surges are forecast to be higher than they were in Irene. That's the first thing. And the issue with evacuation, which I think will be addressed at this 11 o'clock conference that's coming up from the mayor here any moment now, which we will go to at some point. So, you know, that's the big issue. I mean, this is just kind of uncharted territories for us, and if you're talking about some 300,000 people in harm's way, let's just get them out. Let's take that out of the equation. The biggest announcement, though, that was made by the governor, Governor Cuomo, just an hour ago or so, was this. Let me play it for you. Okay, we don't have that, so I'll tell you what it was. What it is, essentially, is a shutdown of the mass transit system. Subways, trains, buses, starting at 7 o'clock tonight. That window between now and then does give an opportunity for evacuations should the mayor think they need to do so. So that is probably something that will be addressed at 11 o'clock. Whether he does that or not, I have no idea. But I think it's certainly something that will be talked about without question. As of right now, though, guys, it's kind of a decent fall afternoon here at Battery Park City. But unfortunately, this is an area that's very vulnerable to flooding and surge, which we expect to be somewhere in the 5 to 8 feet range. It was 5.5 in Irene. It could easily be higher than that here with this next storm coming up. By tomorrow morning, it's going to be a whole different animal. All right, Heather and Vivian, back to you.
Thanks so much, Jim. And it's going to look very different as we talk to him as we go into tomorrow. But certainly our eyes are focused on that area and many others to the northeast.
Absolutely. Well, stay with us here on Weekend Now. We'll be right back.
I think we really don't know what's going to happen, but we're just going to prepare for the worst.
We get apprehensive, but we're not crazy. You can replace the house and things in the house. So what are you going to do?
Well, we end up buying a generator, too, so we're really prepared this time, just in case.
Some people get real excited. I'm not real excited. It's just something we have to be aware of and be careful.
These eyewitness pictures now out of Connecticut. This is the town of Madison, and as you can see, people here are taking no chances with Sandy. They've already boarded up, and some have evacuated. They say they learned their lesson from Irene, as some of these homes were nearly destroyed by that storm.
And we have been following our teams up along the coast and at Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. That is where Mike Seidel is standing by. And Mike, you know, the wind really seems to be blowing around right now. What kinds of things are you anticipating as we go from today into tomorrow?
Yeah, so wind up. I've got the goggles on now because it's strong enough to pick up the sand. I've learned my lesson back in Isabel in 03. Wear the goggles. Later tonight we'll have gust upwards of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Then tomorrow winds could gust up to hurricane force, 70, even 75 miles an hour here on the coast. Maybe a bit lighter inland. That's going to knock down a lot of trees and knock out a lot of power. Looking down the beach, you can see the high water mark. This is where it came at high tide this morning. Next high tide around 7 tonight. It will likely go up to the fence and into the dune. Then tomorrow, even worse. All the buildings here have been boarded up. Let's show you around town. Point Pleasant Beach, Bay Head area. Everybody is taking this very seriously. They finally figured out, and on the word, this is going to be worse than Isabel. Not only the wind, certainly, but the surge. This is going to be a longer duration event, and the surge is going to be higher. We're talking as much as 8 feet in this area. And already last year with Irene, the water came up and tore up parts of the boardwalk, put 3 to 4 feet of water in these garages, and the water went well inland because there's no rise in elevation. So once you get over the hump here, it just runs down the street. Now, most of the houses were okay inland, but again, the streets were underwater. A lot of folks out here today checking out the Irene. They were out here for Irene. They're back out here. Look at these folks out here. And real quick, what is the purpose of the pink flamingos?
We want to test the weather. The weather.
Well, you need to go inside. Okay, let's go up the beach. Reynolds Wharf, Mystic, Connecticut. Reynolds, winds picking up there. Big problem there with surge 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know, we haven't had the winds too strong as of yet, Mike, but that is certainly one component they're worried about in Mystic. Another big issue is the potential for some flooding. We certainly had some flooding with Irene. Water got it to about a foot in some locations. But you have to remember the water out in the Atlantic is going to funnel its way into Long Island Sound, and then that water is going to pile back into a lot of the back bays, the estuaries, and, of course, some of the harbors like here in Mystic. Now, behind me, you got the L.A. Dutton. This is a 2-masted fishing schooner built back in 1921. And you see these two gentlemen here, what they're basically doing is giving a little bit more slack to this boat because we do expect waters to rise. Got a few components that we have to deal with. We're going to have a full moon. That's one. Second thing, you got high tide. And then on top of it, just the wind driving that water, causing it to pile up, means that boats like this one could rise up an additional 4 feet. So basically, they're going to give it a bit of slack so boats can do what they do best, and that is float. That's the latest we've got. Now let's send it back to Vivian in the studio.
Thanks very much, Reynolds. Well, I tell you, the next 7 days, very critical. Certainly, you can see by Sunday, late Monday, actually, Sunday into Tuesday, we're talking about the system moving inland over the Northeast, including around the New York City area. In fact, let's go to Mayor Michael Bloomberg in New York City. He's holding a press conference right now.
Well,
thank you all for coming. We are here at the city's Office of Emergency Management, and once again I wanted to thank Pamela Mitchell for signing for us today. The purpose this morning is to update you on the city's preparation for Hurricane Sandy. I have talked to Governor Cuomo this morning, and our staffs have spent a lot of time with his staff and the MTA staff to make sure that we're all coordinated, and I'm happy to say that I've never seen a coordination that I thought worked as well. Everybody understands that we all have responsibilities, and the cooperation that we've gotten from the state is everything we'd asked for. And I also had a conversation with the governor volunteering our services for after we're out of danger, because there's likely to be a lot of damage.
And again, that is New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg talking about Sandy and the effects.
And of course, it will have huge impacts on the New York City area.